Looking at my hair. What? Oh. I was just looking at my hair. I gotta put some.
Brittany, did you ever change this camera? Remember to get this one changed?
Hi, my name's Andrea. I'm a textile designer under the label Joli Ju, and I love to sew.
Good morning and welcome to, what day is this?
Depends who you ask. I think it says day 4 on the website, but we're technically on day 3. There were a lot of questions because we were on what the website said was day 3 yesterday, and people are like, I feel like I missed day 2. You are on day 2. Don't worry about it.
This is typical Stitch House behavior, and if you're just tuning in, I'm Jessica.
And I'm Brian.
And we are the owners of Stitch House here in Plano, Texas. And we're really excited to be here because this is, okay, it's officially day 3 of our summit, but it's day 333 of planning it.
This is such a fun day for me because
It's my favorite.
We started the whole virtual thing with somebody called, or someone whose name is Pam Mashie.
We did.
And I love it because we're finally bringing it 360 with a new production team and equipment and stuff. And
I was talking to Pam this morning and I said the first virtual event that we did was in August. And in August, we launched the new Bernina serger with Pam. She is the guru, so I'm really excited for her to be here today.
Is that her Pam Guru?
Yeah,
Mashie?
that's her official title, middle name.
That's her Bernina. That's her Bernina of America title. Just Guru.
But we, when we did that virtual event, we didn't have that crew that helped us do it. That wasn't our own in-house crew. So it's been August. What are we in now? April. It's been a few months since that's happened, almost a year. And it's really taken all of that time to get to where we are today with being able to do this stuff in-house with our own team, our own crew. And I'm really excited about that because we have a lot of this stuff lined up in the future, and it's only going to get better. So, Brian, what are we doing today? Like, what's today's agenda?
Serger, Overlocker, 890. So you'll have to stick with us the whole day because we're putting the 890 at the end. Did I give that an accent?
890.
890.
Yeah, that's your northerner accent.
I'm trying to keep it Texan, but sometimes it doesn't work. We're
Y'all.
keeping the 890 at the end, but you're going to get 2 hours of it. So if you were one of the people that tuned into to Pam back in August,
Yeah.
then I think you know what you're in for, and it's going to be a real treat.
I think Pam knows so much that we could just let her talk for like 3 days. And she would, you guys would all just be staring at your screen like not even taking a bathroom
It's
break.
true. We were at dinner last night with Sylvain, and we were kind of talking about what we've got coming up today. And he goes, I just can't wait to hear Pam talk. He goes, I don't know how Bernina was able to score her right in line with the launch of the 890. He goes, but you could listen to her for days, and she
He
has
really
more
said that.
information on the serger than probably anybody else in the world. I mean, she really is the guru. I think that's true. And that might be your phone buzzing.
I think that's my
So
phone.
should
I
we-
haven't had a ringtone on since 2004, so I can't imagine. Oh, it was my phone. Okay, well, before we get going,
That was somebody giving the heart on Facebook when we said Pam's name.
I wanted to address something with you really quick, Brian.
Oh, this is not planned, I assure
Well,
you.
okay. So a few years ago when Brian and I got engaged, Brian had a ring sizer for me. And it was December and 20 degrees outside. And that is really not a good time to get sized for a wedding ring.
I think you had also been sick for a few days before that.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, we'll use that excuse. But my fingers were really small then. My fingers are not as small as they were when I first met you.
Oh my gosh.
Well, in Texas, when it gets hot, your fingers swell and things
Okay.
like that, right? So we sent my ring off to get sized and, resized, and it's taking a little bit of time, right? So I found something from my college days in my drawer last night. This is not my wedding ring, but I want to tell you why I own this. It looks like a wedding ring. It looks like an
me see
engagement
this.
ring. So when me and my girlfriends used to go out to the bar and we didn't want anybody to talk to us.
What do you mean this looks like? This is an engagement ring.
No, I know.
Tell me this story needs some clarification here. This needs
I
clarification.
promise you, I think it was like $8.99 at Walmart. When me and my girlfriends didn't want to be talked to, we just wanted to like go have a girls' night. We'd all wear these.
And
and it fits perfect, actually. It is my size.
You know what's funny is Pam is in the background. She's going, doesn't always work. Don't worry about it.
Well, no, you knew the guys, if they talked to you while you were still wearing this, were really the ones to steer clear of. So I figured I would put this fake one on until my real one comes back.
I love that because I told her
That's not
after
the end of
Monday,
it.
after all of the comments came in with, oh, you're so pretty, you're so cute, I said, we're going to get a CZ, and we're going to go tonight and get a new ring, and it's going to be 10 carats this time.
So I pulled out of I searched through all my, costume jewelry and stuff, and I actually found it.
Oh,
but I can't be the only one that has to show that they're taken. So
Is this a red?
I found something. These say,
No truer
trophy
words.
husband.
Where
And
did those
if-
come from?
They're from a drawer. They say trophy husband. I don't know if you guys can see this. So I want you to go ahead and wear these.
These came from a customer who is very, very well informed, obviously. She bought me trophy husband socks and I think, a Cowboys placemat.
She did.
So this doesn't go with my
I
vibe.
feel like it kind of goes with your outfit today.
I'm not gonna make you guys suffer through.
If I'm wearing my $8.99 Claire's ring, you can wear the trophy husband
So you're
socks.
telling me these socks probably cost more than that
They
ring?
probably cost more than the ring.
I am feeling really bad for what I spent on the first ring then, because that looks beautiful.
Can't even tell from this
No,
distance.
no.
It doesn't shine quite the same.
Well,
I'll
I
say
will
that.
put these on later.
Okay.
I appreciate you bringing these for
We
me.
couldn't
Thank
go
you.
another summit day without letting people know. I mean, I think they get the gist.
Do you think so?
I think they do. So
I got some comments the other day that said, "Ooh, there's some heat between you guys. I think I
Really?
see you together." Yeah.
Oh, sometimes I have to always clarify. Brian's from the north and I'm from the south. We have a little bit more politeness down in the south, or we try to be more polite to people. In the north, they're just like, whatever. Who cares?
They hide it down here well.
They hide it down here. We hide it down here a little bit
But
better.
I don't. You're not.
I'm from Florida.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the south.
And I don't know that you hide it that well.
Okay, well, I want to talk about just real quickly before we kick it over to Bernina for a short commercial. I kind of want to talk about why I'm so excited about these sergers. If you tuned into the last event with Pam, I have known Pam for quite some time, since probably before I remember. My mom, has been in the industry for her whole life too, and Pam has known my mom for a while. So I've known Pam since she was with another brand a long time ago, and not that long ago because she's only 25. But I've known Pam for quite some time, and I do know that Pam really is the authority and the expert on what we're about to learn today, which is what's so exciting, because she takes a lot of the pressure off us to have to know all the things, because she knows them all. I think she even creates some of the fun things that you'll learn on these sergers. She kind of invents some of these techniques and all of the fun stuff that you can do with the Bernina. Now, what's so different about Bernina than any other brand, and I've really been trying to educate as many people as I can on this, is that this Bernina serger that you're going to see today, and really any Bernina serger and any Bernina product, but the final one you're going to see today is one of the most incredible products I've ever seen a sewing company make. In fact, when it was first launched, we were on the phone with Paul Ashworth. He's the CEO of Bernina America, and I just had to keep asking him over and over again if he was sure that the features he was telling me were really going to be on the machine. And he's so astute and professional. He's like, "Yes, Jessica, I am positive."
No. Okay, just because Holly and Pam are here and Sylvain and Paul's probably watching, please do it the way that you do it when we're together alone. Give the accent.
I'm Paul from Bernina. I love Paul. His accent's great too. I wish I was, had a cool accent, but no, I'm from Florida. Our accent is not cool. So no, but really, you guys are going to see some really cool stuff today from the expert. It's a one-of-a-kind situation where you can actually sit at home in your pajamas, drink your coffee, and get all of this experience and knowledge from Pam Mashie today kind of infused into you through the screen. So we're really excited to do this, right, Brian?
I so excited. The 890, maybe other than the Q series, I don't know. For me and Bernina, like the 890 and the Q series, I love them both so much. I don't know which I love more, but I find myself on that 890 all the time.
I know you do.
I
And
do-
so does Terry.
When she's talking about, when she was asking Paul, are you sure all of these things are really going to be on there? Do you remember the photo we saw? It was just a glimpse, and a lot of the stuff was kind of grayed out. It was blurry. And Jess goes, I think that's a screen. I go, surely they don't have a screen on it.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And she goes, no, that's a screen. That looks like a touch screen on a serger. Could that possibly be for real? And here we are, almost a year later, and it's for real, and it's
Phenomenal.
really, really cool.
And it still blows me away, literally, every day. So
Well, we're starting early with those.
the puns are real. I haven't drank much of my coffee yet, but the puns are real.
So one other really cool thing I just want to jump on before we kick it over to Pam is we just started carrying another line.
Yeah.
Burnett, which
Correct.
we had not carried in the past. And so we thought that this would be a really cool time to introduce the Burnett serger line, which I love.
Yep.
It's a great serger.
It's at a really great
But it's an
price
economy
point, too.
price point, right?
It's
Because
a-
not everybody can afford the Bentleys.
Well, no, but this is where this is a great price point for someone who maybe doesn't know too much about serging, but is looking to get into serging, or for that beginner garment sewer in your family. I know there's a lot of younger people now sewing again, which is awesome. The Burnett line would be great for someone for an entry, more entry price point, but definitely that packs all of the same fun features and benefits as the Burnett and what we know and love about Bernina as well. So Pam will show you some of that great stuff this morning as well. So we're really excited.
So just a quick rundown, and then we'll kick it over to Pam. We're going to look at two Burnett sergers, I believe the 44 and the 64.
Yeah.
I see she was, once again, paying attention in
I
planning
didn't study my
meetings.
numbers.
So we're going to look at a couple Burnett sergers. Then we're going to go and see the introduction line into the real Bernina air thread serger, which is the L850. And that'll kind of wind down this afternoon, or this morning.
Yep.
And then all afternoon, after the lunch break, we've got a great 30-minute segment of Jess by herself. So for those of you saying, I need more Jessica, you're going to get it this afternoon. Stay tuned at lunch.
I think you should do the store tour too, since you're wearing those pants today. Can I see those pants on the
Sure.
TV screen?
What do you think?
Oh, wow.
What do you think? What do you guys think?
Oh my
Are these
gosh.
cool?
I don't know if they can see it. Can they see them,
Can we?
Nate?
How about this? Can we see this?
Oh no, they can see that. What was your vibe this morning, Brian?
This was an old Harry Styles. That's what I was going for today.
Okay.
Old man Harry Styles.
Old man Harry Styles. There was actually a Wall Street Journal article today and the title was Grandpa Style is back for the 20-somethings. So.
And I've had this about that long. So that's perfect time to debut it again. Right in time for, what was that? What was the journal article? Wall Street Journal?
It was a Wall Street Journal article, yeah.
And no one
So
knows
it was trending on Twitter, actually.
No one knows fashion like the Wall Street Journal, so I know I'm in good company.
It was trending on Twitter, so
Okay, good.
That's a positive
Good,
for you.
okay.
It wasn't on TikTok or anything like that. But it was
Well, they
trending
didn't
on
come here to see my fashion negligence, but probably to see Bernina and hear Pam talk.
For sure. So, all right, we'll kick it over to a short informational commercial about the Burnett serger, and
And then we'll come back with Pam.
Come back and introduce Pam.
All right.
Burnett, for all my ideas.
There he is. Are we back on?
Not yet.
It would be nice with the piston chair that comes up.
I think we're live. Are we? Okay, we're live.
We're back. Wow, that was a heck of a transition. Sylvain was reading, and so we said, Sylvain, this is it. You got 30 seconds to get in, and he jumped up frantically,
His mask
Say my
is...
name and I jump.
grabbed 3 of the wrong stools, and then went back to grab his book. I said, Sylvain, you don't need to read anything. What were you doing?
You know what? You can send your notes to a PDF to your Kindle, and so you can have it with you
Oh.
in your pocket.
So do you have talking points this morning?
No, I just thought. Ask anyone.
So I think what would be really cool is
Tell us
for
what...
Sylvain to introduce.
I think so, too.
Oh yeah, we are in for a treat today. Not only Pam is an expert, and she is really like, she knows more than any of us at Bernina about surgeries because she's been steeped in surgery land for so long. To me, what the double treat is that you came in, Pam, as we are introducing a brand new line. We waited and begged for 3 years, because Bernina kept refining. This is what Bernina does. We don't always get it when we want it first, but when we get it, it is amazing. And this thing does not blow others out of the water. No, it empties the pond.
Oh.
And I will tell you what the treat will be at the end of the day, so let's tease a little, okay?
Okay.
The 890, I'm an educator, right? We're spoiled. We work with top-of-the-line equipment all the time. And when we first introduced it to the staff, to us, when we first sewed on it, all the educators, we looked at each other, and there was this, whoa.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is amazing. And that does not happen often. It takes a top-of-the-line something.
So don't be modest. Tell me how you described all of the educators that were blown away this morning.
Well, they're experts in their field, right? They're all really experts. And so we're not jaded, but we're spoiled. We work with top-notch equipment all the time. So it takes a little bit to impress us to that level. Like, this threw us into, whoa, it's amazing. I just got goosebumps. I just got goosebumps because it is amazing. And, I will just tease. You forget what you did with it last time, but it remembers and it will take you there, right?
So
that is unbelievable.
So let's take it over to Pam and have her introduce herself and let you get to see her beautiful face.
Good morning, Pam.
Good morning. Boy, it seems like I have a lot to live up to.
You live, girl.
It's always fun to be here, and it's great to be able to share what I absolutely love to do. And everyone talks about all the knowledge that I have, and I just find that I'm like, it's just me sitting behind a machine, helping you understand and feel how wonderful these machines are. And as Jessica said, yes, I did work for another brand. And when I was introduced, just as Sylvain had mentioned, this machine blew me away. The 890 that we're going to be working with later this afternoon is absolutely phenomenal, and not any machine that I have ever worked on compares to it. And when we start looking at the Bernina machines and all of the other great ways that you can use sergers, you're also going to be blown away today. Because with serging, we typically use our machines for edge finishing and maybe doing some construction on it. But when you start using it in a creative way, you're going to find that it absolutely is a machine that you have to have in your sewing room. And it isn't just an addition to, it becomes an integral part of your everyday sewing. So we're going to take a look at the Bernina 44 to start with, and I think we have a little commercial that we're going to be looking at.
What? I was checking and making sure.
Yeah.
I love to keep Brian on his toes over here. Okay, keep going, Pam.
Yeah?
Yep.
She introduced the commercial. Did we go to it?
Do we have a commercial?
Meet Steckborn, a charming small town in Switzerland situated between a turquoise lake and lush rolling green hills. It's the home of Bernina and the birthplace of the ultimate overlocker. The Swiss are known for precision. It's kind of our thing. And it takes time, hours upon hours. Because making things perfectly, exactly precise to the nth degree, that's all us. So when it was time to develop a new line of cutting-edge overlockers, we challenged ourselves, pushed boundaries, pored over plans, and engineered a machine we absolutely love. Then came the testing and optimization. We tested and tested and tested and tested again. Then, because we're Swiss, we repeated the tests. After all, precision is in our DNA. Then came production. Our new Swiss-engineered, mega-tested overlockers are produced at Bernina, Thailand, the most modern sewing machine production facility in the world, where teams of experts precisely assemble our unparalleled next-generation machine. But why, you may ask, go to so much trouble? Other overlockers do just fine without all this fuss. You may be right, but no one ever fell in love with just fine. And that is precisely our mission. We want you to love your Bernina. From our engineers to those shaping each perfect part, to our test sewers, to the person who carefully packages your machine for its journey to you, to each member of our founding family, every last one of us is committed to you, loving your Bernina. Experience a machine like no other. Join a family like no other. And love your new Bernina Overlocker like no other. Bernina, made to create.
All right, welcome back, you all, after our quick little, weren't sure what we were doing for a second. That happens. We're live. Welcome. So, all right, we're really excited because Pam's going to go ahead and kick it off with the first part of our serger day, which is with the Bernette serger that we just talked about.
So Pam, maybe as you start, you can kind of tell us why Bernina came out with the Bernette line and then what it's all about.
Sure. So the Bernette is really an entry-level machine for customers that as they start working with products, you may not be able to always start at the very top of the line, but we know you'll eventually get there. Even when all of us started working with machines, we probably didn't jump right in at the very top of the line. So this Bernette series of machines is a great entry level for someone to kind of dip their toes into working with products, whether it's an embroidery machine or a serger. Bernette has a great machine for any type of entry-level sewer that's out there.
Okay, awesome. And I think that's important because not everybody is ready to dive fully into a 5-thread cover stitch, overlock combo type thing.
Right.
But I know that there are a lot of people that maybe have thought serging isn't for me, but is serging for everybody, Pam?
You know, I get that question asked all the time. And to me, when I look at serging, it's just an integral part of everyone's sewing life. No matter if you're a garment sewer, if you're a quilter, if you do embellishment, you can do all of those things with your sergers as well. And so many times when sergers were first introduced, they were introduced to a home sewing market for just that, just to be able to finish the inside of your garments and make them look as good on the inside as they do on the outside. And so many times we limit the machines to that. And I think too, sometimes people will look at sergers and they'll go, oh my gosh, there are so many threads on this machine. How am I ever going to remember where they go, how they work, if I'm going to be needing to make any adjustments, how does that take place? And the machines have become so much easier to use and work with. And there are features that are on the machine that just kind of, I always say, take you off the edge when we talk about sergers and the things you can do with them.
I can definitely attest to that because, you know, my mom, I was free labor at my mom's store for many years, and I used to do serger lessons in middle school between homework, and I still have nightmares trying to thread, you know, random brands of sergers and things like that. We're in a different world now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are in a completely different world. And, you know, I say sometimes to a quilting customer that's looking at a serger, I'll say, how would you like to, or even a garment sewist, how would you like to work with a machine that never runs out of bobbin thread? Oh, well, that totally changes the whole dynamic of what these machines are and what they're all about. So when we look at the way that these machines are going to operate and the thoughts that we're putting into them, and you know, we'll talk a little bit about the tension dials, and not to call them tension dials, but thread control dials, because that's in fact what they're doing, is they are controlling the amount of thread that goes on or is held back from the stitching that you're making.
So Pam, what makes the B44 unique?
Well, first, it's going to be, I love the name that they gave it. It's called a B44 Fun Lock. And that's what we are selling, is we are always looking at ways of helping people have fun. And the majority of the time that you're working with your machines and you're sitting in your sewing room, you're there because you want to have fun. So with this Fun Lock, you're going to find that there are some really great features that are on the machine itself that are in an economical price that you can start working with a serger. You're going to find that it does have features that some of the top-of-the-line machines have, such as stitch length and differential feed. You're also going to notice that it has a built-in rolled hem feature. So you don't have to change your plate when you're doing a rolled hem. And when we look at the different types of stitches that you can do with your Fun Lock, you're going to be able to do a 4-thread stitch, 3-thread stitch, a 2-thread, and you can also make adjustments to the actual cutting width of the stitch itself. So when you're able to work with stitches and make adjustments to stitches like that, you have a great amount of flexibility in the use of your machine. You'll also notice that when you're working with a serger, and sometimes I think this is where customers or people will be kind of hesitant when you're going to be working with your machine. So as you work with the machine itself, you'll find that it does cut the edge of the fabric, sew 2 lines of stitching when we're going to be stitching with a 4-thread overlock stitch, and if you're stitching with a 3-thread overlock stitch, you're only using 1 needle. So it's very easy to make adjustments to the machine. Let's take a look real quick at the inside of the machine, because some of you that are watching may not know exactly what we're talking about when we talk about the loopers or the loop formation that's actually created. So inside the machine, and Brian, when you asked about having the features on the 44, I love that, and I don't know if they can actually get this, but all of the tools are right here on board. And that's what we have with all of the Bernette and the Bernina machines as well, so that you know that all of your tools are right here handy. And if you're a sewist or using your machines in your sewing room like me, where you set things down and you don't remember where you put them or you can't find them, at least you can look at your door and you can know exactly what part you're going to be missing. I think they still need to have some kind of little sensors or beepers on them, kind of like those tracking tiles that you can put on your keys so you can find your scissors and some of those tools.
I'm familiar with those, Pam. I lose everything.
I know, or it's buried somewhere on your sewing table. Well, you do have, inside you have loopers. So you'll have a lower looper which always stays below the sewing surface, and then you have an upper looper which is always going to travel above the needle plate, which creates the top part of the stitch. Then when the needles come down through those loops, that's what forms the stitch. And I think one time, Jessica and Brian, we need to get the video to you that you can show that actually shows the actual stitch formation of an overlock and a chain and cover stitch.
It's impressive, isn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely impressive.
You were just saying
Let's-
that the other day, actually.
I was asking if we could find that. Maybe Holly could make a note for us and we could find that. Maybe get it up even this afternoon at some
I have it
point.
on my computer, so maybe during the lunch break.
All right, we already found it.
We already found it, so we can get that. And I just love the fact, and as Jessica said, I've been doing this a long time, probably. I hate to admit it now, almost 40 years. And
impossible.
This
And she's only
thank
29.
We don't use filters here, by the way.
So I also say serging is also the answer to the fountain of youth.
Yes.
So there you go. Get yourself a serger. But when you are working with, and that stitch formation, what I was going to say is in all of that time, I have never seen a video that has actually shown how the stitch is formed. And I think so many times we don't necessarily, we are intimidated by a machine or products because we don't know how it works or how the stitches are actually formed. So with that, you're going to be able to see exactly how that stitch is formed and how the loopers and the needles work together to create that stitch.
So that's interesting, and it's just now dawning on me, and I think it's starting to click why we have needles that are offset as you go left to right.
Yeah.
They're lower down, so it hits the hook
Right.
earlier. Okay.
Right.
And
Right.
I remember when I was little, I saw my mother zigzag over the raw edge of the fabric, and it always, we call it tunneling. In
Yeah.
French, it's called bunching up.
That's a very
bunched up a
technical
little,
term.
and it looked kind of when you flip the garment right side out, right?
Yeah.
And with the overlocker, with the stitch plate and the loopers and the needle, everything is so orchestrated that it does the job without the mess. It really does a beautiful job.
No matter what, you're absolutely right, and no matter what kind of fabric you're sewing on. So if you're going to sew, and I don't know which camera I need to show this to, but if we're working with a knit fabric that's really stretchy, and you know, all of us have become very comfortable in wearing jogging pants and leggings over this time period, but you're going to find that when you stitch with your serger, you're going to end up with the same flexibility in your fabric that you had before you actually stitched it. Where with sometimes a zigzag stitch or a lightning stitch on your sewing machine, either distorts your fabric or it's going to not give you that flexibility. So let me just sew a quick line of stitching here for you.
I must tell you all that Pam is sewing in heels, and I am impressed. And not just any heels. We need like a shoe
I can't do that.
A consummate professional.
Okay, so here you have the stitch that we formed, and you probably saw that it did do some cutoff. There's also this great little trim bin that comes, or cutoff bin that comes with your 44, so that anything that falls off falls into that bin and not in your lap. So here you have that piece of fabric that I showed you before it was stitched, and here you have the seam that has been stitched.
Wow.
And you have
That's
that
so cool.
same amount of flexibility. So whether that's in the arm's eye of a garment or in the seat of your pants, jogging pants, you're going to have a great flexible seam. And since a lot of us also are working with gym clothes and we're doing that type of stitching, you're able to get a great deal of flexibility with that. This is a 4-thread overlock stitch that we're working with.
There's times I'm convinced that Jessica wanted to open a store because she had no desire to ever go to work without yoga pants on.
Well, when I worked for my mom, it was always like we had to wear like super like business professional clothes. And so I think for the first year of me owning the store, I'm like, I am only wearing yoga pants. She's not here to make the rules anymore.
She doesn't have to make the rules. You can make those rules. That's right. But you know, I mentioned that the 44 also has a feature. Well, maybe I didn't. I mentioned the length, and it also has a feature called differential feed. So when you're working with knit fabrics and you want to eliminate some of that, what I call the roller coaster seaming, you can adjust the differential feed on the machine. And what it does, differential feed is a feature that you'll find on every machine that we're going to be working with today. Each one of the machines has it. And the reason that it's so important, as I mentioned, is it eliminates that roller coaster seam. And how does that happen? Well, under your presser foot, you're going to find that your feed dogs are much, much longer than what you have on a sewing machine. So your feed dogs are about 2 inches in length. And again, we're going to talk more about some quilting aspects, but I like the fact when I'm piecing for quilting that I have more control on my fabric. If I'm also going to be stitching with a flannel fabric, I can use that 4-thread overlock stitch, and it's actually going to give me 2 lines of stitching as well as overcasting the seam so that I don't have to worry about it unraveling or pulling out if I'm giving that flannel quilt or a quilt that you're going to be working with, or giving, I should say, to a grandson or a granddaughter who you know is going to roll around on the floor with it. It's not going to tear apart. So I love that feature. But what differential feed is that there are 2 sets of feed dogs. So you'll have the front set of feed dogs and the back. When it's set on the 1, it is actually going to feed the fabric. Both feed dogs move at exactly the same rate or stroke. So when you adjust and you move to a higher number, then your front feed dogs are moving in a longer stroke and pushing fabric in. So it's actually going to create gathers on some fabrics. Plus, it's also going to, when you work with knit fabrics, it'll eliminate some of that roller coaster seaming that you might have or stretching of your seam. Now also when you work with differential feed, you'll find that you have a way that you can set the differential feed below that 1-to-1 ratio. And then our front feed dogs are going to move slower or less than what the back feed dogs move. And what that does is it actually holds some tension on your fabric so that when you're stitching and at your sewing machine, you would have typically held some tension before and after your presser foot. This is actually going to do it for you. So you're not having to pull on your fabrics or help your fabrics through the machine to eliminate any type of puckering that you might have. You're also going to find, as I mentioned earlier, that you have the adjustment of your cutting blade on the B44. So when you adjust the cutting blade, you're actually changing the amount of fabric that's being cut away when you're going to be stitching. So depending upon the width of the type of fabric that you're sewing with. So let's maybe talk about like a polar fleece. If you're sewing on polar fleece, you would want a wider width, and if you're working with a lighter weight fabric, maybe a cotton or a batiste, you're then going to be able to make that cutting width narrower. So now I have this little pair of jogging pants for a child. So I'm just going to sew those up really quick using the 44, and then when we move over to the other machines, we're going to do some other stitching on them as well. So we're just going to sew the seams for the front, sewing the front and the back together. Okay, and then we're just going to pinch the legs. I'm going to show you a quick little hemming technique while we're here. If I would be at home, we would press this, of course. I'm just going to guesstimate and fold up a hem and then fold it back just like you would on your sewing machine to do a blind hem. And then as you stitch across, you're actually hemming the bottom edge of your pants. So here we have our hem in the bottom of our pants. And I'll do that other leg real quick.
You notice how fast that is, right? It's faster than even straight stitching at the sewing
yeah.
machine.
Yeah. And you don't have that worry of stretching your fabric out, but you have, as you saw earlier, that flexibility in that fabric as well. Okay, so then we're just going to take our legs, we're going to fold this over.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
You are so quick.
And making an adult size would take maybe a minute more.
Okay,
right?
so I have to tell you, this weekend our grandsons came over and they were outside playing and they wanted to take a bath in the big tub, right? Well, their mom didn't send them any clothes along to change, clean clothes to change into. So I said to my husband, you watch them in the bathtub while they were in the bathtub. I went upstairs, made them a pair of joggers and a new t-shirt.
No, you did not.
Two sets, because I had the pattern already knowing their size. I could just whip those out in no time at all.
Do you wear a cape when you do that?
Yeah, my little superhero cape. Yes.
Oh yes, and she made the cape on the serger too.
Yeah. I was wondering if that was Brian's outfit for tomorrow that you were making.
There we go.
You know what? If Pam made it, I would wear it.
There we go. Well, then we
now
might
the
just
deal
have
is
to.
on.
We might have to find some fabric. That sounds like a challenge there, Brian.
In 6th grade, I had a pair of MC Hammer pants, the parachute pants, and they were some of my favorite.
Z Cavarici.
My mother is not a seamstress, but she is cheap, so she did make those herself. So.
One early application I had for my first serger was when my wife in '94 was pregnant. The clothing fashions were not very good, so I made her maternity clothes, and it was for the summer, so anything in knit, and you know that it's going to stretch.
Oh my goodness. Look at this.
It works. It totally
No.
works.
There we go. There we go. And then you could do the same little hemming technique. And see, it looks like a little bit of ribbing.
I love it.
Added at the bottom.
Yeah.
Can you put that close to the camera
Sure.
to the right of you? That is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, isn't that just
While
the
we're just
coolest?
sitting here bantering, talking back and forth.
Wow.
Pam
Yeah,
just
I'm
whips
slaving
up.
away over here.
Pam
and you
just
guys
whips
are
up a pair of plugins.
The real question, Pam, is can you do it with your eyes closed? Just about.
Just about.
Yes.
But I know we're getting close to the time that we're going to wrap up this segment, and I'm just going to cut these off. And really, for any other serger, anybody that would typically work with a serger, they're probably
They'd
like,
never do that.
oh my gosh,
Yeah, they're
what did you
freaking
do?
out at home, Pam.
What did you do? Well, we are going to come back with the next Bernina serger, and we are going to show you just the easiest way of working with the B64.
Oh my gosh,
Wow.
I'm so
Okay.
excited.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
Right?
that is cool.
I think that that was just a really, cutting the threads gives some people a heart attack sometimes, Pam. And
Yeah.
so I think that when they see the next serger, they're going to just have to have one after they saw how quick you could whip up.
It'll be a breeze.
It'll be a
It'll
breeze.
be a breeze, for
How many
sure.
puns can we come up with today?
Oh,
Well, if you give
try
it,
me.
Yeah, there it is. If we allow Sylvain to play that game, we're going to be in trouble.
We'll be here all week.
That's the fun part.
Is it the fun part?
So what'd you think of the 44?
I thought the 44 is amazing. Again, growing up around sergers and even industrial sergers, my grandfather and my great-grandfather did a lot with those. And I'm always amazed by sergers. But then when they really started making them for the home hobbyist, being able to put that fine, precise tuning into something that is actually affordable, it still blows my mind.
And Bernina stands for value, right? It's
Yeah.
features, stitch quality at an affordable price.
Yeah.
When I was a grad student, I would have had a serger way earlier if I'd had access to something like a Bernina serger.
What do you have at home?
Well, nowadays I have Bernina sergers, but I still have...
Which one? Just out of curiosity.
Right now I work on a 460 because I have not been able to take possession of an 890 yet.
Really?
But I still have my first Bernina serger, the 334DS from 1994. and it still sews like a champ. So Burnett is made for Bernina.
Yep.
But Bernina is working very closely with the manufacturer. The quality has to be there, the reliability and the stitch quality has to be there. Otherwise, the name won't go on, right?
My little brother actually has a Burnett serger, and he uses it he's a runner.
What are you talking about? Jonathan has a sewing machine?
Jonathan has 2 sewing machines.
He grew up in the business too.
Yeah.
He just didn't work it as much.
I gotta tell you, that blows me away. Okay,
He's got
continue. What
a
does he have?
Burnett serger, and my brother's a big runner, and we're from Florida, so skin cancer and sun protection is really important. So on the back of his running shirts, he makes like hoods that he can just put up, so when he's running,
Shading.
he's got a hood, and he just serges it onto the back really quick.
I've got to believe,
That's
knowing
smart.
how industrious his girlfriend
brother
is,
is
that she wants to do that and make a business
Yes.
out of it.
Well, no. My brother has every penny he's ever made, and I think I still owe him money from like 1995. So.
You're not going to get it back, Jonathan. I'm just going to tell you that money is lost.
But a serger is really simple. It's a great tool to have in your toolbox for sewing, because serging I think it's needed by everybody. Like, in fact, I hear people come in all the time, like me, I'm 5'2". I always need my pants to be shorter. And maybe a serger would be, or a cover stitch machine, or maybe the combo or anything like that. It's the perfect way to really finish off the edge and make a great hem.
Actually, I use mine before I make the project. Like, you need to pre-treat your fabric.
Yeah.
I serge the edges, wash it, dry it, shrink it, and then I'm ready to go. I use it in the garment construction or the project.
Yeah.
And then there's finishing seams as well.
I like all the ways you can use it, and Pam will probably get to it, but you touched on it yesterday, which was squaring off your quilts or doing the binding, and hopefully we kind of touch on that a little bit, because it's not just for garment construction anymore.
Yeah,
No.
it is. It is. And they, we often compare it to the microwave in the kitchen. Some people only nuke water in the microwave, right? I use mine to soften butter, melt butter. I made risotto you can cook dishes. You can cook a good chicken in the microwave. The skin won't be crispy, but it'll be like stewed chicken. It's really good.
No way.
Yeah. So it will do way more, but it speeds up. And it simplifies steps throughout the life of the project, if you want, the stages of the project. So it accelerates everything, and it gives you these finished seams that won't fray.
A serger is amazing. I really want to get that video from Pam's computer so that we can all take a look at how the loopers and everything and perfect
It's almost
timing.
like watching a Swiss watch in action.
It is,
Right.
and that's why I think Brian probably.
And Pam, I have a
honestly-
question. Where were you when I was a graduate student?
Well, she was with another company.
I could have gotten lessons.
When you were a graduate student, Pam was being born. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, she's 29 and I'm twice that. There you go. Sorry.
When he was a graduate student, she fit in those little blue pants. Right?
That's good.
Pretty close to the same age, so
That's okay. Well, there you go. Surging buddies. There you go.
And you guys both look much younger, so I think sewing is the secret portion.
It is. When you get to see Jackie later today, we touched on Jackie's age the other day, but honestly, doesn't look a day over 65, has the energy of a 35-year-old.
Yeah.
I mean, she works
Oh, the
circles
humor
around
too.
people
She had the
here.
humor of a 17-year-old
Oh,
sometimes.
yeah. A 17-year-old male.
That's why I like her. But and it's the serger lasts a long time for something that
does.
does all the crisscrossing. We're talking about the loopers. It's actually knitting on the edge of the fabric, right?
Right.
And I still have my original one, and I tell people, because it's a Burnett, it's quality controlled by Bernina.
Yes.
I will serge my coffin liner with that thing.
Oh my gosh, Sylvain.
Sometimes he takes it so dark.
It's a
Yeah.
French Canadian expression. That means it will last me my whole life. That's what it means.
We were
that's
talking
what
about that the other day, how humor is different in
It doesn't.
different regions.
It doesn't translate
It doesn't
that well.
always translate, but I think that's kind of funny.
Yeah. No, but that means it will last me a lifetime. Basically,
Really?
that's the way we do it.
Well, yeah, we still repair, because we do a lot of repairs here. We still have machines come in, not for repairs, but just for clean oil adjusts, like even old Burnett sergers,
Yep,
the
that's
old
what I
Burnett
have.
line. Yeah, I mean, there are some great quality products out there when you're buying the right thing.
I think they last forever, but they just get easier as the time
They
goes
do.
on, right? Like we may have old sergers, and I know we have a lot of them because we took a ton in on trade when we got the when the 890 promo
And
came
you'll
out.
never see me thread one.
And, you
No,
know,
and that's the thing. They just get easier and easier
Yeah.
and easier.
and actually, all of our sergers are color-coded. You know, they have a threading path, and I call it connect the dots. You know, and that was my favorite game as a child. So you follow the dots.
So Sylvain, when we were at the new dealer training a few years ago,
I was there.
yeah, Jess, who's been in the industry, as she told you, since she went to her first VDTA,
VDTA.
3 months before she was born. So she was there. She was there kicking and screaming and doing the whole thing. And it took almost 30 years. And it was once we went to Bernina training, about 30 years later, when she finally thread her first serger.
Wow.
Well, I like to say this, and Pam can back me up on this. I've been alive since sergers have kind of threaded themselves. So I've never really needed to learn how to thread the loopers. And so I can do it if I have to, but I'd really prefer to be using the serger Pam's going to show us next.
You choose not to.
I choose
Right.
not to.
Yeah.
Because she can.
And I think we're going to take a look at the B64 next, which has that really great feature that I'm accustomed to.
Right.
You know, I am spoiled. I grew up in a sewing store, so I don't know how much stabilizer cost, and everybody should use the most expensive everything. So.
Yes, you should, if you want to have the most fun, right?
But what I think is an absolute non-negotiable for a serger is what Pam's about to show you next. Let's see what the B64 can do, and then we'll have Pam give us a little bit of an in-depth look at it.
Let's swing it back to Bernina.
Burnett, for all my ideas.
Okay, and we're back. We are going to be looking at the B64. This is the Burnett 64, that airlock that was introduced in August of last year as well. So when we look at the airlock 64, you're going to first of all notice, in comparison to what we looked at with the B44, the machine itself is going to be much bigger. You're going to find that it has more surface space that you're able to work with, especially looking at this large sewing table, the extension table that comes with your machine. But if you choose not to use it, you can very easily slide this off, place this into a cabinet, or you can also work with it just this way. I like to use it with the extension table on because it helps support my fabrics on the left-hand side. But also what I can do is I can slide off this extra cover and I have a free arm. So there aren't many sergers that are out there that actually have a free arm. Now when we look at having the free arm also on the machine, remember when we were working with those leggings that we made on the 44, I sewed them flat and then I sewed my side seam. Where here, and we're gonna do that in just a minute, we are actually going to sew and stitch in the round. So let me put this all back on and show you that great feature that Jessica was just telling you about. Now with this Burnett 64 serger, you can thread in absolutely any order. Did you catch that? Absolutely any order. And that's what air threading allows you to do. With other machines that you thread manually, you have to thread in a specific order. Like Sylvain was mentioning earlier, the color coding that's there, it's so important to have that, especially with a machine that you thread manually, because you have to thread in a specific order. Well now, with the airlock, you're able to thread in any order. So what I'm going to do is thread my needles first, and I just bring the thread down. And again, this does have the color coding that you're going to use for following through the path. But when you thread, especially if you're threading a machine manually and you need to thread your loopers first because of the way that stitch interacts. And again, we're going to get you that video so you can see exactly how those stitches are formed and why it's so important to thread in that specific order. But now, when you're working with the 64, we mentioned earlier that you had the adjustment of your cutting width on the 44. But now with the 64, you also not only have the adjustment of your cutting width, but also inside your machine, where the stitches are formed, that outside stitch former or finger moves along with your cutting blade. So therefore, your stitches are always going to line up right on the edge, exactly where the cutting is going to take place. So now that I have the needles threaded, let's come in a little bit closer if we can and show you the air threading that you have with the B64. So we're going to slide this lever over and simply turn our hand wheel, and that will engage those threading tubes. So now that those tubes are engaged, I'm then going to pull a length of thread in front of the machine, and I'm going to then place the thread into the little threading port and push on the button. And when I push on this button, it's going to send the thread all the way through the machine. So there you have it. You've threaded the upper looper in just a flash without having to thread manually or worry about what order you're having to thread in. So there's my lower looper completely threaded already. And it makes it, again, so much easier. You don't have to pull your threads through your machine either. You can just let them lay right inside wherever they have come out after you've used that air threader. There's also a needle threader that comes with the 64 that makes threading your needles. You can either use your tweezers or you can use this little threading device. And again, all of those little tools are right here handy so that you don't have to try and find them or fish them out of a container. Now, as we're moving through the 64, I also wanted to point out here on the right-hand side of the machine is a little pad that you can place your needles in. Because sometimes when we're using our machines, we may only use just one needle at a time. So you can take that needle out, and I know we've all done this. I've done it myself. You take your thread and your needle and you're like, okay, so where do I put it? Oh, well, here's a place I'm not using, and you jab it into the top of your thread. Not such a good thing to do, because then you're breaking down the thread itself, and then your thread may break when you're using it in your machine. So by having these little needle pads that are here on the side, it's going to eliminate you from, one, losing your needle, and two, having to poke it into the thread itself. So super easy to thread the machine. When you're ready to sew, you just simply slide this lever over to the right, close up the door, and you also notice how much more space you have on the interior of the machine also. You also have great lighting that you'll find on the 64. Now, as I reattach this little trimming bin or cutting bin, I also wanted to point out that on the 64, you have a feature that's called MTC. Now, MTC stands for Micro Thread Control. So I like to look at this as like a fine-tune button. We'll remember Jessica and Brian don't have a clue on what a fine-tuned button would be on a TV because they've only...
Pam, you are too sweet. I, on the other hand, do absolutely have a clue. I remember the remote controls that you pushed like a physical button that clicked out.
Yeah,
You call it a flicker.
It's a clicker.
Clicker.
Oh,
They
you
were
call
called
it a
clickers.
flicker?
They were called clickers.
He called it a flicker.
Hey,
A
Pam,
flicker. Yeah.
just real quick.
Now I just call it my phone.
As you're starting to talk about this, we have a question that
Yeah.
came from a woman who says, what do you recommend? She has a 12-year-old daughter who's just getting into garment sewing, and so she's looking for a good quality serger. She thinks the Bernina line's right for her. What one do you recommend? 44, 64?
Well, what I would lean more toward the 64, because in her question she said, or comment she made, her daughter was starting more garment sewing, right? So when we look at the 64, we looked at, first off, that you have this large extension table, which is going to help support garments of any kind. She said she's 12, so they're not as small as our leggings, but
Right.
they're getting larger, and she's 12, she's gonna be growing. So this extension table is going to be very important for, to help support that fabric. Then, as we were just showing, with garment sewing, having the free arm is an absolutely wonderful feature to sew around the sleeves and cuffs and to get into smaller areas that you don't have to always sew flat. And with serger stitching, so much of the construction that takes place or had taken place had to take place in flat construction methods. So when you have this free arm, and you'll find that on other machines that we have as well in the Bernina line, that free arm just helps you in maneuvering around areas that could become more cumbersome or difficult if you only had to sew flat.
And with garments, you change color a lot, right?
Yeah.
You go dark, light, so that rethreading is pretty much instant, you know, compared to a conventional sew.
And kind of following along with that, Sylvain, too, is that with the 64, because you can thread in any order with air threading, the majority of the time when you're stitching on a garment and making a seam, hopefully we're not seeing the inside of a garment much, but what you're seeing is your needle thread, if there's any stress that's on the seam itself. So by being able to change your needle thread without having to completely rethread your entire machine is really essential.
I think what's really cool too, Pam, you know, as, again, I go back to this, but, you know, growing up in the industry, I used to tell people what my mom did. I'd say, oh, you know, we sell sewing machines. And they'd be like, oh, sewing. Well, I actually just saw a post from Jane Fonda, one of my idols.
Hold on, what do you mean you just saw it? Aren't we supposed to be doing
Well, I check all of our Facebook and Instagram. I can't stop looking at the comments. Anyway, I just saw a post from Jane Fonda, and she said, sustainability is the future of fashion. And I truly believe that is really making a huge comeback right now.
Yeah.
And if you're going to follow along with that sustainability trend, you've got to have a really great quality serger to go along with fashion.
Yeah.
So I think that the 64 would be a great beginner tool, because to me, what will encourage a 12-year-old to keep going is if they have success.
Correct.
And if you can have
Correct.
success with air threading and not having to make the threading part of one of the things that kind of deters you from continuing on, you'll enjoy it more.
And you know, thinking back years ago too, even when I first started using sergers, I lived with my mom and dad. And I'd come home and my mom would say, okay, can you change the color of the thread for me? And how many people out there that have a manual threading serger, you never change the color of your thread. Or you wait to bring it in and have a service, and you're like, okay, for the next year until I get my service done again, I'm gonna sew with black thread.
Right.
Okay, or gray thread. And we don't change as often, or, oh my gosh, if the thread runs out, what happens? You know, and I was very privileged to be able to work with Nancy Zeman, and I remember the very first time she said she had gotten her serger, she's like, oh, look, they left thread in the machine and pulled it out.
Yes?
No.
And then she'll say, 3 hours later, I thought I was ready to work on my machine. And not to deter anyone from looking at a 44, because it is a great little machine. It is a manual threading machine. But to go up to the 64 with air threading, you're going to enjoy it more. You're going to be sewing so much more often, and you're going to find that it's much more enjoyable, like you said, Jessica.
Yeah, and I think that when something is more enjoyable, you,
You
have
do
more
it more.
success, there's more longevity with it.
Yeah.
And again, on the sustainability train, I think what's been so encouraging since the pandemic, you know, always got to find the silver lining, is that, you know, younger people are sewing and they want to be different and they want
Yeah.
to have their own clothes and their own style again.
Well, and today's Earth Day, right?
Yeah. Oh!
So today being Earth Day, it's also thinking about recycling and upcycling, and a
Absolutely.
serger is a perfect way to take something and upcycle it into something new.
Yeah.
And that whole creativity, being unique, creating something that's you and what you've done is so very important, and that uniqueness that you can create from the stitches that you have on your serger that your sewing machine can't do.
Yeah.
I mean, there are stitches that
Many.
the overlock stitches that it does, and when we move into the 850 and the 890, you're going to find that there are even more things that you can do with those machines because they have other stitches as well than overlock. And making, you'll sometimes hear people refer to the machines themselves, they'll call them overlocks or they'll call them sergers. And I prefer to call like the 890 machines a serger rather than overlock, because you're not just overlocking the edge of your fabric. You're actually able to sew on the interior of your fabric, which blows people away when you talk about that.
Pam, you can probably verify this, right? People who use a serger all the time,
Yeah.
they don't think about rethreading, they just do it, right?
Yes.
And people who use them, most people use them occasionally. That could be once a month, once a year, or once a week, right? Or twice a week. There's a bit of a threshold because rethreading poses, you know, it's a psychological obstacle, because
Correct.
once you actually do it, it's like 2
It's
minutes,
like,
right?
why didn't I
But
think-
the air threader takes that away. It
Yeah.
lowers the threshold where it's free entry into your project.
And none of us have extra time. We
No.
want, I mean, so we talked about
Not even kids.
Yeah, sitting
have the
down
least
and
time
just doing
sometimes.
it. And well, and you don't have a lot of time, and sometimes you don't have a lot of patience either. So by being able to just sit down, ready to go, you could be out the door, you know, your skirt might be in the laundry, so you don't have time. You could make a new one by the time it would be finished in the laundry,
Yep.
and sit down and make one very,
Yep.
very
One
quickly.
of my favorite Instagram accounts is a girl called Luminate Thrifts, and I believe she's a teenager. And she goes to thrift stores and buys old sweatpants, and then she cuts them up patchwork style, serges them back together, and then sells them for quite a bit of money. And she has thousands and thousands of Instagram followers, and she has to release them every once in a while because she sells out every time. And I just think, what a cool way. I wish the internet was around when I was young. I would have figured out how to make money or something with all the machines I had at my disposal. But
Right.
what a cool way, what a cool thing that the younger generation is doing with thrifting and sewing again.
Makers are cool people.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
Whether they're 5-year-old or 95-year-old, you know, makers are cool people. It's like to see the human creativity, but ingenuity.
Ingenuity.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
and kind of basically making a feast out of sawdust, you know, like really making something special. That's cool.
Okay, we have 1 minute left. So what I want to do is very quickly sew, just like I did earlier, making that little pair of pants. I'm just going to sew this cuff on. And the B64 also has a little cutter there on the side. So the features we were talking about earlier on the 44, we also have on the 64 with differential feed, with the adjustment of your stitch length. But now I have a circular cuff, where before I had a flat cuff that I was going to sew on. So I'm going to slide this slide it off so I have a free arm. Plus, I'm scooting up in my chair here because I also have a knee lift. So now, or a freehand system. So what I can do is I can raise my presser foot with my knee, and I can slide the fabric up under the presser foot with both hands. And then when I let go with that freehand system, now my fabric is in place. And I am going to lengthen my stitch as I stitch on this heavier fabric.
And So we talk about the garment maker, you know, even a 12-year-old, this is a huge plus.
Yes.
Every time you stitch, every seam you take for the rest of the life of that surgery.
Yep. So when we come around to the beginning of our cuff, now you have that cuff that's been attached in the round.
Wow.
And we would call that a professional finish, right,
is
on the
so
cuff?
Right.
cool.
Yeah.
Right. Because
That's so cool.
you'll see that in all of your ready-made garments. And again, you have a great deal of stretch and flexibility, whether it's on a knit fabric or you're going to have a great deal of support when you have a woven fabric and you're sewing with a 4-thread or 3-thread, and also you have a 2-thread feature on this machine as well.
I know what Pam's doing. She's making us all new clothes for tomorrow.
Here we go.
That looks like a
By the
baby
end of the
beanie.
day, we'll all have a new outfit for tomorrow. We'll be Pam's
Well,
vibe.
that's what we should have done. We should have had something already cut out, ready to put together.
That'd
We
be
could have
so
done that.
fun.
Pam,
Yeah.
you can come back. We can do this again.
Okay, we could do a whole wardrobe series.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that.
love it.
Okay, so we are going to be going to what are we doing next?
She always asks Brian, what's
We
next?
are going to
We're gonna take an in-depth look at the B64.
I knew that's what we were doing.
A featured video for the B64.
Bernette for all my ideas.
Isn't it incredible to have Pam here?
I love it.
I'm so happy. Okay, you know what's so cool about these Bernette sergers?
That we can sell them online
Yes.
right now
Say that.
and
Right
ship
now,
them.
and ship them to you. And are they available?
They are available.
Oh my gosh!
And
Okay.
shipping is free.
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 Plus, right?
Yes. I wish I could say the same for Sylvain Bergeron, but he is very expensive going out here for a week.
Wait, I thought I was cheap.
No. So, all right. So let's talk about pricing on the let's start with the 44 first,
Okay.
right, Brian?
The fun lock.
The fun lock. And I don't have it in front of me, so I'm going to let you go ahead and give us all the specials, Brian.
Okay. So there's only 2 specials
Well,
because we've only got 2 machines. But the 44 fun
I
lock
say all because it sounds better.
is $669 normally. Stitch House is as low as
Nope,
$499.
I don't think you're right. That's the $898.50.
Okay, gosh. Just let me read my notes.
Oh,
Jeez.
$669. I I thought you were saying $6,699.
She is so used to big numbers.
She's seeing zeros.
I'm like, I don't think that machine is that expensive.
The B44 Fun Lock is
Thank you.
$669.99.
Okay. That
Plus
99
applicable
cents is important.
taxes,
That's important.
license, and fees.
That's important.
Okay.
But what can they buy it for today?
So we're looking at $499.99 today. We have them in stock. We can ship them for free today. But when you buy this week during the summit, you're also going to get an additional fun serger package. So there's some additional goodies that are going to come with this, so that when you get home, you are ready to kickstart your garment making or squaring off your quilts, whatever you want to do with a serger.
So that's called the Summit Special Pricing.
Yep. With a starter package.
With a starter bundle, and it's only how much money?
$499.99. With free shipping and handling. If you're out of state, there is no tax.
If you're handling, it's not free. I'm just kidding.
Sometimes I don't know what you mean. So how much are we saving? This is a fun one for you. So what's our savings today?
$169.
Okay, but Sylvain, did you just mouth her the answer?
No.
Actually, it's 170.
$170.
So you're gonna save $170.
So for
plus you're gonna get
$500.
right. Plus you're gonna get the free bonus package with it, and the free shipping, and no out-of-state taxes. So I love that. So like Pam said, for the beginner, this is cool, but it's manual. And what do we know about manual? You want air
It's a
thread,
great
right?
entry
It works
into
well, but we
serging.
could add convenience.
Absolutely. I love that. So talk to me about the convenience, Brian. Where are we at for pricing for the serger with a little bit more convenient? How much does convenience cost us?
What's the convenience fee, Sylvain? So the B64.
If you have to ask, you can't afford it. That's it.
She's a little Kim reference, maybe.
Okay, keep going.
So the B64 air thread serger. So now we're entering the world of convenience and ease, and you get the big table. So for the
Free arm
beginners,
and,
the free arm, you're getting a lot. I think the 64 packs a ton of stuff into this. What about the knee lift? To free the hand,
That's huge. That's huge.
It's such a big thing to have.
That's a machine with room to grow for your skills.
Yes, room to grow is important too. I always try to tell people, especially when getting into a new hobby, always go up a little bit more than you think that you're going to use.
Because you will use it.
You will, and you will regret not getting those features that you looked at and that enticed you from the beginning. So always push yourself to just maybe the next level, because you'll grow into that machine for sure.
Right.
So how much, Brian?
And I think the next level here
Tell us the price.
is normally $1,749 or $1,749.
Okay, so $1,749 normally, but what's the
Stitch
House
House
Summit
pricing? $1,299. Again,
Wow.
with free shipping, with an advanced serger kit that you're going to get with that. You're also going to get no tax for out of state.
Wow.
And this one, I think at that price point, it's deceiving because it's the next model up, but boy, you're getting so much more
For an
it.
air threader with free arm and freehand system.
Yep.
When I first saw the price list, I thought it was a typo.
Right.
I'm just blown away at these prices.
Even at $17.49, I thought it was a typo.
and that's what we always say in the store. I always say, like, if you're gonna go to air thread, you're thinking like $2,000 or $3,000 for an air thread serger.
Minimum.
So to be talking something.
Starting.
So to be talking about something that has the Bernina quality behind it. Under $2,000, significantly under $2,000.
$1,500.
Yep. That's a huge thing. Yep.
And with how much you can do with a serger and how much a serger will create ease of use in your sewing room, it's very, very valuable at such a low cost. So it'll be one of your most versatile machines in your sewing room to have at that price.
And since children grow like weeds, and apparently with the skills of Pam, you can put outfits together in a matter of 30 or 40 seconds. So you can continually update your children's wardrobe every single week.
But not just that, my mother, I was the baby of the boys. I don't look like it today, but
So you got all the hand-me-downs.
my mother had to, yes, and she had to downsize or shorten hems a lot. And she wished she'd had a serger back then, because this is just whip it and you're done,
Although
With
I have
6 kids,
I
she
have-
could have used one.
Yeah.
I have a feeling she didn't mind though. She was probably like, you know
She
what?
was
be
busy.
grateful. Be grateful
I
that
totally
you've got
am,
some
totally am.
clothes to slide into.
Yep.
You know what I think is really interesting, especially now that we're seeing more new sewers coming into the market, is that a lot of people don't really know what a serger is. So if you're looking at a serger for the first time thinking, how have I never had this in my sewing arsenal? You know, I see a lot of new sewers that have inexpensive sewing machines they've bought at some place, you know, one of those big box stores, and they're making garments on it, and then I'll message them on Instagram like, have you used a serger before? They're like, no. And I'm like, you know, you can get one that just sits on the table and like does all these things, and it opens up a whole world for them that they had no idea about.
Well, the thing about the big box stores, when I bought my first good sewing machine, I tried everything, including the big box store. I had to tell the staff how to thread the machine.
Oh, I'm
I
sure
said,
you
okay,
did.
I am not buying there. No, I was pretty recent to sewing. You know, I've been sewing for 3 years, but I had to show the person at the store how to thread a machine. So that was not going to be helpful.
No, I could only imagine, because then you were teaching, whenever you're teaching them something, it's not a
And
good.
that's why you want to buy from a sewing store, a dedicated
Absolutely.
sewing store. Yeah.
So, and if you live in the area, what else do we include?
If you live in the area, we always include free private one-on-one lessons with every machine that you purchase from us. Again, we are working on virtual classes and lessons, and we will include the Bernette in that series of virtual things that we're going to be doing. Sure. So the Stitch House difference is that education is the cornerstone of what we do. So no matter if it's the B64 or B44 series, or we're talking about the Bernina series that we're going to take a look at next, everything that we do, we like to support, because I think that's the most important part.
I like that segue. Are you telling me it's time for another Bernina infomercial?
I'm saying Brittany said I have about another minute.
Are we introducing a quick look at the Bernina 850? Is that what's coming up next?
Brittany said we've got about another minute, but she's also
Let's
giving
do
me
it.
the thumbs
Let's look
up.
at it.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look at the 850 commercial from Bernina. We're moving into the Bernina line now, and I think you guys are going to be thoroughly impressed.
We are stepping up
with the step up,
to
right?
the Bernina
We are
line, yes.
stepping up.
Hi, my name's Andrea. I'm a textile designer under the label Joli Jus, and I love to sew.
Bernina, made to create.
What were we just talking about, Sylvan?
Oh, God. Why don't we just kick it to the 850? Pam is ready. We're playing, so just let's, Pam, what have you got for us over there?
All right, so now I'm in front of the 850, the L850, and like you said, we have jumped now into the Bernina side of the machines. And you're going to look at this machine and first of all, notice the size of it. It is just a beautiful machine, beautifully sized, and we're growing on all of the features that we've been looking at up to this point. So when you look at the L850 machine, you're first of all going to I want to look at some of the stitches that we have, and I don't know which camera I'm at here. But what you're going to find is that, again, you have a 4-thread, a 3-thread, a built-in 2-thread, because the other machines that we were looking at did not have a built-in 2-thread stitch. And what I'd like to do maybe later is also show you in a close-up exactly what a 2-thread stitch is and what it could be used for. But what you're also going to notice is that with the L8 series machines, you have now a stitch width of up to 9 millimeters wide.
Wow.
So we were talking about and first of all, that's the widest stitch of any serger in the industry. This afternoon, when we work on the 890, we're going to talk about decorative features, and that 9 millimeter wide stitch is absolutely fabulous when it comes to working with decorative threads and working with it decoratively. But when you're working with a 9 millimeter wide stitch on the sewing side of your machine, sometimes if you're working with fabrics that are unusual or sometimes very ravelly or a hand-loomed fabric, you can work with that 9 millimeter wide stitch and know that your seam is going to be very strong and very supportive, and taking a biter with or bite into the edge of your fabric for a 4-thread overlock stitch. You also have a rolled hem feature, which is going to be built in to your machine as well. It makes it very, very easy and convenient to make the change over to the rolled hem. Also, when you're working with the L8 machines, you also have the extension table, and you have a free arm, just like we looked at on the B64. But now when you're stitching, and so many times when we talk about sergers, we think about the threading aspect of it. We also talk about speed, and we say how fast the machines are able to stitch, which on the 850, you can sew, and I'm looking for a long piece of fabric here because we can sew up to 1,500 stitches per minute. So when you say 1,500 stitches per minute, you're like, yeah, okay, that's great, but what does that really mean? It means it's really fast. So if I step on the foot pedal, and I want to make sure because I want to tell you about another feature that's on there, you have a very fast speed. But what I can also do is I can set the speed down to what's called the half speed. So now when I step all the way down on my foot pedal, it's only going to sew half the amount of the full speed that you're working with. So that gives you more precision and control on the fabric that you're going to be working with. But even more so, and what I absolutely love with the L8 machines is that the needles always stop in the up position. Now, when you're working with your sergers, you might be like, well, yeah, okay, I would like that for my needle to stop up. But the other very important part of it is that not only does your needle stop up, but your cutting blade stops in the highest position too. So that when you're introducing fabric into your machine, you are never scooting the fabric beyond the point of starting to cut. So now when you start stitching, you're always able to get your stitch right at the beginning, and the cutting isn't going to kind of trail on as you're stitching. When we talk about precision also, you also have the Bernina foot control. So let me just lean down here for just a minute and pick that up.
My favorite toy.
Your favorite part? Oh, I love this feature because it not only does your needle stop in the up position, but you have the ability with the Bernina foot control that, tell me if I'm saying it right, Sylvain, the kickback feature?
Yep.
Okay, so when you touch on the kickback feature, it's going to move your needle one half stitch at a time. So it's going to allow you to become very precise in the stitching that you're going to be doing. So you're not having to be afraid of the speed that your machine is sewing at. So you have full speed, you have half speed, and you have stitch by stitch control by using your Bernina foot pedal. Plus it's also, before I lean that back down there, plus it's also giving you a large surface to place your foot on, and it's not going to scoot across the floor. So then while I'm down here talking about our foot control and the presser foot, you also have your freehand system as well on the machine, on the 8 series. Now your foot is also going to lift up a little bit higher on the 8 series than it does on the Bernina machine, so you can introduce thicker fabrics as well. And while we're talking about thicker fabrics, you also have the presser foot pressure adjustment. Many other sergers have no adjustment to the presser foot pressure. So when you're making that adjustment, you have less push on the top layer of your fabric, as well as having more control on both layers of the fabric as you're stitching. So you do also have your differential feed, and I'm just going to stitch this out. And I'm on half speed, so let me bump that back up. You have the thread cutter that's going to be on the side, which is also replaceable. So if it ever gets dull, you can replace that little cutter there on the side. Now you do also have, and I don't know if we're able to see this or not, but when you're inside of your machine, when we open up the L8 machines, you're going to see it's much cleaner looking because there are less thread guides for the thread to go into. Because you have air threading, again, you can thread in any order. But the beautiful part, and let me see, can I find my scissors? Here we go. What you can do with the L850 as well as the 890, you have what is called one-step air threading. So now with this one-step air threading, instead of having to place the thread into those threading nozzles, all I need to do is step on my foot pedal, and I'm gonna step on it and you're gonna hear this little hum. Oops, let me engage my threading tubes. And with your needle stopping in the highest position, you don't have to turn your hand wheel in order to get those tubes to engage, because they automatically will engage because of the needles in the highest position.
That's nice.
So now when I step on your foot pedal, you'll hear that little hum that takes place. Simply hover the thread over the threading port and let it go, and it just slides right through the machine, faster than you could probably even see it. So for your upper and lower looper, exactly the same way. Your thread slides right through the machine. All of your tools are held on board, and when you're looking at the inside of the machine as well, you're going to find that the needle pad that I referred to on the 64, that was on the top, is now going to be right on the inside of the machine itself. So that there you have, again, a place to hold your needles. So when we're ready to stitch then, we're just simply going to turn this lever from left to right, the tubes open up, and you're ready to stitch. Again, your threads do not have to be placed in any specific place. You're just going to start stitching. You do also have a needle threader that's on the 850 for pulling the threads through the eye of the needle.
So Pam, as you're talking about the air threading of this machine, can you use decorative threads?
Oh, absolutely. When we work with the 890 this afternoon, we're going to work with a bunch of different decorative threads, and we're really going to show you how you can use air threading as a benefit when you're working with decorative threads. And the other very important part of when we're working with decorative threads, I'll just mention that now and I'll mention it later, is that your spool pins are all exactly the same size. And you might say, well, that's not such a big deal. But others are they widen out at the bottom, and your decorative thread sits up too high, so it jiggles as it stitches. You'll also find that there's very little vibration with these machines. They're very smooth running, very quiet running, and I wish there would be some way that we could have a sensory way of people to hear that or feel that through video. I know that part's a...
Okay, I'll put that on your wish list.
On the wish list. The wish list of things to come.
Yes.
But also, when you're working with the machines, I find that this gives you so much more control. It also feels so much more like your sewing machine than any other serger that's out there. And the L8 series machines is why I'm here at Bernina, because it really is something that I've never experienced before. And not just the air threading, that's just the entry level, but all of the other features that these machines have will make your sewing experience even better. To the point of when we are going to be, and we talked a little bit about construction earlier, but when you're stitching on your machines, sometimes we're not always sure where our seam allowance or our guide is going to be. So you have this guide that comes with your L8 machines, and you can slide that guide onto the machine. And let's just work with a fabric that would be kind of an unusual fabric to stitch on with your sewing machine, because it has that open, lacy weave to it, but it's also a knit, so it has some stretch and flexibility to it. So what I can do is, with using a 4-thread stitch, the 4-thread stitch is what I would use for this particular type of fabric. And I can measure from my needle, and there are marks that are on the toe of your presser foot, and you can measure then over for a accurate 5/8 inch or seam allowance that your pattern has required. So then we're going to simply just slide that up under our presser foot, adjust our seam guide, and then as I stitch, I can use that seam guide to hold the edge of my fabric in place. Now I am going to lengthen my stitch a little bit because it seems a little short for this fabric.
And I just noticed that you just turned a little knob on the outside of the machine. You did not have to open anything.
Nope,
We can
nope,
do it
there-
even while you stitch, right?
Even while you're stitching, you can make that adjustment to your seam. And as I stitch this also, not only can I adjust my stitch length, I can also adjust my differential feed. So if I feel that my fabric is kind of pulling out as I'm stitching, I can simply turn this knob of differential feed to a slightly higher setting. And then as I stitch, it prevents my seam from stretching out of shape.
And going back to that seam guide, it's especially important since we're cutting off some of the fabric. We want to guide just to the right point, right? So we don't
Correct.
cut too much or too little, right? Because
That's
at the
right.
sewing machine, if you miss the mark a little bit, the fabric's still there.
Correct, right, yeah. And you know, that's,
Not when you're serging.
yeah, that, and we'll talk about that this afternoon, but yes, on the machines we're looking at up to this point, when you stitch, it trims it away. And I think that's kind of another scary part that people will look at sergers and they're like, well, what happens if I want to let something out? Or what happens if I'm going to be needing to make any kind of adjustments? So that's why many times patterns that are specifically designed garment-wise for sergers are more loosely fitted. They're more flexible in the kind of stitching. You know, I say that and then I'm like, well, but we just stitched on that knit fabric and that's not loose fitting. That's going to be very close fitting.
Yeah.
Yet you have that flexibility in your seam allowance that you're going to have, the stretch, I should say, in your seam allowance.
Yeah.
So now let's take a little look at the 850 in regards to a quilter, because sometimes we'll talk to garment sewists and they pretty much get it. They get it that, you know, I can use my serger, I can neaten my seams. You were referencing earlier about like pre-washing your fabrics. So even as a quilter, if you pre-wash your fabric and you throw it in the machine and you pull it out and it's got all these tails that are all
Jumbled up. Yep.
Now you can just simply finish the edge of your seam before you actually wash it, and that's a big time-saving step there. But now, quilters also, like myself, we don't like to throw anything away. So we probably have a lot of resources, I call it the resource center, but you can take the 2-thread flat lock stitch, and we mentioned this stitch earlier when we were talking about the various stitch options that you have on your serger. Well, with a 2-thread flat lock stitch, I like to use the 2-thread to re-stitch my battings together. Now, with a 2-thread flat lock stitch, different from a standard seam allowance, you're going to have the ridge that stands up. So
I've
2-thread.
joined batting together at the sewing machine with a gathering stitch.
Yeah?
It's slower.
Oh.
Even the 880 at 1,200 stitches a minute, which is like a sports car.
Yeah.
It's like Brian's car. This is up to 1,500 stitches a minute, right?
Yeah, and your feed dogs are 2 inches long.
Yeah, they
So
keep things together.
So they keep everything together, and your pieces are not shifting and
I
moving.
like that. I just learned something today.
Yeah. Oh, yay, Sylvain, that's
My
good.
mother's motto was, and I dedicated my master's thesis to her, my day is not wasted if I learn something, so thank you.
Yes,
Oh, yes.
perfect, yes, and
Would it
I...
have been wasted?
No.
No,
I'm not drinking.
Sorry.
So by using this 2-thread flat lock stitch, and remember I said we have up to 9 millimeter wide stitch. So by having 9 millimeter wide stitching there, you're able to grasp into each side of this batting, but you're also getting that very flat stitch.
Yes.
And it is at 1,500 stitches a minute.
And it's completely stabilized as
Yes.
well by the thread.
Yes, exactly. And by
Nice.
using, if you find, because we know not all battings are created equal, that if you find your batting stretches out of shape, you still also have differential feed that you can set, and it's going to feed it in, and it will be completely flat once you have that set. So
because
I
on
love
the sewing machine, it can stretch a little bit, and
Yeah.
then you got the little roller coaster. You have to press it a
And you
little
have
bit,
to
and all
press
that.
it.
It gets tricky.
Yeah, you have to go back and you have to press it in place.
So Pam, we had a question.
Yeah.
Somebody says, I already have the L850 and it has an MTC button, but I don't know what it does.
Okay, so MTC, and is there any way that a camera can come in close, real close here?
Yeah, real close. Sure.
We could probably manage that.
Because what MTC does, and earlier I made reference to on the 44, we had cutting width only. And here we have actual stitch width adjustment. So your cutting blade is moving along with this outside stitch former, and you can see how wide that stitch former moves along with, and I actually have a video on this too that I'll share with you.
Pam,
That-
we've got to get your videos. It sounds
Yeah,
like there's
I mean,
tons of
we
videos
can
on
do
your
that.
laptop.
The Pam's Secret Stash of Videos show.
Actually, those were filmed by our technical service
Yes, they're
department.
amazing.
They are absolutely
It's
wonderful.
really up close.
So what MTC does is you see that this outside stitch former moves along with the cutting blade. MTC stands for micro thread control. So what it will do is it will only move that outside stitch finger, which it moves out for more of a loop or less. So if you ever have any fine tuning that you need to do on your stitch, MTC is the way to do it, to very, very finely adjust the edge of your fabric.
Yeah. So, if you sew the same width of stitch, let's say on a t-shirt knit, you don't need as much thread around the edge. But if
Yeah.
you go to
Right.
a polo fleece,
You
you're
need
going to
more.
need to feed a little more. The thicker the fabric, the more thread you need to feed. So the MTC will let you get just that little touch of perfection on the edge.
Without having to adjust your tensions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so your balance of your stitch is fine. It's that the fabric, as Sylvain said, is thicker, so you need more
More
of
thread in
that.
there.
More
Yeah.
room for it to lay down.
Yeah.
And I like to use that when I was doing that batting, wherever I put it. Yeah, when I did the batting, I'll set my MTC to a higher number so that I have more.
Because of the loft, and that way it will not flatten your batting as you do it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's
So cool.
so many different reasons that
Because
those
otherwise,
features
in
are
the
there.
old days, people started wrangling with the tensions, and that's where
Yeah.
the sergers got their reputation
They
because
got
you
a
have to
bad-
balance those threads, right?
Yep.
And the stitch was fine. It's just you needed to fine tune the edge.
Right,
Wow,
right.
okay.
Yeah, they got a bad name there. And a lot of times because on our Bernina sergers, we have total stitch control as well as we do on all of our sewing machines. So with that total stitch control, you are in control of how you adjust that stitch. And having MTC is just another added feature to that total stitch control. Okay, so we were talking about quilting, and I showed you about the batting, but I also wanted to share with you about your bindings. So when you're putting a binding on, and Brian, you asked about decorative thread, and I did not pull that out, but we'll show it this afternoon also.
Okay.
But we're going to put a fusible thread in our lower looper.
Oh, have you watched the Stitch House YouTube page, Pam?
I think I showed you how to do that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, that's one for Terry.
But when you do that, I mean, I think that is
Amazing.
Amazing. It's the biggest time saver for any quilter that's out there. Now, I'm not saying that this is the only way that you do it, but
Maybe after you try it, it will
but
be.
maybe after you do, yeah, exactly. But when you put that fusible thread in your lower looper and you stitch, and then you wrap the fabric around and steam it with your Laura Star iron, of course, you will get a binding that is completely flat.
And perfect.
And
Wow.
perfect. And then why would I use a 4 thread over a 3 thread? Well, if if I like my binding really flat, I use a 4 thread because the middle thread on your right needle thread is going to compress and condense your seam allowance. And if you're wanting a loftier batting, then you're going to use a 3 thread stitch up to that 9 millimeters wide. So that's going to give you that loftier edge that some quilters prefer. And you're going to not only be able to do that with your standard bindings, but if you're working with a decorative thread and you stitch the edge of your binding with your decorative thread. Then when you stitch it in place with your fusible thread, when you now wrap it to the right side, you end up with this really pretty decorative edge that looks kind of like a piping instead of having to insert a piping.
You know, I like me a good sauce. And that, what you said, it flattens the edge and you can do a nice, I want to say tight, you know, like really snug binding.
Yeah.
That's the secret sauce
That's
for a good table runner.
Uh-huh.
Because then the edge doesn't want to flop up because it's not so thick anymore. It's and it's perfectly even. So
Right.
yeah,
Right.
it's a great technique.
Yeah, so that I love that. I would not consider myself a real quilter, but there are some things that when I'm stitching and I'm doing long strips and piecing long strips of fabric or doing a strip strata before I cut it apart, my serger's the way to go.
Yeah.
Because you can sew fast, you have very accurate stitching, you have that seam guide that you can place on. Plus, if you set your width to 5.5 and you're using a 4 thread stitch, just skimming the edge of your fabric, you have a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yeah.
So it's going to give you that accuracy that you want. Now, these...
Oh, can you stop right there? Did you just adjust your cutting width?
I did.
Did
Yeah.
you do that on the outside of the machine? Can you show us how you do that? Because
Sure.
I know a lot of people have to do that from the inside of their machine.
Oh yeah, right here on the front, it's very convenient. It's right at the very front of the machine. So when you adjust, and I like to call it width, stitch width, instead of just cutting width, because you are actually adjusting not only the cutter, like we did on the 44, but now we're adjusting that outside stitch former, which holds and supports those stitches. So if you're going to be doing decorative stitching, or you're just doing, we're going to talk this afternoon about serger crochet, where you're making your own fabric, just with thread, it supports those stitches so that you're not having to worry about edging and how it's going to, and on a light sheer fabric. If you're stitching on a sheer fabric, without that stitch former to hold and support it, your edge collapses and it tunnels, where now you're able to support that edge of your fabric because of the extra stitch finger that's there. Cool. And your cutting blade is also easy to adjust just on the left side of your machine too. So that makes it super easy to adjust it. And also on the toe of your foot, while we're talking about the cutting blade, there is also a small mark that's on the toe of your cutting, a small mark on the toe of the presser foot, which will indicate where your cutting blade is. And that's, again, super important when you're just wanting to skim the edge, or you're doing a quilt block and you want a 1/4 inch seam and you don't want it to wander off the side. You have that mark there to follow.
And you know, we talked about sewing comfort the other day. So you're talking about the foot control. You can send the needle down or up. It stops up. The cutting width is on the dial itself, on the outside. You slide a lever to disengage the cutter. All the little interventions, your manipulations that, you know, are a bit of a nuisance on an old-fashioned serger.
Right.
Bernina
Or not
went through-
adjustable at all.
Yeah, they basically took all of those out of the equation, and now it's all in front of you at a glance.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the other thing that I check our social media all the time, and I'm always seeing people ask for suggestions for which serger to buy. And I have really been pushing hard that people need to take a look at these Bernina sergers, because I know they're relatively newer to the market as far as other brands go for all of the capabilities that you're showing us right now, Pam. And I think that Bernina has really thought of everything on these machines, which it's just going to get better, right?
That's why
Yeah.
we had to wait 3 years extra.
Right.
No, and actually, we were told they were being improved in the process, and
Yeah.
it shows. It was worth every moment of the wait.
I know.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is, when you were talking about those convenience features and ways of using the machines, I'm going to show you how to turn a corner, because many times you're going to find that, or we find that people will buy sergers because they want to make napkins, or they're wanting to do placemats, or they're needing to just finish go around a project. So when you're stitching, and I'm going to just simply set this, and I'm going to shorten my stitch length. I'm going to put my differential feed back on 1, and I'm going to shorten my stitch length just a little bit, because I have regular thread on here. But when you're stitching, and the accuracy that we have, you're going to stitch right along the edge, and I'm just going to adjust this a little bit. Now, what I love is the fact that my needle stops up, okay? Now, I can raise my presser foot, and I can pivot the foot out of the way. So when I pivot the foot, I can see where all of my stitches are formed. Then when I simply slide the fabric off and turn the corner, I've slid the stitches off of that stitch former. Again, with the foot tipped out of the way, I can see where the needle is going to enter the very edge of the fabric.
And I thought that tipping the foot was just for threading the needles.
Oh, no, Sylvain, my
No,
dear.
And you know, we're the only brand that swings the foot out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so turning corners, and when you're doing like an inside curve or an inside corner, by having that foot being able to swivel out of the way, you have full access to see your stitches.
Yes.
And where they're going to be positioned. So then, before you start to stitch, because you've pulled the slack out, pull back on the top.
And this is a known way, you know, when you turn a corner, that's a pretty standard procedure. You just simplified it by being able to take the foot out of line of sight. Yeah.
Right. And then turn your foot back in, or when you lower the presser foot, your foot automatically turns right back in.
And this is new, because we've had the swing out foot before, but it would block the mechanism. You could not just lower the foot. This is a new enhancement where you just lower the foot and it comes right back in place.
And it goes right back into
Again,
place.
another reason to take a hard look at the Bernina if you're considering a serger.
Yeah. Okay, so now when you've turned the corners, whether it's with a rolled hem or with a wide decorative stitch, you have a perfectly turned corner. And again, I'm not exactly sure which camera I need to show that to, but there you go. Now you have a beautiful corner
And
that
that's
you've
amazing,
turned.
because in the old days, in the 90s, when I
You'd
got my
have big
first
old
serger,
loops hanging
you had
off
to
the
go
edge.
backwards and like pass over the previous segment and then you had to tuck all those thread chains inside.
Remember
Right.
how I told you I'm a child of PTSD with the serger? My mom's favorite project is a napkin, a cloth napkin, and I know exactly what you're talking
You have to
about.
do it in 4 passes and tuck all the chains in.
And tuck all the,
And you just
Yep.
told me we're done with that?
so now you only have one. Now you only
I
have
like
one
it.
corner. Now the other thing,
amazing.
and I think I have this in my afternoon, but don't let me forget to show you how to eliminate on-ramp stitching and off-ramp stitching.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
okay.
love you now.
You didn't love me before?
Next time you're in Chicago, I'm cooking and we're surgeon.
There we go.
Hey, that
There-
sounds like a deal. I'll come.
Yeah. But now when you do these little, there are so many different little quilt blocks that you can do. And now I always say, now I am not a quilter like Sylvain and Betsy that
Most
you
people
saw
are not.
yesterday.
Yeah.
But when you're doing, I I would call more utilitarian type quilts, or you're doing those long strips of a strata that you're stitching together. So when you stitch those on your serger, you're going to find that it doesn't push one layer of fabric faster than the other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you can always start stitching on the same edge and end, and it will be even at the other end.
Like a jelly roll quilt even would be perfect to do on the serger.
Yeah,
Yes, yep.
absolutely.
And faster.
And faster, and faster. You might even want to get a closer picture of that little quilt that's the machine is sitting on.
quilt?
The flat
We'll
lock
bring
quilt.
that over when you get to the
And
890s.
yeah, and that, you know, you can, the whole thing was done on the serger.
Oh yeah, and she even passes ribbon through the serger, the flat lock stitch.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, so after you've stitched your flat lock stitch, then weave your ribbon through and it'll give you a really, really different look. And again, because you have 9mm wide stitch width that you can stitch on or use on your machine, you certainly have a great deal of flexibility.
And that's a good 3/8 of an inch. That, I think, is the widest stitch width you can have on a serger anywhere, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that is the widest.
Another reason for Bernina. Today we're going to
That's
give
right.
all the reasons for Bernina and why you should choose a Bernina serger.
Yeah.
And Bernina's
yeah.
done
I
this
can
many
tell you right
times.
off the top of my head.
Yeah. But Bernina's done this a lot historically. They look at what's out there and they say, how, it's not a matter of topping it up, but it's how can we go one step further on every single aspect of it?
Yeah.
And then in
Right.
the end you go, wow, this
Wow.
is
This is
definitely
a
in a class
Bernina.
on its own.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's Bernina's strong suit is that always being in a class on
The
their own.
engineering,
Yep.
the engineering
Yeah.
to a higher grade.
And what I find too is that, as kind of add to what you were saying, is that you can tell that this serger was created by a company that manufactures sewing machines and understands what the sewer is actually wanting and needing. And the way that that comes together in their machine, you can tell by having the knee lift, not only on the very top of the line machine, but on all the machines. That's an important feature to a sewist of all levels.
Yeah.
And you're going to find that as you're stitching, having the needle ability to stop always in the up position and not having to make an adjustment to your hand wheel and using your...
letting go of a big bulky project like hemming
Exactly.
curtains and just to turn the hand wheel.
And it slides out
I used
away
to play
from you.
game with my first serger because it did not have that, and you play game and you would coax the pedal until you would get the needle in there, like whoop, whoop. And it's it's a waste of time. You
Yeah.
waste
Yeah.
time doing that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Or because it's cutting, you're like, okay, just one more stitch, and then it's a
Too far.
zoom, and you zoom off right through, and you cut it
Yeah,
off.
and that brings up the point that because of the Bernina foot control, you can go one stitch at a time.
And
Yes.
that's sewing precision. For,
Yeah.
There's no accidents there. Yeah.
No.
Right, no accidents. And going around corners, you can
It's
have
important.
a beautiful circle rather than having a
sign,
staggered,
right?
a stop sign shape. Yeah. So having those features is really a big benefit.
And then just sewing, again, I mentioned earlier, the educators, when we were first exposed to these, they sew like butter.
Butter, that's right.
They are so smooth. We have good Bernina sergers, but
Yeah.
this was, wow, this is silk.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
That means it's a well-balanced mechanism. Everything stops right. So there's no jerkiness anywhere.
No.
It's just like a sewing machine.
Your DC motor that you
Yeah.
have,
Oh,
you can
yeah.
go through so much thickness, making tote bags and things, 2 layers of soft and stable with 4 layers of fabric.
Yeah.
It's just stitching right through. And because not only do you have that 9mm wide width of stitch, but because of that, your blade comes up higher and your upper looper comes over farther.
And the freehand system lets you just slide that in.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I think what's so cool, and I think what people are going to be even more impressed by is how much this machine packs in at what a value this machine is. Because coming from the world of air thread sergers, people have a certain price in their head when they see something with this much space from the needle all the way to the edge, and then with this much capability. People think they know how much this machine costs, but they truly don't have an idea
I've
of
got
how
an
much
idea.
value.
High 4 figures at least.
I
Maybe
think-
5. Okay.
Oh, maybe
Pam is,
five.
Pam is saying
Wow, it's a mortgage your house to buy this $8.50. No,
I count
No.
pennies.
it's actually well. If you're Michaela, you count nickels, and
yes.
you owe her a lot of them. So we are going to take a look at the $8.50 a little bit more in depth from Bernina, and then we're going to come back and I'll tell you how you don't have to mortgage your house in order to purchase one of these $8.50s.
Hi, my name's Andrea. I'm a textile designer under the label Joli Jus, and I design patterns and fabric for the creative industry, and I love to sew. The new L850 is amazing. I love working with it because it's such a trustworthy partner. I love the design. It's really clean and modern and fits perfectly into my studio. The L850 is the ultimate overlock machine for me. I can totally rely on the machine to deliver perfect stitches every time. You really can feel the great Swiss quality coming through when you're working with it. It's just fantastic. The new air threader is absolutely amazing. With just one step, the two loopers are threaded, and it's so easy and super fun. Wow, what a breeze! Ready, steady, thread and sew. What I really love about this machine is the free arm. It makes sewing close textiles like little cuffs so much easier. As a pattern designer for clothing, it's important to have professional results. So with this machine, I can really easily adjust the MTC and the differential feed to gain perfect seams and wave-free hems every time. The large extension table, which comes standard with this machine, is super for handling larger projects so they don't wrinkle while you're sewing. When I'm sewing, I sometimes need to move the fabric with both hands to go around corners. So what's great about this machine is that I can use the knee lift to raise and lower the presser foot, so I can easily adjust the fabric with my hands. What I also really love is the needle stop function, so I can just use the back kick on the pedal to stop the needle and turn around the corner, and also the built-in needle threader, which makes threading in the needles so much easier. The presser foot can swing out to the left, so I have enough space to change the needles. Things usually have to go super fast, so it's great that this machine has a really high speed. But it's also good to be able to regulate the speed by using the footer and go slower sometimes when it's important that every stitch is perfect. To make sure I can see what I am doing, I really appreciate the bright LED light. So if you also enjoy sewing with knits, I'm sure you'll love the L850 as much as I do. Why don't you go over to your Bernina shop today and just try it? The L850 gives wings to my creativity.
Bernina, made to create.
Brian just had to keep us from, we were singing and dancing at the commercial break.
Yes.
We were trying to decide whether the song would be more, more, more. How do you like it? And then Pam said, can't touch this. So which one do you all think is the theme song for the Serger? What did you guys think of that 850? Let us know in the comments, because I want to know what your reaction is if you've never seen a Bernina serger that does all of that really cool stuff. I mean, it's only still going to get better, but let us know what you think of that machine in the comments.
We're just getting started, I think.
We are just getting started, which is the most exciting part to me, because I know that you guys, we were actually talking about this just a second ago. A lot of people watch someone like Pam serge.
An expert, right?
An expert. Whip up a pair of pants, then they go home and they're like, dang, it's really not that easy. But is it?
It is now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is now.
It is
I think
now.
it is.
It's totally different than it used to be. You guys too can be Pam if you go home with one of these sergers, because you can whip up a pair of pants while your grandkids are in the bathtub. Or if you're like Brian and I and don't have any kids, Brian would probably love if I just whipped him up a pair of pants. Based off
I'm
your
gonna
current
let
style selection today.
I'm gonna let Pam try it first
Because-
before we switch it to you.
Yeah, everything you've heard, from friends or your mother who has an old serger,
Yep.
that, well, this is not easy, or that thing, those have all been ironed out.
All of it,
Literally,
yeah.
those creases have been ironed out on these machines.
2021, it's a great time to be alive in the sewing industry because
Yeah,
we have lots of really cool tools at our disposal
Well,
now.
you know, we did a project here in the store. We've got the 890s in our classroom. We have 13 of them.
Yeah, they're gonna see it at the lunch break.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, very cool. So, but we did a project in the store where we made an apron, and Terry did.
Oh, yeah, I saw it this morning.
He did 7 different stitches: 3-thread overlock, 4-thread flat stitch, rolled hem, gathering with differential. He did
it all.
all of that, and we cut the fabric and finished the apron in a 4-hour class.
And no one had even touched a serger before.
And Jackie added a touch.
Jackie added
Jackie
her little
added-
flair.
And
She always adds her
that was
flair.
very
She
cool.
added
She
flair.
actually they inserted the strip with a selvage, so there's a little bit of a fringe as a detail. That was so cool.
And that really just kind of upped the ante a
But can you
little bit.
imagine changing from serger to overlock that many times on one of the old sergers?
Cover stitch or anything
Right.
like that? Yeah. There's it used to be hard, but it's not complicated anymore. And I really, really think if you're struggling with an old serger in your
And it's in the closet.
It's in the closet.
Lots of 'em in the
We
closet.
do take trade-ins.
We do.
So I wanted to really stress that point before I get to the pricing because I know a lot of people have a serger that you bought with the best intentions. You were going to serge, you were going to hem your own, you were gonna, repair your own clothing or do something with quilting, but that serger only made it past, half a project before you were really frustrated with it. So bring us that serger. We'll take it off your hands. We'll trade it in for you, and we'll give you a really good price, price break on this serger that we're about to tell you the price on.
We did. We had so many new trade-ins,
I was giving them away to people.
and they were new too. And people were coming in saying, "I need a new serger, and will you take a trade-in?" And this one is brand new. And I'd ask them, "Well, what are you trading it in for?" And finally, it dawned on me, had hit me over the head with a frying pan.
Yeah.
They said it was just too much of a pain. Like, love what it can do,
Yeah.
but I hated threading it. So it's just
Yeah.
sat in the closet for years.
Or even better, I love when we get older sergers in for repair and they are like, please tell the technician, do not unthread my right gray thread or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I gotcha. So this takes all of that away. And Bernina really did it better than any brand I've ever seen done with the Swiss fine precision, the engineering, and everything else that goes along with owning a Bernina, including the education, including Pam being the ambassador for the L8 series and the Overlocker line. Bernina really stepped up into the market with a product that nobody else has anything comparable to.
They did.
So how much is it? And do we need to feed some of our dogs less?
No. You can still send your children to college with this serger.
In fact, send them with the serger because making your own clothes is cool. Okay, so the L850, the one that Pam just showed you, has an MSRP of $44.99. Now, that's still a really stinking good deal.
For what it does,
For
yeah.
what it
Hand
does.
threader with all these features.
But we're gonna go even better than that. So if you get it during the Stitch House Summit, it's only $39.99 plus, and I learned this from Steve Wilson from Anita Good Design. He always says plus, 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 because he's always trying to up the ante. Plus, we have an extra special Stitch House Summit bundle. And we can't tell you about all that stuff online, which I know it sounds like we're...
Holly is going, thanks.
But give us a call, 972-596-5628, or send us an email, support@shopstitchhouse.com, or leave a message and we'll contact you here on social media. So the L850, let me just reiterate one more time.
Are those in stock first?
They're in stock.
Okay.
They're only $39. Everything's in stock that we're talking about today. They're only $39.99, and you also get the special summit pricing. And if you have a trade-in, we can work with you on a trade-in as well. Just contact us. Maybe you just want to inquire about what that old, other brand is worth in your closet that you hate touching. We'll help you out with that. It doesn't have to be a Bernina. You don't have to trade Bernina to Bernina.
And
we'll
you
take anything as a
you
trade.
may even love your other brand, but you probably love this more.
You will love this more, I guarantee you. As someone who's worked with many other brands my whole life, there's nothing like this serger.
On the break, Sylvain said, can I take advantage of some of the special pricing since apparently he doesn't have that
Sylvain
yet?
doesn't have a search
We'll
at
take care of
home.
you, Sylvain.
No, because when something like that is new, we make sure that stores have access to the new product
Yes.
even before we do, because that's, that's a courtesy.
Yes.
We have some pre-release units that we play with at the office, and yeah, we are eagerly awaiting. Yes.
Every educator we brought in, even from other brands, they come in and they're all like, "Can I leave with one of those 850s or 890s?"
You're right. Every single, yeah.
It's true.
everyone,
Every single
one of the
educator comes
educators.
in, and they're always excited. And not just Bernina educators, like educators from other brands, they come in because they're excited we're a Bernina store, and they're like, I really want to play with that new Bernina serger. Can I play with it?
Adam asked for one for himself and then one for his boyfriend too.
Husband.
He wanted, husband, sorry.
Don't do spin like that.
But he wanted two.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we can do that.
Yeah, Adam loves that new. Well, he's a Bernina guy at heart too.
He loves
So-
Bernina. So what are we going to do for lunch? What are we doing for break?
Pokey.
No, not what are we doing for lunch. I know what we're eating, but what are you doing? You've got a special segment.
I'm gonna show you guys the store. I'm gonna take you around and show you a little bit of the fabric that we have here at the store, some of the specialty threads and regular threads that we carry, and then I'm gonna walk you into the classroom and kind of give you a store tour. It's really funny. Besides working at my mom's store my whole life, since womb, I say, I also worked in a gym setting for a long time, and one of the cornerstones of working in a gym is you have to know how to give a really good gym tour. You know, new people come in, they want to see the gym for the first time. You got to show them around. So in my DNA and my background of what I do, I love to give people store tours. And
You're a
we
real
have-
estate agent in the making.
well,
Don't add
Yeah.
more to the plate.
no. Our real estate agent absolutely hates us. Brian thinks he's on an episode of House Hunters every weekend. And no, he loves us.
Jessica would make it really easy. Give me the biggest, most expensive, and that's the one we want. I have to
You
try
got
to
it
fit. I
back?
have to fit it all into a bundle with a little budget like this.
But what I think is important is when you come into the store, it doesn't always explain itself. So, everybody that works here, every team member that works here does a really good job at kind of walking you around and showing you what the store has to offer. And it's a really cool in-store experience. I know we're doing this virtually, but I kind of wanted to bring the virtual experience, the in-store experience to you virtually to kind of show you what it looks like to come to Stitch House if you haven't visited us before.
And it's 16,000 square feet, so she's just going to give you a little bit of a
I'm
snippet.
gonna give you a taste because we realized when we were going to do this segment, we realized this morning we kind of have the store torn apart right now to be filming this virtual
And we want an
segment.
excuse for you to come and visit us in person, too.
Yeah.
Because you can't drink champagne. Well, I guess you can drink champagne while you're at home, but it's not free, right? When you come here, it's free. So
We only have Fiji water, and no, the experience when you come here is totally different. So I think you guys will see that. I just want to reiterate the $850 pricing one more time. So it's $39.99. That saves you $500 plus there is a special summit bonus package, and you have to call, email, or leave a comment to find out about that, and we'll get back to you, I promise, very soon. So if you're interested in the $850, let us know. There is financing available on all this stuff as well. One more thing I wanted to talk about too before we go to the break and I show you the store is we are giving away 2 Bernina 480s.
Oh.
2 of them, Sylvain.
And special editions. on top of
Special
that.
editions, yeah.
editions.
Yeah.
Is
what
that
does that
insane?
come with?
It comes with,
That's my right. They got right kind of crazy.
yeah, I feel like it should come with nothing at free, but I guess we're giving it away with the luggage and the walking foot,
Yes,
right?
yeah. That's
It's absolutely insane. It's a
How do they enter to win?
Okay, so to enter to win, all of the directions are on our Facebook page, and you essentially got to do a little bit of work. It's thousands of dollars in free stuff. So you've got to like our Facebook page, share the post, and then comment about something that you've learned at the summit so far. And at the end of the week on Saturday, I want to say Friday. At the end of the week, we're going to give both of them away. So definitely enter to win. It's no gimmick, and there's no, you don't have to pay anything. You don't have to live here locally. Just follow along our instructions. We just ask that you comment and share it, and you'll see it's pretty simple, and you can win a free Bernina special edition peacock edition machine. So really, really cool. 480. I can't believe we're doing it. No one ran
Employers
that
and
by me.
educators need not apply.
Yeah. Yeah, all the employees are like,
How
can
typical.
I win one of those?
Sarah's
waving
on the
her hands in
background. She goes, I
background.
did it. No.
Pam
How
wants
typical.
one. Jade told me he wanted one too.
I used to administer the contest that Bernina would do, like Bernina.com would
Yeah.
do online. And yeah, we were always excluded and said, this doesn't feel fair.
Because we're users too, right? We enjoy
yeah,
this
yeah,
just
yeah.
the same.
Yeah.
But no.
I even had to pick the winners, run the random number generator and pick the entry that would win. So yeah, it's like,
So definitely enter to win. We're gonna go on. Are you gonna come with me on the store tour, Brian?
Probably not. I'm going to go pick up lunch so we can eat and make it through the second half of the day because that's where it gets really fun
You
and
leaving me
exciting.
alone? Darn.
Somebody will be with you.
All right. Well, I'm sure we're gonna kick it to something else real quick while we
Okay.
get ready for the store tour. And I will. I didn't wear my stretchy pants today, so I'll button my pants back up.
we need a surgeon.
Pam, can we get after the break some new stretch pants?
Call 1-800 Pam HELP.
And it works.
I know. I always
clever.
make it work.
Okay.
And we'll do a
We'll
store
be right
tour.
back in a few
Usually I'm
minutes.
masked up, but I'm gonna be masked down for the tour.
Or it's 1-800
so just
we
so you all
crazy.
know. All right. All right. We'll see you all soon.
Hi, my name's Andrea. I'm a textile designer under the label Jolie Jus, and I design patterns and fabric for the creative industry, and I love to sew. The new L850 is amazing. I love working with it because it's such a trustworthy partner. I love the design. It's really clean and modern and fits perfectly into my studio. The L850 is the ultimate overlock machine for me. I can totally rely on the machine to deliver perfect stitches every time. You really can feel the great Swiss quality coming through when you're working with it. It's just fantastic. The new air threader is absolutely amazing. With just one step, the two loopers are threaded, and it's so easy and super fun. Wow, what a breeze! Ready, steady, thread and sew. What I really love about this machine is the free arm. It makes sewing closed textiles like little cuffs so much easier. As a pattern designer for clothing, it's important to have professional results. So with this machine, I can really easily adjust the MTC and the differential feed to gain perfect seams and wave-free hems every time. The large extension table, which comes standard with this machine, is super for handling larger projects so they don't wrinkle while you're sewing. When I'm sewing, I sometimes need to move the fabric with both hands to go around corners. So what's great about this machine is that I can use the knee lift to raise and lower the presser foot, so I can easily adjust the fabric with my hands. What I also really love is the needle stop function, so I can just use the back kick on the pedal to stop the needle and turn around the corner, and also the built-in needle threader, which makes threading in the needles so much easier. The presser foot can swing out to the left, so I have enough space to change the needles. Things usually have to go super fast, so it's great that this machine has a really high speed. But it's also good to be able to regulate the speed by using the footer and go slower sometimes when it's important that every stitch is perfect. To make sure I can see what I am doing, I really appreciate the bright LED light. So if you also enjoy sewing with knits, I'm sure you'll love the L850 as much as I do. Why don't you go over to your Bernina shop today and just try it? The L850 gives wings to my creativity.
Bernina, made to create.
So what is owning a sewing store like, huh? It changes every single day. Some days I'm a carpenter, a plumber, other days I'm a salesperson, marketing, I'm working on projects, so it changes every single day. Well, Jessica got me into the sewing world. However, I have to say that I did have a sewing machine prior to meeting her. I bought a sweet little Singer from Joann Fabric about 15 years ago and made some curtains. In 6th grade, we had home ec and I made a bag along with an awesome coffee cake. Stitch House to me is a place where I think we're creating like a really cool community here. I think it's bridging creativity from a lot of different people, from different sectors of life, from different age groups. I think we've uniquely positioned ourselves, or I guess I should say, I think that we've created kind of a unique experience where whether you're a sewer that's been quilting and sewing for the last 40 years and you grew up doing it, or if you're brand new to it and you're in junior high school and you just want to figure out how to add something to what you already have. So I think it's just creating a cool experience. When you come to Stitch House, I think that regardless of your level of experience, you're going to have a really good time here. I think that we may be the only sewing store in the country, or at least in Texas, that serves alcohol on a regular basis, and we don't charge for that. So what can you expect to become a Stitch House? I think you can come to expect an interesting group of fun individuals that'll help bring out your creativity.
Hi, my name's Andrea. I'm a textile designer under the label Joli Jus, and I love to sew.
Bernina, made to create.
My name is Andrew Lamborn, and I am the technician here at Sew Dallas. Actually, I don't sew unless I'm stitching out a machine. This is a professional pursuit, but I really do enjoy working on the machines, even if I don't spend a lot of time embroidering or stitching on them. A friend of mine did it for a number of years, and he said, hey, this is a pretty cool thing, and it's very niche, but it's fun. I enjoy working on it, and Sew Dallas repairs all different kinds, so that's been a growing experience, I suppose you might say. The previous place that I worked for, we specialized only in Bernina, and here we do Genomes, we do handy quilters, we do Brother, we do all sorts of machines, and so that's really cool to learn how to work on those. Berninas. Berninas are, although Singer featherweights are also great, and I'm learning a lot of respect for the engineering in Genome and Brother as well. They've all got their place, and they do some things, they all do different things spectacularly. So yeah, it's opportunity, really. I've mentioned before liking to expand my horizons from a technical level and being able to learn different aspects of repair and different procedures, and I just constantly get to stretch and grow here. So I like that.
Meet Steckborn, a charming small town in Switzerland situated between a turquoise lake and lush rolling green hills. It's the home of Bernina and the birthplace of the ultimate overlocker. The Swiss are known for precision. It's kind of our thing. And it takes time, hours upon hours, because making things perfectly, exactly precise to the nth degree, that's all us. So when it was time to develop a new line of cutting-edge overlockers, we challenged ourselves, pushed boundaries, pored over plans, and engineered a machine we absolutely love. Then came the testing and optimization. We tested and tested and tested and tested again. Then, because we're Swiss, we repeated the tests. After all, precision is in our DNA. Then came production. Our new Swiss-engineered, mega-tested overlockers are produced at Bernina, Thailand, the most modern sewing machine production facility in the world, where teams of experts precisely assemble our unparalleled next-generation machine. But why, you may ask, go to so much trouble? Other overlockers do just fine without all this fuss. You may be right, but no one ever fell in love with just fine. And that is precisely our mission. We want you to love your Bernina. From our engineers to those shaping each perfect part, to our test sewers, to the person who carefully packages your machine for its journey to you, to each member of our founding family. Every last one of us is committed to you, loving your Bernina. Experience a machine like no other. Join a family like no other. And love your new Bernina overlocker like no other. Bernina, made to create.
I was originally hired here as an educator, and I would come in and teach classes off and on through the week on Janome sewing machines. And then eventually I started working the floor after classes, so it went from like a 4-hour day to an 8-hour day. And the education part is what is my favorite thing about the job, and nowhere are you going to get more education than here at Stitch House. That's one of the reasons why I like the job so much. I live in Frisco, and I worked for Janome Sewing Machine Company as a traveling educator, and that was one of the reasons why I found out about the store here, was because it was just starting, and so I came in, applied for a teaching job, and it's become what it is today. So I'm a well-rounded person here at the store. So I know a little bit about sales, but I know a lot about the machines. And when people say, well, I want a quilt, you can figure out their questions, and I can actually pick a machine that's best for them, teach them, and then they become a professional in their own right. Even though it's a hobby, you can become very professional about the hobbies that you do. Stitch House at the start was a place to meet people. So when I first moved here, my godson said, you need to get out of the house and make friends, and so that was one of the reasons also why I came here to Stitch House, was because I could make friends, which is what he wanted me to do. And now he's sorry that I did that, because now I'm hardly ever home. I'm usually here, and I think that's one of the reasons why I like it here, is because of the camaraderie with the coworkers, and the fact that you're part of a team that's meant to support all the customers here at the store. So we work really closely with the customers, so it's always a teaching thing for me. So even if I'm actually doing something else, I'm still teaching. And so that's I think the most important thing about my job here, is that I can teach, support, and educate all of them here at this store here. I had hair when I started. So, I mean, it was a long time ago. I remember working with my grandmother as a little folks, and I was just tiny, and I had to put something under my foot to put my foot on the pedal, and she would have me thread the machine because she couldn't see, and then she would have me sew because she just didn't feel comfortable anymore. And so I was sewing and she was cutting the pieces out. Then she said she couldn't cut the pieces out. Then she taught me how to cut the pieces. Then I was cutting the pieces and sewing while she was over in the other side doing handwork. I can't see to thread the needle, come thread it. So I went over there. So then I started doing handwork, and so quilting, garment sewing, hand embroidery, painting, drawing, a whole well-rounded background and creativity. And you wouldn't know it by how much my left brain controls everything. That's got to be perfect, but I'll muddle through and get it done.
I was trying to decide how to open this up, and I figured if I sang the jingle that was in my head, you guys wouldn't tune in anymore. I was going to go with Stitch House on the Street. No? Welcome. I'm going to give you guys a little tour of Stitch
Hi,
House.
my name's Andrea.
This is a
I'm
look
a
inside
textile
my brain.
designer
I
under the
have,
label Jolly Ju, and
always
I
dreamed of
design
owning my own
patterns
sewing
and
store,
fabric
which
for
is
the
like
creative industry,
weird
and I
dream to
love
have
to
as a
sew.
kid. But I've envisioned something kind of different than who most people, or what most people would think they would come into when they walk into a sewing store. And I think we've kind of achieved that here, which is why I'm so excited to take you along on the journey. I am 31 years old now, I think, yeah, 31. And so for the past 31 years, I have spent time playing around and running around the sewing store, picking up needles and bolts and all kinds of random things that you see on the floor at a sewing store. And so I said, when I own my own sewing store someday, I'm going to do it my way. And it's definitely not conventional, and it's not the way that most people have ever told me to do a sewing store. We don't have tons of quilts hanging on the wall, and we don't have tons of things laying around. I like a clean space because I think that's important when you are trying to be creative, is to have not have your mind cluttered. Well, at least that's what I need. So since it's my store, we do things my way. And we're gonna look at a little bit of the fun stuff that we have here at the store. So first and foremost, I love fabric, and I know you guys all do too. If you don't love fabric, there's something wrong with you, and you may not be a sewer, but I love fabric. So what was really important to me when we decided to add fabric to the store was, one, I had this big vision for how my shelves should look. So, and two, I wanted bright colors. So we're standing in front of all of our K fabric that we have here, and we add more fabric all the time. These shelves are one of the reasons I started dating Brian, because Brian has a vision for how things should be built, and he can execute it really well. So I saw some shelves like this at a local store here in the Dallas area, and they weren't for fabric. They were for something else. They were selling, I think, like supplements or something. And I said to Brian, I said, I would love to have shelves like that for fabric. So when we moved in here to the store, we had like red and yellow walls here, and we painted those all and everything. But Brian took a pencil and he kind of started drawing on the wall what I was looking for. And we had a welder that we had been working with, and
there were no dimensions or anything. Brian just started drawing on the wall exactly how he wanted these shelves to go. And we had all the wood cut and everything like that. And I think what's really nice about these shelves is they really showcase the fabric beautifully in a really clean way. So everything I like is about aesthetic, clean lines and everything like that. So the fabric really sits here and kind of presents itself to you. So as far as fabric goes, we carry a lot of different lines here at Stitch House. We have Moda is in our backyard here. We're so lucky to have Moda locally, United Notions. So we do carry a lot of Moda, but we also have things like we've got the Ruby Star line from Moda. We have Cafe, all of the Free Spirit, Anthology. I mean, you name it, we have it. The grunge, the whole grunge line. We've got E.E. Shank, E-Studios. We've got just a little bit of everything. Here, come along with me and I'll kind of show you. I'm a huge fan of blenders because I like solid quilts, and then I like to mix them in with pops of different colors. So we've got some really great fabrics here. We have just started carrying wide backs as well, which are the nice 108s for quilters, and you'll see those kind of as we pass along. But just about everything. And we try to keep it all by color order because I like the Roy G. Bivness. That's also something I take from my mom. But look at all these wide backs we got. Oh, we just got these from Birch. I love these. These are organic linens, which are really, really nice and would make some beautiful baby clothes in different colors. So these are new that we just got as well. I'm trying to think of what else we have here. Yeah, a lot of Moda. I really love Moda, and I think they do a really good job at making fabrics. Let's come over here, because this is like a new section to Stitch House. These are all of our different specialty threads that we carry, and as Stitch House gets more into doing long arm quilting and long arm quilting classes and events and things like that, I think it's important to have a really nice selection of quality quilting threads. So we have a bunch of thread that I'm going to show you in a second, but Pam's probably going to show you today how you can also use these specialty threads like for quilting in the serger. So I'll start at the top. My favorite, love this King Star metallic thread. Huge fan of it. Price point's really good, and it does a beautiful metallic stitch without all the hassle. So all of this King Star metallic thread is really nice to use in the embroidery machine, but you can sew with it. You can do all kinds of crazy fun stuff with it. We also carry a lot of superior threads because if you have watched any of our videos with Adam, Adam's so fun, he loves these superior threads. So we've got everything from the Omni V's to the new micro quilter, which is great from Superior, all the way down to the regular Omni thread and the Superior So Fine and King Tut line. So mono poly, we've got a little bit of everything here. So this is our specialty thread section. Specialty threads are really important because sometimes just a standard thread isn't what you need. You need to add a little flair to it or you're quilting, so this is really important. And then we also have over here, Pam's using this. This is the Madeira Aero Lock, which I really like for air thread sergers. It was created specifically with the air thread serger in mind. So using the right tool for the right job and the right thread inside that tool is really important. So I like this Madeira Aero Lock thread, and it's really nice. Let's come over and look at all the embroidery thread that we have, because we have a lot. So I have a whole wall of thread here because I think color selection is super important. We always try to keep this thread in stock. So starting with the Floriani thread selection here, these are 40 weight polys that are really nice for embroidery. Floriani has a really great shine to it. And then we move to the embellished 60 weight thread line, which is, this is all 40 weight. So this 40 weight's pretty standard in the embroidery world. 60 weight's a thinner thread. And so we carry the 60 weight thread as well, and I really like being able to carry the 60 weight. So a lot of people do small things, baby onesies, garments, things like that. So it's important to have, you know, a thinner thread. And then finally over here, we also have the Isocord thread, which is, of course, part of the Bernina family. Isocord is a great thread line, also a 40 weight polyester, much like the Floriani, has a different type of shine to it. And some people prefer one shine to the other for different projects. Some people like to mix and match. To me, even though you have all of these colors in Isocord and all of these colors in Floriani, not one of the colors is the same. So I want them all. So I really, really like having a huge selection of thread here. And then also always having our thread in stock is really important to me. It is a labor of love to keep all of the thread in stock all the time, because that doesn't just mean that our computer generates a report and tells us what to order. We have to also stock it as well. And these are all in color code order. Something, you know, Brian, when I met him, he loves a good spreadsheet. So he figured out a way to create a color chart. So when you come into the store, I know this seems like so trivial, but this saves people so much time because they're looking for specific colors for projects. When you come into the store, if you're looking for color number, let's say 127, it'll show you it's on row A, or rack A, row 9. We've got everything here labeled A, B, C, and then you could just count down to 9, you'll find the color. That literally saves people so much time. It's an awesome thing. I hate like the paper hanging, but really sometimes like not everything has to be aesthetic. So I really love being able to help people choose the right thread for their project. It's a lot of fun. Okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna take you into the best part of the store. And I'm really excited for this. You know, I think it's tomorrow, we're doing is tomorrow Friday? Yeah, it is. Tomorrow we're doing stabilizer with OESD, and we have a really nice stabilizer selection here. We are now in the part that I like to call the man cave, right, Brian? Oh, he's just sitting over here so casually on the couch. This is, okay, so this room in particular, be a little bit more girly, but then when do it, said he wanted to make it the man cave. Well, that was in the middle of the pandemic, and then we had a flood, and our bar that's behind you got damaged, so we're still trying to rebuild that right now. So this is an area to hang out. Oh, come back out here. This is the entrance to the man cave. I'll show you. So it says, what happens at Stitch House stays at Stitch House, which we've been saying all week is not true anymore because you guys are watching everything live. So when we decided to redo this, Brian wanted to.
Don't show this one.
I won't show that one.
They're unpacking all of the horn cabinets for that.
Oh, okay, it's got to be a secret. So when we decided to show this room, or do this room, we wanted to make it more of a place where when you come buy a machine, you know, there's always got to be a guy chair or dude chair, or maybe a girl chair, who knows. And so a place for a spouse to relax. And like what I hate when I go to a store and Brian has tagged along with me is if there's no place for him to relax, because he likes to sit down and not get involved with what I'm doing if I'm at a store. So this is kind of that area to Stitch House. And as soon as the pandemic kind of relaxes a little bit, we're going to be adding some more snacks and drinks and all that kind of stuff right here. So right now it just kind of hangs out in this area. But let's go into our first classroom. I kind of want to show you what makes Stitch House so different. This is our one of our classrooms, and in here we've got so that when you do not have to, and that is a very unique one. Set it down. In our classroom, we've got you're watching the Bernina Summit, so you probably want to see what this classroom looks like.
I'm watching you.
Thanks, Brian. So this is our Bernina classroom, and it's beautiful. So we have in here, just like we told you, we've got 6 of the 890s in the classroom, and we have 6 790s in the classroom. So Sylvain went over that 790 on, what was it, Tuesday? And we really believe that by keeping the machines in the classroom, it gives you the most accessibility to coming to class without any type of hurdles to jump through, like disassembling your craft room or getting your machine in your car. You also spend quite a bit of money on these machines. They're an investment, so it's really good machine traveling all the time. It's nice just to be able to leave it in its home until it needs to come get serviced. So that's why we put the machines in the classroom. So all of our classes that we do are hands-on and project-based, meaning that when you come to class, you'll actually get to leave with a finished project, and you'll have learned something in a setting that you know, you can remember. I'm a hands-on learner, so that's kind of where I get that from. And I come from a background where my mom was in education, so she, before she was, or in between she was in sewing. And so there's different learning styles. I believe that everybody kind of needs to learn at the way they need to learn. We always have a projector here that has our class, what we're doing in class. You can't see anything right now because we don't have anything up, but there's the auditory part of the, or the visual part, I'm sorry, of the learning. We always have a really great instructor. We do monthly instructor meetings where our instructors get on the same page for what's being taught, how things are being taught. We always are adjusting our teaching styles. And then the hands-on component of it is actually being able to sit at the machine and use one. So since the pandemic, we have limited our class sizes down to 6 people, and luckily we have large classrooms plus that large event center as well. And being able to do that, we've had to add a few more classes to accommodate everybody, but we are still kind of socially distanced in here in the classroom, which is nice. We also have been changing up the way we do classes as well lately. So we've been kind of more out in the event center in the larger space, and we've been doing a lot of like make it take project. So maybe you don't know anything about the serger, or you're really enticed by the serger now that you've seen Pam kind of show you the 850. Wait till we get to the 890. I promise you guys are going to love it. But you want to try it a little bit more before you jump in and make a huge investment. That's what our classes do. They allow you to come in and actually get that hands-on experience before you make such a big purchase, and it's a really great way to try before you buy, essentially. So the classes, not only are they great teaching tools to help you kind of grow with your hobby, but they're also really good ways to kind of come experience something different. Maybe you've never embroidered before. We've got embroidery machines in our other classroom and embroidery machines here with the 790s. So there's a little bit of something for everybody in our classrooms. And I think that's really what differentiates Stitch House from a lot of other sewing stores. So yeah, this is not something you see just anywhere. It's definitely different, and I really pride ourselves on it here at Stitch House because I think that being able to learn in a hands-on way is really cool. So let's go back out here. And Brittany's telling me I've got 5 minutes. See, I told you I could talk for 25 minutes. All right, so let's come back out here. You can kind of see I really wanted to use local art, so we're gonna have Allie Kay here tomorrow. She's gonna tell us about her inspiration for how she came up with these designs. She's got OESD patterns out now so that you can actually embroider these designs as well. It's really cool. And we're gonna come back over here and I'll come over here and show you guys. We also have a ton, something else that I think is important is keeping all of the feet and accessories in stock. So we keep a ton of feet and accessories. Here's all of our Bernina feet in one place. What's great about coming here is we have an expert always working here that knows Bernina. So if you have a question for how to use any of the feet or which foot is right for your project, we could always help you pick a foot as well. So without showing you too much of the store because it's kind of a mess. Actually, you know what? Let me show you what Brittany and Jade are doing. So they hate being on camera. So this is what, Jade's not even paying attention, it's great. So this is kind of what we've got going on in the background. I'll walk you over here so that you can see all the work that goes into this, you guys. This isn't the pretty glamorous part, but it's the real part. So this is kind of what it looks like to set up one of these sets and do some live streaming in a way where you guys can actually hear us. It's so nice. So I'm gonna bring it back over to the table and we'll kind of conclude my little store tour here. I really appreciate you guys coming along with me. Let me see if I can get Brian to say anything with me too. Over here at this table. Hey, Brian. Look, we're gonna, are you hiding the prices over there?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, we're going to finish up the store tour now, and we're going to make sure that we kick it over to another commercial from Bernina, and before we move into the 890 series.
Did you have to come back here?
I did. Jake told me to come look at this camera over
Right
here.
here.
So
You're only supposed to catch good angles.
It's pointed right at
good
me.
Angles only.
It's pointed
He's
right
giving
at
me
me.
a thumbs up.
Yeah.
You get what you get.
So we're going to kick it back to a nice Bernina informational video showing you a little bit more about what we're going to be seeing, I think, later this afternoon, right, y'all? So thank you for coming on the store tour with me. I really hope that you guys come and visit us here in Plano, Texas. We're just a suburb of Dallas. And come see us pretty soon or in the future. We'll be happy to have you. Thanks, guys.
Bernette, for all my ideas. Burnett for all my ideas.
I'm Jackie Wenzel, and I heard Jessica say the other day that I'm the unofficial greeter. I tend to work at the cash register, and then I teach classes for new Bernina owners. I love fabric. I love to be able to touch the fabric. I love to be able to create and have unique projects, whether it's clothing or quilting. And the tactile business of it has always been a big part of it for me. I like to touch nice fabric.
What's your favorite part? Like, what's your favorite thing to sew?
My favorite thing to sew? Actually, I like to figure out how to make something, and I don't always enjoy finishing as much as I do determining how something needs to be put together. It seems like I had a passion for it from early on. I used to make doll clothes, but what really got me going was my best friend in grade school had all her clothes made by her mother. My mother didn't sew, but her clothes were wonderful, and so I wanted to be able to make my own clothes and have the same wardrobe that Judy Kay had, and so that's what got me started sewing. At the time I met Jessica and Brian, I was in a position where I needed to renew my lease on my own business. I had been in business here in Plano for 34 years. If I had renewed the lease, it would have put me into my 80s before the lease was up, and I have good health, so I really was tempted to do that. But the more I talked to Jessica and Brian, the more I learned about what they had as a vision for their business, I felt like this would be such a good landing place for my customers. And indeed it is. Well, I've already said it's a good landing place for my customers, but I am so impressed with the diversity here, and by that I mean the diversity of the customers, the customer base, the diversity of the staff, the knowledge base, the diversity of products offered. I just think it's incredible. I think Jessica and Brian have a vision, and they have gone about accomplishing that vision in an amazing way.
All right.
Well, so what did everybody think of the tour? Was that pretty cool?
It's a big space.
It is a big space.
Yeah, a lot of stores, if there's too many
Texas.
samples and stuff, it gets a little claustrophobic sometimes. And it's a strip mall most of the time, so it's not very high. This place is airy. It's yeah.
I'm sure Nathan didn't take you up, but we've got 40-foot ceilings and huge windows, which in the summertime in Texas, when we do events or used to do events,
We call it the Stitch House tan. It's free.
at around 4 o'clock, you had to put the shades on because the sun is just crushing down on
Indoor
you.
barbecue.
It's free. Bring your sunscreen. No.
Never leave home without it.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. No, I really love being in this space. Again, a vision from a young age. So it's been fun to create the space with you, Brian. So what do we got coming up next? I think that those videos we were talking about with Pam,
We got them up already?
I think we were able to
Nice job by the-
extract them off of her computer and get them on. Nice job
yeah.
by the media team over here.
Production team got that loaded in. That's
Yes.
It's honestly not as easy as you might think
No.
sitting at home just to kind of make changes on the fly. So
I showed them a little bit of
How
like the
cool.
behind the scenes look
Well,
so they
you know,
could see what
just
we got.
between the forest of cameras and microphones across the space here, it's I'm sure the switcheroo game is interesting.
You know, I'm kind of getting a little bit used to how we have all these cameras and everything set up. But when we first set this up, I was so like in awe. I'm like, wow, it's all coming together. It's so cool. But yeah, it's not simple just to make a change on the fly with what we've got going on.
No. So thank you for getting us those, and I guess
Thanks,
there'll probably be a lot more videos that we'll have coming out later Not just later today, but later on down the road, I think that
true.
Pam said she has to offer for us to look at. So
So
very cool.
let's take a look at the videos that Pam so generously lent to us, and we are going to make sure that we get a good look at the 890 coming up soon.
Bernina, made to create.
Wow, that is a very, very, very cool video.
Precision in action.
In fact, Jade just said it's super mesmerizing to watch.
Yeah. That is precision.
Those machines are by no means like a small feat of brilliance when it comes to engineering. It is very, very cool what they can do.
I imagine when these were invented, it was a room of 10 or 12 people like Sylvain.
Probably
just
10 or 12
brainstorming.
women. Probably a bunch of women.
Not back then.
Hey! Well, it's one of the most complicated things. It had to have been a woman.
I'm staying out of it.
Now it took a woman to perfect it. So,
But
the man introduced it, the women perfected it, and now you'll come up with something much cooler.
What's amazing is with all these parts moving at 1,500 stitches a minute, so each part is doing this 1,500 stitches a minute, then it is so smooth. Because you feel some lesser machines, you kind of feel, it's like the old Ford pickup from the, from the 60s, and it's like you turn the engine on and the whole truck goes this, but not these. These are like silky
that's
smooth.
an interesting thing you say because my grandfather always used to say this when they were introducing machines that had plastic covers. And a lot of people would say, oh, I'm never gonna buy it. That's an all plastic machine. And that is actually not true.
No.
What my grandfather told me was that back in the day, they had to make the machine so heavy for a reason.
To balance.
Balance the machine, because otherwise the motor, they couldn't fine tune it enough without the machine
And
moving.
actually nowadays machines have an endoskeleton, which is stronger. More, the Bernina one especially because there's more cross ribbing. There's trusses built into it, and everything is bolted on, so it's actually more precise, easier to assemble, and more durable.
Yeah, so
just because a machine has a plastic cover, by no means does it mean that it's
No.
not a
No.
heavy-duty,
No, no.
strong machine.
Well, you can tell.
That's a common misconception.
You pick one up, you feel
Yeah,
the
you
weight.
know.
You just have to lift it up and you
It
can
doesn't
feel
feel
that
like
it's
plastic. And
metal
people
inside.
complain sometimes that they're heavy, and like a 7 8 series machine.
Sure.
I say, have you noticed though, it does not dance on the table.
Oh, no. No, there's
Right?
no dancing at all.
And a big project, I call them, little Chihuahua, Chihuahua sergers or sewing machines. You put a big project,
That thing
and
moves
then the
all
thing
around.
wants to slide on the table. No, these puppies, they stay put.
They still,
That's very true. So we're gonna kick it over to another Bernina commercial.
But this one is introducing what?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited, the
Go ahead.
890.
Yes.
And I showed them in the classroom that we have those 890s in our classroom. And again, that's what makes Stitch House different, y'all, is that we don't just say we're gonna support something, we actually do it. And we put, I'm gonna say it quite honestly, we put the dollars behind it because there's a lot of money in that classroom just for education. So
I have not seen a classroom with double-deckers, top-of-the-line equipment like
No,
this.
and we have six of the 890s in there and 6 of the 790s. But when we can open it back up here in Texas
It'll
to
be
full
12.
classes, it is 12 and 12. And then just showed you kind of a big space that's over here where we can space people out. And we do
Yep.
12 and 15. And actually, we did a 24-person serger event just a couple weeks ago. So
Are you saying you like to space out?
I don't mind the social distancing aspect of COVID.
Jess told me, she goes, I realize I'm just not a hugger. This is awesome.
What's wrong with her?
I've never been a hugger. He's a huge hugger, and so people go to hug me.
Yeah, it's like if you've been to Bernina University, like for store owners and staff, it's a hug fest. It's a hug fest, and I miss it.
Well, why don't we take a look at that new 890 so Pam can start showing us the real deal here.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jen Beeman. I'm a sewing pattern designer and pattern maker from Chicago.
Bernina, made to create.
Hi, welcome back. Isn't the 890 a great looking machine? I know you're probably looking at the machine I'm sitting in front of and wondering, wait a minute, I thought you were going to show me a serger. Well, here we are. And we're going to look more closely at the L890 for the next little bit, because there's so many things that you can do with the L890 machine that we're just going to dive right in, and we're going to start by looking at the straight stitch that it will do. And you're probably like, wait a minute, a straight stitch on a serger? Well, let me show you some of the different stitch varieties that you have available using the L890. And of course, just as I mentioned, you can do a straight stitch. And this straight stitch is a chain stitch that you can work with, and as you stitch using a straight stitch, when we were talking about the quilting and piecing together, you could use a straight stitch on your 890 just like you do on your sewing machine, with all of the added benefits that you have of length of feed dogs, differential feed, and those other features we've looked at. But now, also with the L890 machine, we have what are called combo stitches. And these combo stitches, you can create an overlock stitch as well as the straight stitch all at one time. And there are 3 different needle positions that are in the L890. So when we place the needle in the right sewing position, you end up with a 3/8 inch seam allowance. If we place it in the center sewing position, you have a 1/2 inch seam allowance. And when you place it in the left sewing position, you'll have a full 5/8 inch seam allowance that you can make adjustments to. So remember earlier when we were looking at the other machines and we had just the overlock stitching? Well, now by adding that full seam allowance, you have the ability to make adjustments. Now the other beautiful part is that when you're working with a chain stitch, you can simply pull on the chain looper thread and it will pull right out. So when you're stitching on something that's very light or a fabric that you need to make an adjustment to, you can actually pull on that chain looper thread, and let me pull out 2 needle threads. So you pull out 2 of the needle threads, and then from the back side, you're going to grab onto the chain looper thread and just pull it right out. So now when you're stitching, oops, and you know why that didn't pull out? I was pulling from the wrong end. You actually pull from the end where you stopped sewing. So let's try that one more time. So now when I pull out my needle threads, as you can see, I can just very easily pull on that chain looper thread, and it pulls right out. It doesn't leave any marks on your fabric, and it's much easier on a lightweight fabric. So now then, when you look at those stitches that you can do, which are chain stitching and combo stitching, you also have your 4-thread and 3-thread stitches that you have in the overlock mode. You're also going to have, if you're on stitching your quilting, you have the 3-thread seam and 4-thread seam that you can set at 1/4 inch. You also have fully variable stitch width. So when you make an adjustment to the width of your stitch, you can become much narrower, even down to the rolled hem. And with this rolled hem, you can set it at either a 3-thread rolled hem, or, as you can see on this side of the fabric, a 2-thread rolled hem. And a little bit later, we're going to talk about the difference between those 2 stitches and why it's important to have access to both of those stitches. Then, of course, we're going to have the flat lock stitch or the 2-thread stitch. Now, when we work with a 2-thread stitch, you actually have 2 sides to the stitch. So when you place right sides of your fabric together and you sew your seam and pull it apart, you're going to end up with the serpentine stitch that shows on the top side of your fabric. So when you put, when you put wrong sides together, I always get that mixed up too, and when I'm using the same kind of fabric. So when we put wrong sides together and you stitch and pull it apart, you're going to get the serpentine stitch to show on the top. When you place right sides of your fabric together and you pull on the stitch and just kind of give it a little wiggle, it's going to again open up, lay flat, and this is where you can again weave ribbon through those little ladders that we mentioned earlier, up to 9mm wide stitching that you're going to be able to work with. So now let's take a little bit of time and let's come over to the screen and take a look at the L890, because as you saw in the video, there's a screen that's on this machine. Now that screen, I want to point out, is not just an advisory screen. This screen is actually going to make the changes for you on the machine itself. In your stitch length, in the stitch, in the differential feed, all of those settings are going to be set, as well as the tensions for each individual stitch. So now when you come to the screen, you're going to notice the 3 different categories of overlock, cover, and combo. So we just looked at those different stitches. But when you go into each one of those categories, you're going to have a listing of all of the stitches that are available within each one of those categories. So now when I make the selection of the stitch or find the stitch that I want, I simply touch it. Now look at this screen. This is a screen which is called a guided mode, or under what's called a guided mode.
Pam, you just said something that, 6 months ago I would have said, what do you mean? You said select a stitch, like on a sewing machine? Like, in the past, you had to like tweak needles and threads and make up a stitch, right?
Right.
So now you're just like, you're telling me you just touched the screen?
I just touch the screen and it selects the stitch that I want to
Where
stitch.
were you all my life?
I know. Where has this machine been all our lives,
I know,
right?
that is amazing.
Yeah, so much more interactive like your sewing machine. So you're going to find that with the L890 machine itself feels more like your sewing machine. If you already have a Bernina sewing machine, you're going to find that the screen that we're working with is very, very similar in features to the machine.
You're right
that
at
you
home,
already
right?
have. Right, right. Now, if you don't have a Bernina sewing machine
Well,
already, we can help you with that one too, I'm
That
sure.
is not an incurable condition.
That's right, that's right. But Sylvain, we're going to take a look next at the guided mode, because when part of the reason that we don't make adjustments to our machines is we don't know exactly how to do it, or we don't know where our instruction book was, or
Or it's been a while, right?
or it's been a while, right? And there are two different modes. So let me just touch on the screen here. And you can see that there's a guided mode and there's an expert mode. So with these two modes, no matter, you can select either. So if you know how to set up a stitch, you can touch expert and you can thread and you can set yourself up. But if you're not sure, even myself, there are certain stitches that I may not use regularly that I'm not always remembering how to set it up for. So I can use this guided mode. And through this guided mode, I like to call it the GPS of sewing.
Yes.
Yes, because it's taking us from where we are to where we want
And
to go.
that blew our minds, even the educators.
Yeah.
And scenario most typical. You haven't used your overlocker, your serger, maybe in a couple of weeks. You went on vacation or something.
Right.
You come back, you don't even know how you left it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And this puppy will take you from what you left behind and walk you to point
Right.
B. Right.
Right.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
everything.
And that's exactly what I've been telling everyone. Is the question was asked, well, what happens if I turn my machine off?
It's
Is
a
it going to
Bernina.
always come back to a default setting? And no, it's not. It's going to always take you from wherever you left off, even if you don't remember where you left off, to the new point that you want to go.
Yes.
So it's very much the
That's
GPS.
brilliant. It is simple and brilliant. Yes.
Yeah, and making an adjustment on your machines now is not going to be difficult at all, because not only do we have this mode, the guided and expert mode, but we're going to talk more also about one-path threading, which makes using your machine for any and every stitch so much easier than what you might even be familiar with now.
Actually, your sewing machine does not thread itself that simply.
Yeah, exactly. Just having that threading is
All the way through in
all
one
the way
pass.
through your machine makes it so much easier. But now when we look at this guided mode, it's going to take you through completely from the beginning of raising your presser foot, so you do that, and cutting your threads. So it would show you to cut your threads, and we're going to move to the next stitch. If you don't know exactly how to do something, there are also little videos that are on the screen itself, so that when you come to maybe changing your needles and you're not sure what position, because there are 5 different positions that your needles can be placed in. So there's a video camera that's here, and you just simply touch that video camera and it's going to show you through the video on the screen. So again, you're not having to find your instruction book. You're not having to decipher the notes that you had taken in class as to what did that actually mean. It's all right here, and sewers are visual anyway.
Yes.
So it's good to have all of these visuals built right in.
And it's all one thing at a time, so you don't have to keep a tally, a mental list. It's just one thing at a time, you will get there.
Right. And if you watch it, and the screen has those arrows that are on it, so once you are ready, and that's what I love about all of these machines, is that you are in control. The machine isn't taking control of what you want to do. You are in control of that. So as you walk through and you are setting up your machine, it will show you every step from changing your blade, the adjustment of your width. And wasn't that a cool video to see how that cutting blade moved at the same time as that stitch former? Because it really then shows you how the stitches themselves are going to be supported no matter what kind of fabric you're sewing on or what weight of thread you're going to be using. So all of the adjustments that you would ever want to make to get from the stitch you're on to the stitch that you're going to. So now you also see the area for threading. And just like we had on the L850 machine, you are going to have the one-step air threading. And we use the foot control to step on the pedal to send the thread all the way through your machine. So next, then once we would be set up, your stitch would be showing on the screen and you would be ready to go. So now that we have this screen up and you can see the stitch, I have a 4-thread overlock stitch set. Let's take a little look at the screen. So you have the ability, and had on the 850, where your needle always stopped in the up position. Well, now you have the ability, just like you do on your sewing machine, to have your needle stop either up or down. So when we're stitching and we're wanting to pivot, we have the ability to actually pivot with our needle in the down position. You also have, and I'm going to move that to the up position, the next area we're going to look at is the stitch length and differential feed. So when we make that selection, you can actually leave this open, and as you sew, you can make adjustments. Also, when you're stitching and you make an adjustment to your setting, you'll notice that these little boxes highlight. And I'm going to leave it set at the number 4 setting, and I'm going to set my differential feed at the number 2 setting. But again, if you're not sure what each of those features are, you just simply touch the little video camera and it's going to show you exactly what differential feed is and does at different settings. So here you can see how it stretches your fabric. You can see at the number 1 setting, or 1-to-1 ratio, it will stitch completely flat. And then when we move to a higher number, it's actually going to pull in and create gathers for us on that fabric. So now when I close that category, I'm going to move over to what is called the Stitch Optimizer. Now, if at any point you've threaded your machine and you look at your stitch and it doesn't look like the stitch that's on the screen, you can touch the Stitch Optimizer and scroll through it to see exactly what your stitch might be looking like, and then read the description, and it will tell you what you need to do in order to correct it so that it looks just like the stitch should look. And that, again, no other serger has, because there isn't any other way of illustrating that except in an instruction book.
So that's the guided mode to the next degree, because not only it guided you to prepare the machine for the stitch, now it's helping you fine tune or really balance or
Right.
fine tune that stitch,
Fine-tune that
so
stitch.
you get the results you want.
It's
And,
amazing.
yeah, the same needle on different layers of the same fabric sometimes will behave a little differently. So this is
Exactly.
It's
Or
amazing.
different threads will behave differently on the stitches as well.
Sylvain's just sitting here
I'm in
like,
love.
He's like,
I mean, his eyes are got
Where's
the
mine?
heart emoji coming
Where's
out.
mine? Where's mine? No, I mean, I tell you, the educators, we were blown away the intelligence that went into that machine.
It's
The usability.
Yeah.
We've talked about, the sewing comfort. Now it's like, no, it's really guiding everything for you.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, and again, this is why I'm here.
Yes.
I mean, I love this machine.
Yeah.
And
It's a showstopper. This machine is a showstopper.
How easy it really is to use. Earlier you made a comment about, oh yeah, someone who works on these machines all the time can make this look easy. And
Someone like you.
yeah, and that's true to a certain extent. But with these machines, during the COVID time period, when customers were not able to come into
As easily,
dealerships
yeah.
to take their lessons, they felt very comfortable sending them home with a brand new 890 because all of that information was right there, ready for them to access.
And Bernina being the education company, right? We've already started a while back producing material that will help people really. I call it get on the horse. That's Texas, you know.
Yeehaw.
You know, and become and you know, as I say, you can walk by next to the horse if you're afraid of it, or you can ride the horse, right? And this is where there's additional material available to help you get there. So it's amazing.
Yeah. It's so very easy.
Actually,
to operate.
I'm prone to not outbursts, but to like saying things aloud. And when we got this in the room and everybody was looking at each other, wow, I said like, Merry Christmas. And that kind of exemplified the mood. It was like, wow, this is wow.
It's like watching fireworks on 4th of July.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
It's like, ooh, all these features that we're looking at. Yeah. So you can also, coming back to the screen, we looked at that stitch optimizer as well as the speed of your machine. So when you adjust the speed, you have a sliding lever that you can make an adjustment. And I'm just going to set this down to a little lower setting for just a minute, because what I want to do is next show you across the top of your machine, you have different colored areas. Now those different colored areas, of course, are regulating the tension that's across the top of your machine. But as I mentioned earlier, I don't always like to refer to those as tension dials, because when you talk about them in that way, customers get what? Tense. And they get like, oh my gosh, I'm not supposed to touch those. Then we say, oh yeah, on a sewing machine, don't touch the dial, it's not necessary. And you come to your serger and we're like, oh yeah, turn on the dials, make adjustments. And we're like, no, I can't. So I like to look at these more as thread control dials. And that's really what they do. So when you go to a higher number, you're actually letting less thread go onto the fabric. And when you go, when you go to a higher number, you're putting less thread. When you go to a lower number, you're putting more thread onto that fabric. So whether if you're using different weights of threads in combination with each other, or you're going to be adjusting a stitch to create, because guess what? You can create your very own stitches on these machines too. And when you do that, by being able to make an adjustment to where the stitches are actually balancing themselves out, they can become very creative and very unique to yourself. So when you make adjustments, and you can slide the levers again right in your machine, or you can touch the plus, and these again I call the fine tune on the machine. You can fine tune by a simple touch, and you notice that it goes down in 0.1 increments. So that's really fine tuning any kind of stitch and any kind of thread that you would be working with. But now when you would make these adjustments, you have the little heart that's on your screen. So when you touch the heart, you're able to save the stitch. And this machine already has a stitch that's been saved. So it's been labeled as the Jersey Knit differential feed of 1.2. So if I'm attaching elastics, I can go in and I can make the adjustments that I want and save it as elastic. So then each time I attach elastic, like that little pair of pants that I made, if I want elastic around the top, I could go into the machine and I could touch without having to make any other adjustments. It would adjust the length of the stitch automatically for me, and I wouldn't have to wonder what was the length again that I needed to do for a specific stitch.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but until now, this was only possible, this kind of saving all the settings and retrieving a stitch ready mix, for an application, that was only available on sewing machines.
Oh, yes. Yes, only on sewing machines.
Yeah, wow. And you can even name.
Yes. So when you name them and you open up the category for naming them, you can name it up to 40 different characters in the naming of it. So you could become very detailed in what it's used for, the weight of thread that you're working with, the application that you made or used it on, so that the next time you're ready to sew or do gathering or do the elastic, as we said, all you have to do is come into your favorite area and touch that, and it's automatically
Wow,
set.
my mind is going poof right now. Not only the guided mode will tell you from the stitch you used 2 weeks ago, you went on vacation. I like going on vacations.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going on a lot of vacations here.
And because of COVID, I've not been able to go on vacation, so I'm a little pent up on the vacation time,
This
right?
is his first
But
one.
not only you don't have to worry about where do I go from point A to point B, but if you select a saved stitch of your own, like pre-calibrated, it will take you there as well with the settings in place. Wow, double poof.
Yeah, and so once I would save this, so I'm just going to label this something, and I'm going to make a space, and I'm going to go to numbers, and I'm going to put in that it was a 12 weight thread.
Which is a very thick thread, right? Nice decorative applications, right?
Yep. So
I
it's
made a
heavier
pillow with that thread. It's
application.
beautiful, yeah.
So then when I save this, when I touch the check mark for the first saving, it saves those settings. Then you also have some manual settings that are in the machine, like what foot you would put on. It's not going to put the foot on for you yet, right?
Are you hint maybe? Are you
yeah,
talking
no.
about
No, but
something?
remember what I said about the engineers. They find us in the U.S., if not demanding, very eager to get new features.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I've passed on a few already.
I see.
You know,
Welcome to the club.
That's right. You know, you might as well wish big.
Oh, yeah. No, and I tell the engineers, it's job security for you.
Hey, Pam, I've got a couple questions. So
Yeah.
if you've got a moment, this one here came in and they want you to verify something Sylvain said.
Oh.
So we want to get it. Like any good student, we want a second opinion. So this said, Sylvain mentioned using monofilament thread yesterday. I have a 570 QE and was told not to use monofilament as it could damage the sensor inside the machine. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't see how it would damage a sensor.
No.
Now, it may not see it.
It may not
because
see
it's
the
invisible.
sensor may not see it. Yeah.
Because it's invisible, but I don't necessarily.
Well, I will back that up, okay? Wait a minute. Actually, we have stitches on the sewing machines. We have stitches, the hand look stitches.
Yeah.
They actually use a very high tension. They use a monofilament thread in the needle and a heavy 30 weight cotton thread in the bobbin. And so it takes 2 stitches forwards, then one back, that pulls the bobbin thread that looks like a hand quilted stitch. And then by the 2 stitches forward, the monofilament alone lays down. So then there's a gap between the stitches. There's even an irregular one. So totes and goats, you can use monofilament thread.
Okay, totes and goats, and verified 2 other ways.
What I would also recommend, though, is that you use the best quality monofilament thread.
Do you have a favorite brand?
I prefer, there's, well,
Do you prefer polyester or nylon?
Polyester.
Amen,
I like the
sister.
mono. We carry the mono poly here.
Polyester all the way.
Yeah, no, I prefer the poly. It stretches without breaking, and it will resist an iron better than nylon. So,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
So there's another brand that does something called a wave stitch. So can you do a wave stitch on something like this machine here? On the
So you have to manually create the wave stitch.
Okay.
Because you have total stitch control. Okay, and I'm going to show you this. I was going to wait till later, but I'll show you this.
Her name is Scoop Jessica.
Scoop Jessica. But what you can do is you actually have to count the stitches and then adjust your settings.
Okay.
That is definitely something down the road that we have been working with the engineers on for getting them to develop
A pre-programmed stitch type thing?
Different kinds of stitches. But here's a stitch that you can create all on your own.
That's cool.
Just through using the, making the adjustments and saving it into your favorites. So this one is what I call a 2-color stitch. I don't know if you can see that over there.
Yes, I can see a shimmer.
But what I did is I used a balanced 9mm wide stitch, first of all.
Pretty.
And it does give you the ability to, with total stitch control, to make your own stitches. you can adjust the stitch. So instead of it meeting on the very edge of the fabric, it's going to now meet in the middle on the top of that 9mm wide stitch.
So are you saying that not only sergers are no longer just for, you know, cleaning and overcasting a raw edge, now creative types and thread junkies can actually have fun with this?
I don't know any of those people.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's...
Well, yes. As soon as we get through the features of the machine, we're going to spend a good amount of time on the creative aspect of the machine and all the great things that you can do using the L890 machine.
Perfect.
Both the interior stitching as well as stitches that you are stitching on the edge. But I love this stitch because if I'm doing a set of placemats, let's say, just as an example, I can do 2 colors of stitching all at one time, and it looks like a braid that's been added along with your overlock stitch.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's a really cool way of being able to use and program your own stitches into the machine and save them as your favorites. So it doesn't only have to be functional, but it could also be used for decorative applications as well. So now then, when we're in this manual setting, it would also give us the option of being able to select different feet. So if you had an elastic stitch, if you set it for elastic and you knew you wanted to use the elastic foot, you could then touch foot number 14, and then when you save it, each time you pull it up, it's going to show you foot number C14 instead of the standard foot.
And guided mode would take that into consideration, right?
Yes. And then,
really? I didn't know that. That's new.
Yeah, so that's really very cool. And again, there's a video that's there that shows you how to change your presser foot if you're not exactly sure how to do that. So once we're back on that screen and you have all of your adjustments made, when you touch the check mark, it's now saved as your personal favorite. So if I would go out and I would do a different stitch, and I can select expert because I'm not going to thread at that point. I could do that.
But an expert gives you at a glance the same information, but all in one panel. So if you've done a 3-thread all the time, you just need a quick check, you know, a check card.
Reference.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
it saves you time then.
Yes, so everything is right there. And then when you go into your favorites, then what you labeled as your very favorite, you would have it right there on the screen.
Wow.
Yeah. So that makes it super easy. And you can save up to 100 different stitches in the machine.
Say that one more time.
Go crazy.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good on then knowing exactly how you're going to use it, or once you fill up your memory, you probably forgot what the number 1 stitch was anyway, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't want to jump ahead, but let me ask you, because we're getting a bunch of questions, but if you're going to touch on this later, you don't have to answer, but will the stitches stay uniform if you serge the edge of a circular project?
Got a circle. So we are going to sew a circle.
Okay, we're going to do it.
We're going to sew a circle when I put decorative thread on.
Awesome.
And the reason that I want to do it with decorative thread is earlier I talked about the on-ramp stitching and the off-ramp stitching. So I'm going to show you how to eliminate that on-ramp and off-ramp stitching.
Okay, can I make one special request also, and then I'm going to let you get back to it. So are you going to be showing us, how to square up our quilt sandwiches?
I can. I have a small quilt sandwich.
I ask because another question was, has Brian showed the Dallas skyline that he did on the long arm? And I was going to show it, and then perhaps if somebody could bring it over to you, you could square up the edges on there.
Well,
could we do
sure.
that?
I think he's pimping a project on you.
So this is the project that we did on the long arm right here, just to see if you could do it, and you can.
Beautiful.
And it turned out really cool. So could I get somebody just to run this over to her and just set it by her, so when she gets when she gets ready to do that? I've seen her. I mean, she made pants in under 2 minutes. She could square that up real quick, I'm sure.
Well,
thank you, Pam.
Sure. What we could also do, you're wanting me to do your work for you. I see
yes,
that.
Totally.
I know. That's really pretty. That's real pretty. So did you program that in on the long arm?
Yeah.
Yeah? Wow, that's real pretty. Okay, so what we're going to do, we all have our squirrel moments here, right? It's like, wow, that's
Sorry.
cool. So what I'm going to do is, I have the machine set for a cover stitch because I'd like to start with the cover stitch and some of the things that you can do with a cover stitch. Because as we looked at this sample earlier, I showed you that you can just use it for seaming. So if when you're going to be using, let's maybe say your sewing machine is even in for a spa treatment here and you don't have a sewing machine to sew with, you could use your 890 machine as a straight stitch machine because it has the chain stitch. So within the chain and cover stitch category, let me grab these samples and show you. Not only do you have the ability to sew with your chain stitch as a seam, but you could also use your chain stitch, and there are two sides, just like with the flat lock stitch, there are two sides to these stitches also. So if I'm stitching with the right side of my fabric facing up, then I'm going to see a straight line of stitching, just like you have on your sewing machine. But then you also have the chain looper side that you can place decorative threads into, and by stitching with the right side of your fabric facing down, then you can end up with these lines of stitching on the top side of your fabric.
That's very cool.
Yeah, no longer are we stitching on the edge of our fabric. So with that, it's also important to have this big space that we have on the 890. We had that on the 850 also, but especially with the 890, you have this large 5 5/8 of an inch space that you can use for quilting. You can use it for piecing. You can use it for creating these decorative stitches in the middle of your fabric pieces. So then we also have a narrow cover stitch. And a narrow cover stitch allows you, again, most of the time this is used as a functional stitch for hemming, or if I was going to be hemming those little pants that I made, instead of making a cuff, I could fold up the hem and I could use the narrow or wide cover stitch as the stitch to hem and secure that in place. But again, by using your decorative thread in your chain looper, now you can create different looks by, and again, a sewing machine would not give you this type of stitch or look to that fabric piece. So we've simply put decorative thread in our chain looper, and we are able to create different looks by moving our needles to different positions. Now, because we also have one path threading, it's going to make it very easy for you to move from one stitch to another. You're not having to completely re-thread your machine, but you can simply just move your needle to a different position, and it's going to give you a different seam allowance width. So let me show you very simply, if you're going to be sewing on your fabric and you're creating, and you have your knee lift. I have a whole bunch of things on my lap here, so I don't want to bump into that. But you can use this chain, oops, I was messing with my screen. So let me select a chain stitch. There we go, as simple as that to change your stitch because I was already threaded. And you'll notice how quiet it stitches where I don't have to yell to have everyone hear what we're talking about. So there's our seam. Now, if I'm going to be using that and I'm going to be using it for gathering, which I talked about or mentioned earlier, I could take my strip of fabric that would have a rolled hem on each side, and there are several different samples that are around here. I lost the, oh, it's down there on the bottom. And there's a bag that has ruffles on it, and the cover stitch is used through the middle of our piece of fabric. So now when you stitch with a chain stitch, I'm simply going to increase my differential feed as well as my stitch length. So now as I stitch and step on the foot pedal, watch how it's going to gather up my fabric. And you're able to create these gathers right through the middle of your piece of fabric. Now when we go to the overlock stitch, you can also gather with your overlock stitch. But this is a fixed stitch, so it's not going to stretch out of shape. So if I then attach it to another piece of fabric, it's not going to push those ruffles out of shape. And I love to gather this way, especially if I'm not exactly, if I don't know the length that I need, I can adjust my differential feed, and it will give me different amounts of gathering. So that's one way. Now, let me look through my little pile of stuff here. And if you are a quilter and you're going to do a half square triangle, so we have a line that I just drew through the middle of my fabric strip. So I'm going to use the markings that are on the toe of the presser foot as my guideline to follow. And I can adjust my cutting blade to the narrowest setting. This time, because I'm not sewing in the middle of my fabric, I'm going to bring my blade up to the cutting position. So now as I stitch, I'm going to cut that extra side of fabric off as I'm stitching, so I don't have to get up and go to my cutting mat when I make, oh, I forgot to take off my differential feed. All right, so since I gathered this up, let me show you how easy it is to take that out. So I'm simply going to pull on my chain thread and it'll pull right out. But you saw how it cut that strip of fabric apart, right? So let me just set this back to the neutral setting, and I can stitch right back on that line.
So you probably would, for this application, you could save that stitch with those settings and the differential feed. And notice there's no knobs on the outside this time, right? It's all controlled via the screen. So but when you retrieve that stitch that you saved, it would take care of that for you.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So
I tell people that the more over 50 I get, the more memory I want in the machine.
Hey, that is so true. That is so true. Now, also, one little tool that I like to keep next to my serger is a fabric folding pen. So when I stitch, I can take this fabric folding pen and just draw a line right there on the stitch. Now this certainly does not in any way, shape, or form replace my Laura Star iron, but what it does is it keeps me at my machine longer, so I'm not having to do that aerobic exercise of sew, get up, go to the ironing board. But now I have a perfect half square triangle that I can use and I can stitch together with another piece of fabric. So it's trimmed off that extra piece of fabric already without you having to get up and go to the other machine. So that is one way of using it. If you're going to be working with and you're going to be stitching with a knit fabric, a seam that we looked at earlier is going to, with a combo stitch, this is a seam that you would stitch on a woven fabric and not on a knit fabric, because as much flexibility as we had in our piece of fabric, with a chain stitch, when you're sewing, the chain stitch is not going to give you that flexibility that an overlock stitch is going to give you. Okay, so here you'll have some flexibility, but you're not going to have as much flexibility. So the stitch that you would use on a knit fabric is a 4-thread overlock stitch.
They used to call that the mock safety stitch, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The 4-thread overlock? Yes, yes.
And it has a lot of give to it, yeah.
Yeah, and it does. Yes, yes, the 4-thread mock safety stitch does. So if we're looking at other ways of using or applying those stitches, in this placement that I have here, I used the narrow cover stitch as my quilting stitch. And it looks just like 2 rows of twin needle stitching that are about 2 millimeters apart, 1.5 millimeters apart. So again, you have 2 sides to that stitch. And the difference being when you're working with a cover stitch is that we're adding one more needle. So to add the additional needle, I'm simply going to take my needle, and again, you can tip that foot out of the way, which makes it very easy to access. All of your tools are still right there on board. And when you slide your needle back in place, on the 850 and on the 890, you have these little windows that you can see the top of the needle, which is really important. And as Brian pointed out earlier, your needles are staggered because of the way the stitch is going to be formed, and at what point the looper is actually going to come behind the needle to pick up the stitch.
Yeah, and the loopers come at an angle, right? So the needles have to kind of echo that angle so they are met at the right time, correct?
Right. And the cool thing that I found out, which I knew but I didn't really think about, was that with the machines, when it does a chain stitch, the looper not only comes behind the needle, but it comes in front of the needle too to form that stitch. And that is so important to make sure you're using the proper needle as well as having a new needle so it's not bent in your machine. Now, I want to point out needles for just a minute, because the question always comes up, what needles can we use? Do we have to always use a certain kind of needle? Well, I think it would be really good as one of the Stitch House videos is to have a series on needles. Do you have that?
Jackie has done a video like that, but not with serger specific.
Yeah, and you know, needles are so important to proper stitch formation.
So important.
Everything.
And everything, you know, you never think that that little tiny piece of metal could really make or break the look of your stitch, but it really can.
Yeah.
And it sometimes has nothing to do with the machine, but it has everything to do with the needle. And if you don't have the right needle, especially with a chain and cover stitch, sometimes your stitches are going to skip and they're not going to form like they should. So that's why we recommend that you use the ELX 705 needles in your machine. We're going to talk a little bit later about how you can use other needles when you're doing decorative applications, but that typically is when you're on the overlock side of stitching.
Is the ELX like a universal needle? Like, what's the tip like, Pam?
It's like a semi-ballpoint.
Okay,
Yeah.
so universal.
So it's a universal needle. And when you work with the ELX 705, some of them also have notations of CF on them, so it might have a chrome finish on it, which might make it last a little bit longer. Also, when you're working with, the difference is that it has a long groove in the back and a long groove in the front. So the thread rests into those grooves as the stitch then is formed for the chain stitch especially, or cover stitch.
Okay.
Okay, so now when we're going to be working with the narrow cover stitch, I've threaded my additional needle, and all I'm going to do is on the screen simply touch the narrow cover stitch position. So when I touch the narrow cover stitch, I've already threaded it, but if I didn't necessarily know how to set the stitch, again, I could walk through it through that guided mode. So now when I stitch with that narrow cover stitch, I can, and I'm just going to stitch on a strip of fabric here so you can see what that stitch is going to look like. And then I'm going to fold up a hem on a piece of fabric. And look, I can chain off. You don't have to worry about your chain or stopping to cut your chain. We're going to talk a little bit about how you do that in the middle of a piece of fabric. But here you can see that you have two lines of straight stitching, and then your chain looper thread forms that, what could be a decorative stitch, or it could also be just the edge that holds your hem in place. I'm going to grab a piece of fabric here. So here's my hem that I'm going to stitch, and I'm going to fold that hem in place. And what I like to do is, let me turn this around. And I like to place it under my foot first, upside down, so I can see which line on my bed I'm going to be using to guide my hem. So then I can take the fabric and I can flip it back over, and I can use the knee lift to slide it back up underneath the presser foot. Because your knits are typically very slippery and kind of slinky, it's great to have that freehand system in order to raise and lower the presser foot to get the fabric under. Okay, so now I have a very flexible seam, so that when I'm going to be stitching, if I stitch the hem of those little leggings, it's still going to be stretchy and flexible. Or if I'm going to be using this on a waistline, I could stitch my elastic in place. Or you could use this for a casing, and you could slide your elastic through that casing as well. All right, now you have triple cover stitch, you have a wide cover stitch, and you have narrow cover stitch that you're going to be able to work with. What I'm going to do next is just move over, and you know what, while we're here, we're going to talk a little bit more about some decorative uses for that cover stitch. So here's a little table runner, and this, Jessica, might be a great little make and take that you can have.
Oh, that would be a great make and take.
In the store here, and people
Yes.
can come in and just kind of play with the machine a little bit. So what we've done is just taken, it's kind of a mini 10-minute table runner. It's probably like the 5-minute table runner because it's small and your machine makes it so easy. So here we've used some decorative threads, and we've used a chain stitch as well as the cover stitch to decorate the middle of that strip of fabric. Then we used a 2-thread flat lock stitch to join the outer border to it, and then the 4-thread stitch was used to form the seam on those corners. And top stitching was all done using the chain stitch. So you get a lot of different types of stitches used in that one small project. So also, there are other ways that you can use this chain and cover stitching. I just love the look and the texture that it can create on different types of fabrics when you work with different weights of threads. And we'll talk a little bit more about different weights of threads. But what you are doing is putting your decorative thread in your chain looper and then stitching with the right side of your fabric facing the bed of your machine, very much like when you're doing bobbin work on your sewing machine. So also, the lower the number, the heavier the thread is going to be. So here you can see on this table runner, we used the chain stitch, and we just did some raw edge applique on top of those circles that were placed with fusible on the background. And when we stitched using the heavier threads, the red is an 8-weight thread, and the gold and the black are 12-weight threads. So you can see the difference in the definition that that stitch is going to create. But you'll notice too that it is a chain stitch, and it's the same chain stitch that we used for sewing our seam. Now another place, and we'll tend to think that stabilizer is only used for embroidery. But here's a place that you can use a dissolve away or aqua mesh stabilizer and create your own fabric using your serger. So I've washed out half of that aqua mesh stabilizer, and the way that this is layered or formed is to take a piece, here we are. So we have a piece of water soluble or aqua mesh. Then you're going to take a piece of tulle, and many times I like to use 2 layers of tulle to intensify the color. And then I'll sandwich that between another piece of the aqua mesh. So now when you stitch using your chain stitch, you're just going to stitch, as you can see here, row after row of chain stitching. Then when you have your fabric filled up, you're going to dissolve out the stabilizer, and you have just these light stitches that rest on top of the tool that you could use as an interior of, maybe it's a statement sleeve that you're going to be making, or it's going to be a yoke on a summer type of garment. So that's another decorative way of using what is typically a very functional stitch. All right, and we looked at how you can take your chain stitch and you can also gather with that. So now what I was going to show you was if we had a circular piece of fabric and we're going to be stitching around.
Well, there's actually a question from the audience
Yes.
about this.
Okay.
Oh.
He's asked it already.
Well, we played musical chairs too much over here, Pam. At one point, Nate was readjusting the camera and I was sitting here eating and Pam just looked over at me and I forgot she was actually live and she was trying not to laugh. We've been taking turns eating over here.
Everybody but me. No, I'm
well,
kidding.
we're gonna feed.
I'm kidding.
Don't feed the models, they say. No.
Would you like?
We don't
would
want
you like
anything.
to
we don't
do
want
this
anything
while
in my
chewing
teeth.
on chicken nuggets?
No, because you don't want sticky fingers on your screen.
No,
that's true.
correct.
That's right.
She's a true professional, y'all.
Okay, so what's the question?
Apparently it was already asked, so I'm just the rose between two thorns right now. So
There we
just
go.
keep it going.
There we go. Let's just keep it going.
Keep it going, Pam.
Keep
You're doing
it going.
awesome.
Keep it going. Okay. So what I was going to show you is if you are needing to stop stitching, because anytime you're sewing on your when you're doing a chain and cover stitch, you need to sew on fabric typically for the stitch to form. So if you're finishing in the middle of your piece of fabric and you need to stop and bring your threads out and lock your stitch, you can use the little lock tool that comes with your machine. So we'll just raise our foot, take the lock tool, pull the threads toward you, cut them, and then when you pull from the back side, your needle threads bury themselves to the underside of the fabric, and that locks your stitch. So I wouldn't be able to pull on this and pull the stitch right out. So that's real important especially when you're sewing in the round and you're you're wanting to end an area that you're hemming. Okay, so next I'm going to move over to the overlock side. And going to the overlock side, I was talking with Gail Yellen. She and I did a Facebook Live last week, and she said, I don't look at this machine as converting anymore. I look at it as a simple change to your machine, because it's so much easier to move from that cover stitch side to the overlock side, where before so many times that's why we have two machines.
Yes.
Because it's too difficult to move from one side.
Sometimes we would say that zero conversion is the easiest conversion, but now it's not really a conversion.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just a simple change that you're going to make. And because you have one path threading, your path for your needle threads, whether it's in overlock or chain and cover stitch, are the same.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Where other machines, you have to go to different positions to get your threads and move them for chain and cover stitching, or to overlock. So I'm going to move to the overlock side. And sometimes when you're working with your machines, you may know the fabric you're working with, and you may know the end result that you want, but you may not know what stitch you're going to be using. So while I'm changing this, I'm also wanting to show you on the screen the creative consultant. I almost lost the word there. But the creative consultant will give you the opportunity to do just that. You know your fabric. So you're just going to pick the fabric, and if you're not sure what fabric this is indicating, you just simply touch the question mark, and you touch the fabric, and it will list the different fabrics within that category. So no guesswork there either. So when you select it, you then have different categories to choose from. So let's say I'm wanting to do gathering. So I see on my screen that H is the one that is for gathering. So I simply touch the H. It tells me what stitch is going to be used. It also tells me foot, thread that's going to be used, and what needle. So when I touch the check mark, it automatically makes the changes on the machine, and the settings are there for the gathering on that fabric that I had selected, which was a lightweight knit fabric. So again, there's no guesswork to making an adjustment or setting on the machine. If you know what fabric you're using, what stitch you're wanting, or what end result you want, the machine will tell you exactly what stitch is going to be used. So now that I've moved my needles from the cover stitch position to the overlock position, I'm going to then unthread the needles themselves. And I do the moving of my needles with them threaded so that just in case I drop the needle, it doesn't fall down into my machine.
That's a good tip.
Because we've all dropped a needle into the
all
machine.
dropped a needle.
It's not if, but when.
But when, that's right. So I'm just
lifeline for your needle.
I'm just redirecting my threads, and I have not had to rethread the top of the machine.
That's a double bonus tip.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So now that I have my threads very easily moved over to the other needle positions, I'm just going to thread those needles. And I'm going to change the presser foot to the overlock presser foot. The reason, and you could use the overlock presser foot when you're doing chain and cover stitching, but you'll notice that the chain stitch foot that comes with your machine is so much narrower than what the overlock foot is. I'll just snap that off so that you can see the difference between the 2 feet. And with that chain stitch foot being narrower, if you're having to go over seams or you're having to stitch through something that might be thicker, the narrower presser foot is going to allow you to stitch through much easier than if you're, or stitch over, I should say, much easier than if you're going to be working with this wider presser foot.
And the wider foot, because you're cutting off the edge usually, it helps control the fabric around that process, right?
Right, right. And you have another area of feed dogs. Because your needles are moved to a different position on your machine, you're going to find that you need that wider presser foot for the fabric to be fed properly under the additional feed dogs that are going to be used. So now I'm going to be moving from the chain stitch looper over to the lower looper and my upper looper. And you can see how easy it is to place those threads right on that platform. And it's always a good idea to pull at least 18 inches of thread before you step on your foot pedal to send your threads through. See how far that just
Because
shot?
there is that distance to travel through to get to the end of the tunnel, right?
Right, that's right. Now one area I didn't mention with the chain looper is that the chain looper thread comes out in the same place that your upper and lower looper threads come out. So you're not having to try and fish it out of another area or door to make sure that it's the proper length, because you'll be able to see that it's the proper length just by seeing it right there inside the door.
Pam, when we first got these 890s in, I did a Facebook Live video, and I told people it was voice activated, and I just said Bernina thread, and then they didn't see I was with my foot pedal, and I got all these messages. Is the Bernina really voice activated? Oh my gosh, people were losing their minds. I'm like, no, it's not really voice activated, but close. They believe me.
But close, but close. That's why we have to be careful what we say
You
sometimes.
have to be careful because they took me seriously.
They take us seriously.
I said
that's
they've
for
got
sure.
like Alexa technology in it now.
Pretty soon, I'm sure it will be. Okay, so when we're ready then to do our 4-thread overlock stitch, so there I am. In that short amount of time, I can move from a chain and cover, that narrow cover stitch, over to a 4-thread overlock stitch without having to completely take my machine all apart and reassemble it for that overlock stitch. Okay, so now I'm at a 4-thread overlock stitch, and if I'm going to be piecing, and I had a little quilt block here, where did it go? Oh, here it is. So this little, bow tie quilt block is one of the simplest little blocks. But when you're working with your 4-thread overlock and you set the stitch width at 5, you can very easily assemble this block, or you can do piecing on your quilt. So when I'm going to be stitching this together, you're going to have 2 fabrics that are for your outside of the block, and then you'll have 3 that are for the bow tie part. So the first one we're going to fold in half, and we're just going to sandwich our bow tie segment right there in the middle. And I have it set at 5.5. I have my cutting blade engaged. And you know, a lot of times I'll have customers ask, do you always sew with your cutting blade in the cutting position? And most of the time I do, because my eye has been trained to watch where my cutting blade is.
Like a guide, essentially,
Yeah,
right?
like a guide. But there's also these marks that are on the toe of the presser foot, which are each of your needles.
Yeah.
But no other company has where your cutting blade guide is.
And even if you're not cutting, if there's a few beers, like little threads sticking at the edge, they'll get cleaned up in the process.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. So having your edge run right in line with that indentation that's on your foot, you know that you're going to have, and let me make sure I set this stitch.
That's the thoughtfulness, though, behind that as well. That, again, we go back to, you can't really, replicate. It is just it's a different type of thought process that goes into making a machine like this.
Right.
All the way into the minutiae.
Yes.
Let me I pulled my looper thread out, lower looper thread. So let me just get that here. All right, there we go.
So in the past, that means, you had to rethread all the dots, all the
points. Yeah, oh yeah.
Now it's just whoosh, and you're back in business.
Like I said, some people have nightmares about not going to class and then needing to take a test or something. I have nightmares about real stuff, like my mom saying, hey, you've got to do a lesson at 3 o'clock. And I know you're only 12, Jessica, but you got to go thread a serger with someone. I'd be like, what?
You're like, no.
You know my mom. There's no maybes. She said what she said.
Okay, so now I have the center section and one side panel, and I'm going to place my other side panel on.
So, just as a reminder, you're quilting, you're piecing,
I'm piecing
on a serger.
Yep.
Yeah.
And not just a half square triangle or a log cabin here.
Yeah. And again, I love using the 4-thread stitch to do this. So now I have this, all right?
Yeah.
Then we're going to, and we all do that, don't we?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
when you're wearing the mask, it doesn't work.
Oh, don't you hate going to the grocery store now? And when you go to the store, so you go to all the vegetables that have just been sprayed with water. And
I know.
Yes, you wet your fingers. I do that.
And you wet your fingers, yeah. All right.
I hated going to the grocery store even before the pandemic, so now it
even verifies.
Shopping you can eat.
And what you'll find is that when you're stitching with your serger and you're piecing or you're stitching a seam of any kind, I very, very seldom ever use pins.
Oh, pins, that is
Pins,
so
I know. That's
passé.
a 4-letter word, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So by
hashtag opinionated, that's our hashtag here at Stitch House.
So when you're working with your serger using the clips or just holding it with your fingers, because you have more control and you have that ability to stop with your needle in the up or down position, you're going to be able to hold your fabric in place so much better than you do even on your sewing machine.
Yeah, when I do like precision work like this where points have to meet, I systematically use the needle down position.
Oh yeah, so there we go. There's our block. Simple as that.
I was just getting a text message from a customer, Janet, and she's like, I don't know if I have enough blood to sell, but if my wheels are really turning, I am in so much trouble right now. And that's what I was looking down at.
That's funny.
She's watching you and just totally enthralled.
I mean, I find that there isn't any project that I do that I don't use my serger for.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I can't believe there are so many sewing enthusiasts that I know, and I say, do you have a serger? Oh no, I would never use a serger. I'm like, you have no idea what you could use a serger for.
Okay, so let's square up Brian's.
Oh, he'll love that.
All right, so what I'm going to do, he's smiling. Now, is it okay if it has red thread?
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Give it a nice, cute border.
Give it a nice edging. All right. So what we're going to do, and we have batting and 2 layers of fabric that are there.
And then when you do a quilt sandwich like this, do you adjust the presser foot pressure at all?
Yeah, I'm going to bring it down.
Down a notch, right?
Yep, yep. And that's the other thing with the numbered presser foot pressure adjustment that's here. You know what those numbers are.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
and the stitches have those settings, so you know exactly what to do when you pull the stitch, right?
Right. So if I would be and I was saving a stitch for always finishing my quilt, I could save my stitch length because I definitely want to increase my stitch length because of the layers that are there. I may even want to increase my differential feed 1 notch.
1 notch, okay.
Only 1 notch.
Why is that?
Because your front feed dogs are, because this is so much thicker too, your front feed dogs are going to push in the fabric just ever so slightly faster so that when you're stitching, you're not having to help it.
Okay.
Okay? But not to the point of gathering.
Differential feed, yeah.
Yeah. So you have, again, 0.1 adjustment that you've made to your
fine, yeah.
Micro adjustment that you can make in
micro
there.
adjustment, very good. So now you can just simply stitch right along that edge.
That looks great.
And I'm just holding it out here because I want it to all lay flat. But again, by having that extension table there, that is helping to support that fabric. You know, when I put a binding on a quilt, I'll take my serger, and if I don't have one of those wonderful serger stations where I can take the machine and set it down into the table and have that extension table to hold it, I'll actually take it to my cutting table.
Okay.
And I'll set my serger up on my cutting table so I have more space to support the machine.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, so now if I'm turning the corner, remember how we turned the corner before? We're just gonna have 1 stitch off the edge, raise the foot, slide the fabric off, and I don't want to knock everything off the table here. All right. And I can turn the foot out of the way so I can see that before I start to stitch, it's right at the very edge. Lower the foot. And again, if you forget and you don't lower your foot, it won't sew.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about any messy stitches or having it stitched without the presser foot being down.
And you have stuff on your lap, but otherwise you could use your knee lift, you know, your freeing system.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that way you could keep both hands on the, when we demo like this, I call that camping. It's not the way you sew in your sewing room.
Oh, when you're like,
When it's just that you have all this stuff on your lap.
I know. Now this corner I'm going to sew off because the next edge is not even. So I'm gonna let my machine.
Did Brian make an uneven edge?
I'm gonna let my machine even it up.
He said I wouldn't be surprised.
But Pam is fixing it.
Yes, she
We're
is.
gonna fix it all up for you.
And you know, little details throughout the what they call the scratch catcher, you know, the cutoff pin. It is super easy to put on. It stays on, and it's super easy to take off when you want it off.
And you know what? As a dealer who moves the sergers around all the time, sometimes I forget to take those off, and that one doesn't just
It
plop
stays
off
on.
like the other ones.
Yeah,
it stays on.
That's right in place. When
Yeah.
There's so much thinking, quality thinking that went into these machines.
Absolutely.
It's beautiful.
I hope people watching this that have a different brand and, you know, maybe have never thought of Bernina as being having a top of the line serger that they look at this machine totally
there you
different.
go.
Because I know it's uncomparable.
Yep.
Yep, so there you go.
Look at that, y'all.
Just finishing your
That's
finishing
beautiful.
around your quilt.
It's now official. Brian owes
It's
you.
official.
That's
There we
a
go.
good place to be in.
There we go.
We will give you a little favor voucher.
We call them stitch house bucks here.
Okay, so I know we're probably, I don't even know what time it is. How
It
much?
is 2:22.
2:22. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put, oh wait, first I want to show you this before we go on. This is a construction technique that I would put fusible thread in my lower looper just like we did with our binding, right? So this would be like a summer skirt that has a full hem at the bottom.
Okay.
Right? So what I'm going to do is take my differential feed, let me just put these all back to neutral, and I love the fact that all I have to do is touch inside of that rectangle, and it takes me right back to the default setting. So now when I want to make an adjustment, I'm going to set my differential feed up, and I'm going to set it to like 1.5, 1.6 or so. And this, of course, would depend on the fullness that you have in your skirt. So now when you stitch, it's going to ease in the fullness around the bottom of your skirt hem. So instead of having to fold a little tuck when you're coming around the corner and it's too wide and you have to overlap and make like a little dart. Now, and I'm going to lay this right here and just show you. See how it's cupped in that edge?
It's taken in it's eased it in.
It's eased in, and I'll hold this up so you can
Hey, so cool.
see that. But see,
So-
now it's
So like a flowy circle skirt kind
yeah,
of.
it's eased in all of that fullness
Wow.
around the bottom edge, where now if I had fusible thread in that, I could just press it, and if I didn't have time to sew it, I could go to work, wear it, come back, and then maybe hem it if I wanted to.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so it saves a whole bunch of time, and that fullness is evenly distributed around the
Exactly. You
entire.
get a better result. It's not this is not a shortcut only. It's not
Right.
like quick and dirty. It's quick and beautiful.
Yes, yeah, exactly. That's right. Okay, so next, let me just then cut off, and we're gonna put some decorative thread in our machine, okay? So when we put the decorative thread in, we're going to put the thread in our upper and our lower looper, and I'm also going to cut off the right needle thread. And you know,
In the old days, if you did this in front of students in a classroom with a serger and
They
you
would have a
cut
heart
their
attack.
threads, they would start sweating.
Yes, those are the nightmares I'm talking about.
Yeah. I was going to say that exact thing, Sylvain, is that typically if you would cut your thread on a serger, people would just fall right out of their chair and not
And when
know
the
what
teacher
to
would
do.
walk around with the scissors, like mean teacher.
You were the mean teacher. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put in a decorative thread. And if I'm working with a decorative thread and it's either low on the spool or a traditionally wound spool of thread, even not using a big cone of thread, I love these
No way.
decorative
Snap-on spindles, yeah.
decorative spindles. Now, we're going to talk about putting one thread in one looper, right?
And it's even slanted a little bit so that the spool will not walk itself off.
That's right. It doesn't catapult itself
No
off
eject
across
mechanism.
the room. And when you're working with decorative threads, we're going to just have these two threads in our loopers first.
Are you doing the two-color thing now?
I'm going to do the two-color thing now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you put your thread in the loopers, you want to, and you were asking earlier, or someone was asking earlier about, can you put decorative threads and use them in this threading? And look at that.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Shoots it right through both your upper looper and your lower looper, and that woolly or the poly stretch, it will send that through too.
Okay.
Wow.
I have a little knot on the end of that thread. There we go. Okay, so now I have decorative threads in those loopers. So when you stitch, you're going to be stitching, and this is where I absolutely love having that 9mm wide stitch. So I can come onto my screen and I can touch overlock stitch. I'm going to go to a 3-thread wide left needle position and simply touch the stitch, and I'm ready to sew. I haven't had to make any other adjustments to that stitch. So now we've been talking about turning corners, right? And I'm just going to show you stitching with this decorative thread. So when you stitch with the decorative thread, you're going to find that the stitch itself is actually going to form just like the, I'm going to take that sticky label off. Those sticky labels.
Those pesky labels always getting in our way when we're trying to use our thread.
Because 90% of the time when you're working with your sergers, if your stitch isn't looking right, it's the flow of your thread.
Yeah, it gets caught underneath sometimes or on the cone.
All right, we're gonna cut the thread, we're gonna pull it out. Everybody's like, woohoo, I'm so glad to see that this happens to you too.
Okay, honestly, I love those moments on Facebook Lives because this happens to me all the time, Pam. And I always used to get so flustered about it at first, but then I realized that everybody was like, no, we love it.
No, we love
We
it.
like to see that it's
Makes
not
you
just
human.
us. Yeah. And I'm like, you do? So now I purposely mess up. No, I'm just kidding.
Sometimes, right?
No,
Purposely.
I promise you, anytime I mess up, that is an honest mistake.
Okay. So we're going to stitch on this strip of fabric, and I'm going to hold up this piece of fabric right here because this is a single thread just in the upper looper. So if you're working with decorative thread in both of your loopers, your stitch is going to automatically balance itself out right on the very edge, okay? So we talked about turning our corners. Everybody knows how to do that and how wonderful it is to stitch. But now we were going to be looking at the circles.
Oh, answering Brian's question.
Answering the question
Or
of
Jessica's if Brian gives her his card.
how do you go around circles? Now, and
And this is this when you address the ramping on and off?
yes,
All
yes.
right.
So
I'm curious now.
I'm paying attention.
okay, you're gonna pay attention now. So and I'm gonna tip the foot out of the way because then everybody can see that your stitches form around those stitch fingers. And when the stitches wrap around those stitch fingers, if you take your fabric and you just slide it up under your foot, you can't get where the stitches start to form.
Yeah, there's going to be an overshoot, right?
Yes, perpendicular to the edge. So then what you need to do is just simply pull on your thread and slide the stitches off so you have individual threads behind your machine. Now then, when you take your fabric, and see, I'm going to share all these secrets with you and everybody's going to be like, huh, that wasn't so hard. So now you take your fabric, slide it up under your foot, and now when your stitches start to form, they start forming at a right
Right
angle.
at the edge, yes.
Right angle to the edge
Yeah.
of your fabric.
And anything before is just a loose thread.
Yeah. All right, now
Awesome.
I'm going to take this stuff in my lap and I'm just going to set it down for a minute because this is where I really want to use.
You don't carry all that stuff on your lap at home, do you?
Depends. Depends. So now as you're stitching and you're going around in a circle, you always want to have fabric in front of your presser foot to make a nice circle. But as you're going around, if you get to a point where either your circle is too small or you kind of paint yourself into an edge, you need to use your heel tap to get your needle to the down position, raise your foot with your freehand system, and then pivot very slightly.
Just like we would do applique on the sewing machine.
Absolutely, just like you do. But with other machines, you're sewing so fast and you don't have that precision of your foot pedal, which is going to allow you to sew around this circle even easier than you would have that you have with your sewing machine. Same exact way.
So tonight we'll have Brian do this and there'll be an exam. There'll be a quiz.
The other key is not to sew at 100 miles an hour either.
Oh,
Exactly. You rarely do your best sewing pedal to the metal.
I don't know if you know this, but when Holly first brought us the 890 to play with before you came last time, Pam, we pulled it out of the box and I had Brian thread it up for a cover stitch on Facebook Live on our kitchen counter, and he had never touched a machine like this in his life. And he threaded it up 5 minutes, boom.
Ready to go.
So on the ad
Perfect
now we
covers.
can say even Brian can thread it.
He's over there. He's over there. Yes.
Even Brian can do it.
He has no idea what we're talking about right now. He's just smiling. That's how I know.
So now we're to almost the end.
Oh, yeah,
so
okay,
we've
yes.
gone all
So
the way
now
around.
it's the ramp off time, right?
This is the ramp off time.
Which
So-
in the old days is chain off, you get a little bit of a lumpy there, and then try to coax that back under the chain.
No
and
lumpy bumpies here.
There you go.
We're not
no
doing that.
lumpy bumpies, yes.
Smooth ride.
Smooth ride. So you have your tail where you first started, and you're going to stitch over and let your blade just cut that tail.
Okay.
Once the tail is cut, take your blade and move it down.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
So you're not even overlapping stitches yet,
Not
right?
yet.
You just close the loop,
I
right?
just cut that loop.
Yeah.
So this is where you want the marks on the toe of your presser foot to line up with the stitches that are already on your fabric.
Yeah.
So now you're gently, and here's where that heel tap
That
comes
one
in.
stitch at a time.
That one stitch at a time comes in so very important. So now as I come around, one stitch at a time, I overlap like 3 or 4 stitches.
Yep.
All right? Then I raise the foot, either use my knee lift, freehand system, pivot all the way to the very back. All the way to the back, and
you're gonna
gently
sew off.
slide the stitch off, and then sew. So now, when you clip your thread, when I clip my thread, I don't have those off-ramp stitches that I would have had previously.
Terry Mingy, where are you? He had to have seen that. That is like my little OCD heart is singing right now.
Yeah. So if you're doing any kind of stitching and you're doing it in a circle, placemats, anytime your stitches have to overlap in any place, if you come to the point where your stitches meet or where you cut, then lower your cutting blade, because you can't get close enough. And now I'm even looking where my beginning and ending point was.
Oh, and you just said lower your blade. You know, in some surgeries, you have to open the whole cover on the
Yeah.
side, push a knob, turn the blade. This, you just slide the lever.
Yeah.
Right here. Yes.
So
Yeah.
your hand can even stay on the project.
More thoughtfulness.
Yeah.
Yes. And here's a little, because I always like to think about a way that helps people understand which direction do you go when you're wanting to have the blade up or down. So I always say, when you push away from you, your blade is going away.
Ah, good. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so when you push away, your blade goes in the storage or away.
Yes.
And when you pull it towards you, it's there and,
It's coming.
and operating.
Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up. All right, so there we go. So that's that with decorative thread. Now I got the 20-minute sign. So I do want to show you real quick, and I threw all of that stuff on top of my samples. And yes, my sewing table looks exactly like this at home too.
Yes.
So you had one thread that we stitched with the decorative thread. Just decorative thread, one thread in one looper. But now what you can do, and when you work with a variegated thread, can I get up and get that sample over there? I am. I'm going to show you real quick, because when you're working with variegated thread, you see how stripy it looks? But if you blend with another thread, you see here, this same stitch uses that red, white, and blue thread, but we have softened it by adding another thread to it. So it can soften a variegated thread, and you're putting two threads through one looper at a time.
Now,
Go
this
ahead.
bag is so cool. Do we have that as a project somewhere?
You know, this project is actually from We All Sew.
There you go.
It's a project
Brittany?
that Pat Bravo that Pat Bravo
For
had,
sure that.
had done,
You know, it's a,
and
it's
I
a
just
sampler.
certified it.
Yeah, it's a sampler. So you get to
Yeah.
get your serger under your belt by the time you're done with the bag, and it looks super cool.
Did
Yeah.
you happen to write the blog post for that one?
No.
No, Pat Bravo did.
Oh, really?
I mean, this is from like 2014.
Yeah.
No
or-
way.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a serger project.
Yeah, but you.
But
No,
it
but
was.
you made it.
I made it a serger project.
Oh yeah.
So
Okay.
we need to redo it again
Yes.
and make it a
we
serger
need to
project.
upgrade it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So when we looked also at that 9mm wide stitching, this is 9mm wide. We've talked about that stitch, and I know because all of you out there are probably like, well, yeah, that's great, but what does that really look like? Well, here you can see the difference between 9mm of gold and 7.5mm in the red, and that's the widest width that other companies are able to stitch at. So you have 9 and 7, and you can see the difference in using an 8-weight thread and how that's going to look.
And it sounds like a small difference, but to go that extra distance with the loopers and the whole gymnastics that goes on to form that stitch,
Right.
that means you need the ballet inside the machine need to be precise.
Precise.
Right?
Exactly, exactly. So we've shown you how you can blend threads together, put more than one thread in your looper at a time, and the difference in the look that you have on here. So we had the stitch, and I honestly don't know where it is under this mess of fabric pieces there, but you have the same stitching, adding one solid thread to that variegated, and then you can also put two solid threads in your looper at a time, and that way you see these different colors. So all of those beautiful threads that Jessica was showing you on the tour this noon, you're not limited to putting one of these decorative spool pins on the back of your machine. Put 2 or 3 or 4 and use lighter weight threads and then blend them.
blending,
Yeah, send them through your machine all at one
The
time.
box of crayons keeps getting better.
I
and
know,
bigger.
I know.
Are
it
those
does.
decorative spool pins an included accessory or an after?
These are an extra,
Okay.
optional accessory.
Okay. Very much worth
Yeah.
it, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And even because of course all of us never throw anything away, right?
No.
Until it's absolutely gone. So what you can do is you can take a spool, and sometimes a regular spool of thread, the core is so very small. When you stitch with it, when it's so low, it tends to jump.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or it doesn't, or it has such rough edges on it.
It catches.
So you can then use this on your spool pin and then for regular stitching too.
That's cool.
It doesn't have to be for decorative
Okay.
stitching. So yeah, there's a lot of different uses for that decorative spool pin. And there's such a number of other feet that are available too.
Oh, yeah.
The cording feet, the piping feet, and beading feet. One thing I just want to leave all of you with is let me take let me take this 2-color thread, 2-color, and I want to make this a piping, and I want to insert it into another line of stitching.
Okay,
Another
that,
seam.
when you add these elements together on the words of it, it sounds complicated. Yep, and the opposite is true when you're actually doing it on the machine.
So I'm going to take my piping foot, and I'm going to attach my piping foot. And you notice that I cut off all the threads in the machine.
Yes.
Okay?
Again.
Again. Yet again, I cut off. So I don't have a needle. I don't
And she's
have...
not a glutton for punishment, y'all.
But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use this piping foot as a foot to make my own piping. So now when I stitch, I'm only using the machine as a cutting machine. And I'm just cutting away that edge of fabric.
Dang, that's smart. I love that.
So look at me, I'm chaining off.
Yeah.
I don't have to, I have it. But now I have this cut to the width that I want, and I can insert that into my seam, and I have piping that I want.
Beautiful piping.
Yeah. And if you're
Clever.
And if you're making regular piping and you're going to be stitching and making the piping, you'll never make any piping that's easier than using
Now,
your
you just
scissor
did
foot.
something that reminded me. You pulled what appeared to pull the spool backwards, but the threads would cut, right?
Yeah.
So if you need to unthread your serger for some reason, you always pull the threads like in the natural direction from the front out, correct?
Yeah, your tension discs are open when your presser foot is up, and you definitely, I mean, you don't want to always pull them in the reverse direction, especially through these
clips, right?
pre-tensions,
Yeah.
because the pre-tension has a little spring inside there, and it could bend it backwards. Yeah, so I know we're probably getting really close to time. Like we said, we could probably spend a couple of days here with you.
I'm hoping that you do soon, Pam.
That we can just come and play and spend some time together.
Absolutely.
But it's really so exciting to be able to work with such a beautiful machine and be able to...
Sylvain just had a really great idea.
What's that?
Serger camp.
Serger camp, that's right.
Ooh, I like
With
that.
marshmallows.
I was gonna say we make s'mores.
That
We're
would be
always
cute.
thinking about food.
As we
You
should.
guys. Yeah, so it's been great. It's been great to be able to work with these machines and really see the development from the beginning to this point, and know that we're just going to continue to develop more feet and accessories and work with these machines so that all of you out there can enjoy your machines to their fullest as well. Yeah, so it's been great fun, and I'm going to see if I have a strip of fabric here and a piece of piping, and I will make you a piping. I might have to run out there and get a piece of
that's
cord.
no problem. Sylvain and I can chit-chat about stuff for a second.
Okay, you guys chit-chat for a minute.
We could talk about anything, right, Sylvain?
Sure. Brian's not here.
Brian's not here, so the floor is ours. No, honestly, what and I know I keep saying this, but you know, that 890 is just incomparable. Like there's no other words for it.
It's in a class apart.
Yes, it is. It doesn't. I don't know if it has launch mode quite like Brian's car has on it, but it definitely is it's a machine that creates so many different things. So it's very versatile. It's like your sewing and embroidery machine that you feel like you can do so many things on. The serger has that same appeal to people. I think that people have just been scared of the word serger or overlocker for so long.
Yeah. And the fact that the 890 it's not really a conversion anymore. It's just, move a couple of needles, you're pretty much back in business. So.
And if you forget, it literally has a video on there to show you how.
Yeah.
You cannot mess it up, I promise you.
And I was like most users. I would take my serger out and I would put it and do part of the project with it. Now I want to just put it in the middle and make the project on it. Like my next goal is making a bag just on the 890.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Like
the whole thing.
I'm going to destroy your whole set.
Oh,
here.
I don't care.
Pam said, like this little thing?
So this bag was the first bag that I made with the 890. And I did all of the crosshatch stitching with the chain stitch.
Yes.
And this is a recycled bag.
Yeah.
And a 2-thread flat lock on the back.
I
and then
love that.
Wove the ribbon and used a chain stitch, the puffing, using the gathering like we showed you. And this is a bag that was designed by, the pattern is from Gail Yellen.
Okay.
Yes, Gail.
And she she embraces the L8 machines so completely. And she said, I never knew how limited I was in my creativity until I started using the L8 machines.
Well, we've done some, we've been doing some in-person learning on the L890s because we have them in our classroom. So we've brought 6 of them out here, and Terry's been who's teaching them. And we have, for $20, they come. I'll have Sarah bring the projects. You come, you make a project, you go home with it. It's like a make it, take it. And the people that have come to the class have maybe never even touched a serger before, and they leave with a finished project.
Yeah.
And these are people who sit down thinking, there's no way I'm gonna be able to finish this today. And they do every single time. So when you're done doing this demonstration, I'm gonna have Terry bring me his serger projects that he's been doing.
He just pulled a Yui.
He pulled a Yui.
Yeah, no, it's impressive. Like I've done argyle with embroidery on fabric, and now I just thought, with the cover stitch, in reverse and the chain stitch, I'm thinking tartan.
Oh yeah.
I love tartan, so yeah. You're giving me ideas.
Yeah.
You're giving me homework.
See,
I think there's a We Also blog post in the future.
Yeah, those usually end up on the blog. Yeah.
That's the beautiful part about these machines is that there are so many ways that you can use them. And
they're part of your box of crayons now.
yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Check this out. This is Terry's next serger project that we have here at the store. This is a napkin that goes with the placemat using the flat lock, the chain stitched, the binding's all done on the serger. We use the fusible binding technique we were talking about.
Yes.
So for $20, you can come and you leave with the finished project, which is pretty cool.
And we've talked about sustainability, upcycling.
Yep.
I raised my son strictly, he's 26 now, strictly with cloth napkins.
Yep.
They work better, they're nicer.
Yep.
And you buy a or you use an old busy print. That way ketchup and mustard don't bother them.
Right.
Right.
And they're fun.
And, they're fun. You can have fun. We've had dinosaurs. We've had an evolution of napkins over the years, but we still have some old ones.
Yeah. Definitely. But yeah, serger project. And the only reason that we've been doing serger classes now is because we feel fully confident that any skill level can come and use the 890.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
A lot of people, they talk themselves out of allowing themselves to buy this machine because they think, I'm not advanced enough to own a serger like that.
I'm not advanced enough to own a top-of-the-line machine. But this, an entry-level customer can benefit from just as much as someone who's been sewing for a long time.
If not more.
Exactly.
Because it helps you out. There's a guided mode.
It lowers the bar so much,
Yeah, you really just don't have to really know anything to be able to own this machine. In fact, that's the beauty of it.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah.
I love it.
Well, good. Let me just show you piping.
Perfect.
So we
Show us
have
some piping.
We have the piping foot on. We've taken the cording, the cotton cord, and I just slide it right underneath the presser foot, lower it to hold it in place. And then you take your strip of fabric and just wrap this right around the cord. You will never make piping another way again because it cuts it and it makes your piping all at one time. So no matter what width of fabric you're going to be working with, it will cut it down to that 1/4 of an inch seam allowance that you would need to reinsert it back into another project. Okay, so now you have your piping. Now how
That's
easy was
amazing.
that?
You could make miles of this in no time.
Miles and miles
all
of it.
even.
Yeah,
All even.
all even. And then when you attach it, use your knee lift, slide it back up under, adjust your width to a wider setting. So now you're covering up any of the stitches that were there. And when you come to your corner, you're going to stop, take your scissors, lay your piping down and cut right up to the stitching line, pivot.
What I love is that Pam's in like a sea of her projects right now. She's just like in her full element happy place.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
So then you have a nice squared corner when you add your piping.
I love piping because I have a bag we'll look at right when we go to the Q&A, but like my first project I ever did, I just think piping adds such a classy element to things. And it really just like, it's not hard if you have the right tools.
That's it.
You know? So yeah, surged piping is the best.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Oh,
because
perfect.
I'm way over my time, I think. And there's so much
We were
more.
just given the 3 minutes mark, so you
Oh,
are right on time.
We were given the 3 minutes mark.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, well, that's fine. You can turn it back over to us. We're always
you have a
ready to
couple of
talk.
questions, don't
I
you?
have a few questions, yeah. One of the questions that I have, Pam, is does the L890 have a free arm? Did you show them
Oh,
that?
yes, it does have. Let me move all of these things out of the way.
That's what
so
I
they
said. You're in
can
a
see it.
sea of your beautiful projects.
Yep,
And by
so
the way, the table, when you remove it, it's not like a single button or something that
It's
you
a
have to
lever.
do. You
There's
just
a
have a
little
nice
latch.
big paddle, you just squeeze and pull.
But you know what's funny about that? When we first got ours in, Jackie and I couldn't figure out how to get it off. We were like,
Too easy.
what?
It was too easy. You were looking for the complicated thing.
We were trying to make it way harder than it was.
yeah. So yes, it does have a free arm. All of the same features that we showed you on the L850, the L890 has as well.
Yeah.
With the addition of chain cover stitching opportunities.
Is there a thread that would be too big to go through that auto threading, air threading mechanism?
Typically an 8-weight thread is a little bit too heavy.
Okay.
So there is a circumvent or bypass system that you can use. And if anyone wants to see how you cradle a thread through, we can show them that as well.
Okay.
And if a thread is too fluffy, some of them kind of collapse on themselves, you could always tie your thread and pull it through as well, right?
Yeah, as long as your knot isn't too big.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So let me see if I have any other questions. Did we talk about, and I know this has been like a hot topic with Bernina people, what feet do you think are must-haves for this serger? And I know you're going to say all of them because I know where you come from and I know the world, but I want to just say I think Bernina's a foot company that also makes sewing machines. So I have no doubt there's going to be more feet coming for this sewing for this serger.
ma'am.
But what are your favorite feet, Pam?
Okay, so my favorite are going to, you know, presser feet are like shoes. You can never have too many.
Yeah.
Right? But also the ones that there are some that you always go back to. Okay? So the piping feet, and it comes in 2 different sizes, the large and the small.
For the cord.
And the small will take you up to a cording size of about 5 millimeters. And what I like to do in many cases is I'll make my piping with the small, and then when I attach it and I have another piece of fabric, then I'll use the large, because then it accommodates my piping and the additional fabric that I have there for that added thickness. So 2 sizes of piping feet. Definitely a gathering foot. Now you saw that we can definitely gather with the machine, and you can tighten your needle tensions for additional gathers. But if you're wanting to attach a piece of fabric and gather all at the same time, the gathering foot is an absolute essential.
I'm assuming they're going to be coming out with a ruffler at some point.
Well, that's the gathering foot.
Can you do like a full, that's the gathering foot, it's like a full ruffle you can get with it.
It's
Yeah.
very dense ruffle if you
Yeah,
want.
and with the overlock stitch, it's an adjustable gather that you can make.
See?
Yeah.
Keep going, Pam.
Yeah, so the other feet, there's a beading and cording foot.
Okay.
So sometimes it depends on the applications of things that you're going to be doing. So this, if you're a garment sewist and you're wanting to tape a shoulder seam, I would definitely recommend this cording foot because then you can send a twill tape into that cording slot and it will attach it without having for you to hold on to it.
That's cool.
Yeah. There is an elastic foot, which I don't have with me. And, oh, no, this is the cording foot. And the cording foot is the one that has the slot in it that you can use to insert fish line or wire, so that when you make wired edge ribbon or
Oh, that's cool.
if anybody makes ball gowns or quinceañera dresses, you know, those have so many ruffles.
You
and
don't make a ball gown?
No.
Not anymore.
Oh,
not anymore.
Sure.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, but that's cool. You can do ribbons especially. You can do some really fun stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And by using this, when you're with the overlock stitch, it'll insert it right into your seam and you don't have to hold on to it.
Yeah.
Especially the fish line and the
I think Al Peel needs a Bernina 890 in Doreen.
My father, the farmer.
Well, his stepmother, Doreen, she has more wired ribbon than any human I know. A whole garage full. So here.
Not anymore. They have moved. They have retired. The ribbon is gone. The bows are no longer being made. So something like this would be perfect.
Yeah, and then she could just make special.
she can make them as she wants them.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
I love wired ribbon. Okay.
Okay, can I tell you about one more foot?
Yes, you
Real
can.
quick. So this one is called a blind hem foot, but it's more than just used for doing blind hems. So I like to use it, so if I'm doing a 1/4 inch stitch, I can use this guide and I can use that as like my 1/4 inch foot with guide. Or I can use it for making rolled hem pin tucks. And I can use this bar that's on there as the guide, and that's going to catch the even amount throughout the length of your fabric.
I love rolled hem pin tucks. We just did a serger project, the apron that we did, and we did 3 rolled hem pin tucks on the front of it, and it just looks so classy and expensive.
Yeah.
And it's like, when people did it, they were like, it's that easy? Like, yes.
That's all there is to it?
Yeah, it was that simple. So, all right, Pam. Well, I think that you did a fabulous job as always.
That was awesome.
We loved
I learned
it.
a lot.
I've been watching the Facebook comments on my phone come in, and people are just like, they're sending the emoji with the head exploding, you know?
I did go poof a couple
Mind
of times.
blown.
Yeah.
We've had people that have come in the last few days say, why didn't I wait? This is mind blowing.
Yeah.
So this has been really, really good. Now, before we go over to Q&A, we definitely want to give the pricing, but didn't you have an email that you got the other day?
Oh
or
my
a
gosh.
message? I
yes.
thought that would
and
be
I think
really...
that I should read this with Pam sitting here too, because it is absolutely phenomenal. Let me see, recents. It was an email that came in. Okay, so before we go into pricing about this serger, I think what's important to talk about, Pam, again, is that like a lot of people getting into this hobby don't allow themselves to buy a top-of-the-line machine because they think that, you know, I'm not good enough for that yet.
Yeah.
And that's such a lie.
This is better if you're not great. I mean, I can
That's what we were talking
testify
about.
to that.
The guided mode is perfect for a beginner.
Did you tell the story where you stuck me on
I
Facebook
did
and switched it? She
that.
tell that? She loves that. But what she didn't tell is that as she's filming it here and my hands are down here,
I'm kicking him under the table.
My head came back and goes.
Okay, so on that same notion, before we get into pricing, this is from our customer, Mary Williams, and I wanted to read what she said.
And because you weren't here yesterday, Jess gave all the reasons and all the ways to convince your husband, which
I'm
we
very
are
good
we
at
are
it.
strong, independent women, right? We don't need to convince our husbands of anything, but as a
Nothing.
nicety,
And I don't
how to
need no
communicate with them.
Yes.
So this is what she said.
Okay, so Mary Williams said, my husband is retired military and he collects guns and all costly things related. So he is very open to my hobby as well. Once, he said something about me needing to use my machines to sew all of our clothes to justify them, etc. And my mom quickly responded with, to invest in the things they love for no reason other than the journey. It's great to end up with a quilt or other sewn item, but it's not the most important
I
part.
love that because the journey is because the journey is maybe a lot of times better than the destination.
Therapy, there's a zen in it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You know, so I just did a podcast the other day, and we talked about the escape that so many of us. I mean, I call my sewing room my happy place, right? And I'm just so very fortunate to be able to be in an industry that I absolutely love. I love what I do. I love the products that I work with, and it really is that therapy that so many of us need.
That's true, and you're lucky because a lot of people call their sewing room their dining room. So.
Dining being the secondary application.
So you're really fortunate.
Oh, I have a feeling a lot of our customers make a way to have their own sewing room, trust me.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we, before we jump over, because I know there's a ton of questions for Pam. I know that everybody wants to talk to you and they've got lots of questions, especially about the competitive sergers and all of that stuff. But do you want to give them the special pricing before we do Q&A?
I can give them the special pricing.
Is that why you were shouting at me to double check this?
I was just wondering if you were going to come back and hang out with me.
Okay.
So there goes your mom.
I have never heard my name said so many times.
She waited
so
till
many ways.
She waited till the camera went that way, and she's like, "Get that guy."
Okay, so the L890, which is top of the line, the best, but also the simplest serger to use in the whole lineup. I know we saved it for the end because it does the most, but it's also the easiest. So keep that in mind. It has a pretty nice price tag on it. MSRP is $79.99. For everything that serger does, that's actually very low for a price point for all of the things that serger does. There are competitive brand sergers that are in the $12,000, $13,000 range that I think don't hold a candle to what this Bernina does, and that is speaking from true experience. So $79.99 is MSRP. However, this is the Stitch House Bernina Summit, so we have really great pricing for the Summit only until Saturday, right, Brian?
Saturday or next Saturday?
You know, or whenever. No,
Some Saturday.
until Saturday.
Okay, Saturday.
$64.99 for that serger, plus, you know, we like the plus around here, like always adding. There is a special Stitch House special, that if you contact us by either emailing us, calling us, or leaving a comment somewhere on social media.
We'll find you.
We'll find you, as I've been saying.
We will find you. That's from
That's kind of creepy.
Wedding Crashers, right? No one? Okay,
Brian,
forget it.
you reference Wedding Crashers quite often.
Okay.
You love that movie.
Back to yours.
We can tell you all about the special Stitch House Summit pricing. Well, not pricing, but bundle that we have available. The pricing is $64.99, but you're going to get so many more other things with it that will really make this even better of a value than it already is at the $64.99 price.
Contact us because the special that we have for the 890 is only. I would only compare it to the special that you see with the Peacock Edition, which
Correct.
I think we just about sold out of. Sylvain, kudos to you. Wonderful job.
Well, no,
I mean, everyone said, I
yeah.
can't live without the 790, but I'll take the 480.
Yeah.
And so that was awesome.
It was a show last fall, and I had to demo those two special editions, and I told them, these, you just need to show them, they sell themselves. They were such a value. Yeah.
Well, don't tell my salespeople that. They'll be out of a job.
They may run me out the store.
But Pam also told me when you were walking around the store that Bernina also has a special promo going on that we can talk about, and there's an additional something that they can receive.
Yeah, so what we can do is if anyone makes a purchase, we can send them a link to a voucher, and there's a $100 rebate that they will get directly from Bernina. Yeah.
Well, hot dang. That's
Is that
a
the
really
ambassador
good
voucher?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yes.
It
so
helps
they
to
can
know
do that.
people.
Yeah, we know people here.
That's right. That's right.
We're going to drop names. Pam.
Yeah.
I think that's what the voucher's titled.
There you go.
Yeah, no.
No, but that's cool because that $100, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's some presser feet.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
more thread.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Have enough thread.
That's events at Stitch House. That's there's
Yep.
all kinds of
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, in addition,
The
we
Serger
also
boot
keep.
camp.
Yeah, Serger boot camp. Oh, we're gonna do a Serger camp with s'mores. You missed that part.
Oh.
So we're gonna. We have 6 of these in our classroom until COVID kind of stops rearing its ugly head at us. To when we'll have 12. Yes,
No,
I showed them this.
But this is 12. These are.
Oh yes,
12
we do
people.
have 12 people in these. We have 12 of these if you come to the Sip and Surge class. That's only $20 and it's on our website, shopstitchhouse.com. But if you want to buy an $8.90 from Stitch House, trust me, you're going to get the best education possible because you don't have to bring your machine. It's here and you get to learn all on the machines we provide you, which is really great. In addition to the $1,500 savings, did I do that right?
Yes, you did.
The $1,500 savings plus the additional bundle that we're going to be adding as well. Call us, email us, get a hold of us somehow, and we will let you know all about that bundle, not here on air.
So I think what we're gonna do now is take an even deeper dive into the 890, and when we come back, it'll be all about Q&A. And we had been calling it Stump the Expert. I don't think there's a chance.
They
So-
reserve that for me.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Not
so let's
between Sylvain and Pam.
No,
it's
I
not
don't
gonna
see that
happen.
happening. So let's just call it Q&A, everything surging when we come back.
Okay, great. Love that.
Hi, I'm Jen Beeman. I'm a sewing pattern designer and pattern maker based in Chicago. I love that the new Bernina machine has 3 main functions: overlock, cover stitch, and the 5-thread combo. I love the new L890 because it has the same quality Swiss precision and engineering as the rest of the Bernina lineup. The one-step air threader is awesome. Not only is it easy and fun, it means your threads will never become tangled or threaded out of order. The color touchscreen is super easy to use, and the large icons make it really easy to see what you're doing. As a garment sewer, I really enjoy the free arm on this machine. It's perfect for all the little cuffs and little fiddly things that I always am working on. For larger projects and garments, the slide-on extension table is a must-have. It supports the weight of these larger projects and comes standard on the machine. As a right-hander, I really appreciate the extra space here so you can get your arm around and lift the presser foot easily. The L890 comes with the Bernina freehand system, which means you can raise and lower the presser foot using your knee. This is great because it gives you access to both hands while sewing. With this machine, you can sew with 2, 3, 4, or even 5 threads, which is really exciting because it gives you a stitch for every seam, application, and fabric. The needle stop up and down function is great. All you have to do is kick back on the foot control and your machine will move the needle a half step. The presser foot swings out to give you easy access to the needles while threading. Not only is the L890 super fast, but you can also adjust the top speed as well as the lower speed. The bright LED light is super helpful because it allows you to see every stitch, whether it's day or night. Using the foot control, it's easy to control the speed of the machine, enabling you to even do stitch-by-stitch sewing. One of the benefits of the screen is that there's a guided mode and an expert mode to help you set up your stitches. The guided mode contains a wizard for step-by-step instruction on how to set your stitches properly. The expert mode contains an overview so you can double-check you've got everything right. When you select your stitch, the machine automatically sets the thread tension, differential feed, and stitch length for you. If you're into decorative stitching or specialty threads, you'll really appreciate the Stitch Optimizer. There are helpful tutorials and a stitch consultant included in the machine, so if you have a question about a stitch or a fabric, all you have to do is look it up. Helpful animations are included to help you with threading and setup. You can save your stitch customizations using the personal memory. Your sound, screen brightness, colors, and speed are all saved for the next time you sit down to sew. Using a button on the screen, you can permanently set the needle up or down. This is great because while you're cover stitching, you'll likely want the needles to stop up so you can pull and lock your threads. But while overlocking, you'll likely want the needles to stop down. The stitch length, cutting width, and thread tensions are all adjustable while sewing, which is great because it adds precision to your creative thread applications. The overedge thread amount can be precisely adjusted using the easy-to-access micro thread control. The MTC is a great solution for making your flat lock seams even flatter. If you're a dressmaker like me, you'll also appreciate the differential feed for its ability to keep your shaped hems and curves flat while you sew. People ask me all the time what the secret is to getting clean, professional-looking garments, and there's really no secret. All you need is practice and a good quality precision machine, which is why I only use Bernina. I finally have everything I've ever wanted.
Bernina, made to create.
My name's Jessica, and what do I do? What don't I do? I am the owner of Stitchhouse. The founder, yes. Discoverer, first pioneer, conquistadora. I'm just kidding. I grew up in the sewing industry. My grandfather, great-grandfather, and mom all own sewing stores. So I've been doing it since birth. When I was younger, I always had a different vision for kind of like the retail experience in a sewing store. I think that my favorite thing about the sewing industry and just like the craft and hobby industry in general is how empowered it makes people feel to create something, you know, from scratch. And I really like seeing like the look on people's faces when they make their first quilt or their first project. I just think it's really cool, and I think it gives people a really good creative outlet to do something like sewing. You know, and I thought about that when you asked Brittany, I'm like, what is Stitchhouse to me? To me, Stitchhouse has always been, even before it was Stitchhouse, like my passion in life. I've always wanted to be able to have a place where I felt safe, like myself, in a work environment. I felt happy to be on a consistent basis, and I could make other people happy. And so I kind of can do all three of those things here at the store. And I really love being able to come to work every day and just like talk and engage with customers and learn more about people. To me, the Stitchhouse experience is like nothing else. Because I have somewhat just like created all of this in my head for how I think that shopping should go, how I think that learning should go, and I think that if you come here, you'll definitely have an experience like no other.
Well, here at Stitchhouse, I am a customer service rep, and I also do some of the visual merchandising in the store. I actually got into sewing when I was about maybe 4 or 5 years old. My grandmother introduced me to it since I was really interested into making like clothes and things for my Barbie dolls, and I would like to put on like fashion shows and things like that for my family. So I guess you could say that's my start. I went to the Art Institute of Dallas for fashion design, where I got my degree in fashion, so yeah. Well, once I saw Stitch House and like the amazing place that it is, I just kind of fell in love with it. I get a chance to be around other people who are creative every day with their love of sewing, so yeah. That's a tough one. Stitch House to me, I would say it's really just like an oasis for all people who sew and love things creative. It's definitely not your typical sewing or quilting store by far. I feel like everyone should at least come to Stitch House once. I think they will fall in love with it because we have a lot to offer here, especially like with the classes and events. I don't think there's any other place like it.
I'm Lisa Mayfield, and I am back of store manager and also in charge of special orders and inventory. Just that you could take a piece of fabric, a square, and turn it into a skirt, a shirt, a purse. It was just, it just made it so much more exciting. Oh, I've been sewing since I was a little girl, so when I found out they were hiring here, it just made me happy as could be. What is Stitch House to me? It's like a family. We're like family. I feel really fortunate to be a part of Stitch House. Like I said, sewing is something that I greatly love, and I love sharing that passion with people when they come in. I love showing them things, seeing the excitement in their faces when they see what a machine could do, or when they match fabrics together and see colors pop. You know, it's exciting. No, sewing is very much fun. It's very much, it is modern. A lot of people think that sewing is an old hobby. You know, anybody can sew. Anybody with any creativity at all should be sewing.
Hi, my name is Tula Pink. I am a fabric designer, a quilter, and a sewing enthusiast from the United States. I love Bernina because it is the most dependable machine on earth. What's really important to me as a sewer is consistent stitch length. I know it's going to be the same every time I sit down in the machine, regardless of what I'm sewing. And that is something that only a Bernina does every single time. As a quilter, it's important that I can get through several layers of fabric and even some experimental materials. And the power of the Bernina machine allows me to go through anything. Bernina is the only sewing machine I use, and the reason I use a Bernina is because when I turn it on, it does exactly what I need it to do. It's sturdy, it's well built, and it runs smoothly, and it never ever lets me down. Berninas are quiet and consistent and powerful machines, and that you can get that much power without the noise of the power, I think is a beautiful thing. That is what quality in a sewing machine means to me. It's less work for me, more work for the machine, and if the machine can handle it, then I don't have to worry about it. Berninas are designed with the sewer in mind. You can see everything that you're doing under the needle while you're doing it because of the actual design of the machine, but also because of the LED lights that run underneath the throat of the machine. Those are the things that you need when you're sewing. You need to be able to see your project and know what you're doing. The bobbin case is also brilliantly designed on Bernina's. You can access it from the front, so you can pop the bobbin out and pop it right back in without actually removing your project from the machine. It seems so simple, but it's crucial when you're sewing all the way into the night and into the early morning. When it comes to cleaning and oiling my machine, it's so simple. I don't have to take anything apart. I clean it, I oil it, and I get right back to work. Bernina presser feet are unique in that they're made from one solid piece of metal. So your stitches stay completely consistent, and that is largely dependent on the presser foot. I don't need to use a screwdriver to change the presser foot, and that saves invaluable time when you are sewing using lots of different accessories, one right after the other. The straight stitch plate is kind of genius because my fabric doesn't get sucked down into the bobbin case like it used to before I had the straight stitch plate. All these little tiny things that Bernina has thought of that make everything easier. And you get to a point where you've been sewing on a Bernina so long that you sort of forget how good you have it until you try to sew on a different machine, and then you're like, oh right, that's why I sew on a Bernina. The best way to know if a Bernina is the right machine for you is to just sew on one. I guarantee that anybody that spends even 10 minutes sewing on a Bernina will understand why I choose Bernina as my machine over everything else.
Bernina, made to create.
I'm Amanda Murphy, and I'm a quilt and pattern designer. I love every stage of the quilting process, from choosing the fabrics to designing the quilt, and to, of course, designing the quilting. Bernina is a Swiss family-owned company that's been in business for over 125 years. Their machines are extremely reliable, and they're a dream to quilt on. This Swiss engineering produces an easy-to-use interface and quality stitches every time. The Q16 has the same functions as its bigger sister, the Q20 sit-down. It features a 16-inch throat space, Every domestic quilter out there has struggled to get a fairly large quilt into a small throat space. I even tried to persuade my husband to put hooks on the ceiling, but with the Q16 he didn't have to do that anymore because all those problems went away. With the Bernina Q16, all the controls are right at your fingertips. You can wind the bobbin from the front of the machine, you can thread from the front of the machine. It's all right there for you. Bernina has taken some great features from its domestics and put it on the Bernina Q16. There's a semi-automatic needle threader, and the presser foot goes up and down. With the Bernina Q16, you can use any Bernina free motion foot, and you can put it on without tools. But best of all, you can use stitch regulation with any foot. This means you have stitch regulation when you use rulers. You have stitch regulation when you couch. It's the perfect quilting companion. The kickstart function enables you to quilt without holding the foot pedal. That means you can concentrate just on the design. The built-in stitch regulator is sensor-driven, ensuring that whether you go fast or you go slow, your stitches remain consistent. You can set it at any stitch length from 1 to 24 stitches per inch, and it's all right on the screen. The built-in stitch regulator has 3 different modes. The first mode is set so that when you stop moving, the needle keeps going. This can be very beneficial for designs with corners. The second mode's a little different. It pauses when you pause, so it doesn't make a knot on the back of your quilt. This is especially advantageous for ruler work. The third mode is a basting mode. It can do 1, 2, or 4 stitches per inch. This means you can baste your entire quilt and get rid of all those pins that increase the bulk. And the fourth mode is the magic manual mode. And if you think you can't stitch manually on a domestic machine, you should try it on the Q16 because it's exceptionally smooth. I love quilting feathers in the manual mode. For beginners, the stitch regulator is like the ultimate set of training wheels. It makes it easy to keep your stitch length consistent so you can really concentrate on the design. The Bernina engineers are absolute geniuses when it comes to user interface design, and this machine is no exception. The general tools are all on the left, the stitch regulation modes are on the right, and you are set to quilt. On the Bernina Q16, you have numeric thread tension. It makes it easy to adjust the thread tension just a little bit to get the perfect stitch. The lighting on the Q16 affords excellent visibility. In fact, I can quilt straight through the night right before quilt market to get my quilts done. There are so many accessories available for this machine to further enhance the quilting possibilities. You have the needlepoint laser, which shows you exactly where the needle is going to go down into the fabric. You have a double needle stitch plate. This machine can take double needles. You have a horizontal spool pin that you can use to couch or to mount stacked threads. The possibilities are endless. Its foldable table is adjustable in height, and it can be stored away in small spaces. The Bernina Q16 is quilting magic. One of the hallmarks of a great quilting experience is when you lose yourself in your work, and that happens with the Bernina Q16. Set your quilting spirit free with the Bernina Q16.
Bernina, made to create.
Kick us off, Brian.
Well, welcome back. Here we are, Q&A in Q&A this time. There is no stump the.
We're not playing Stump Pam because she was nice enough to finish his quilt for him. So
look at this. Did you guys hang?
He better
did you
not.
show this when you did it?
Yes.
Isn't that
Yeah,
cool?
we probably didn't see it real close up, but that's okay.
And you know the red adds a touch too.
Yeah,
It
it
does.
does.
Yeah.
So thank you.
But it's
I
so,
owe you.
that 9
Oh, we've
millimeter
already
wide
made that clear.
stitch.
Oh, we did. Okay, I'll go back and watch the video.
Your better half and I made sure of that.
Oh, yes, we were sitting there just having a good time. You're over there just chatting away, Brian, you know.
Well, thank you.
Oh, that was so cool.
beautiful.
So I'm really excited to sit down with Pam and ask her a few questions because it's not all the time that you get to talk to such a serger expert in the field and ask her anything you want. So I figured my first question wouldn't necessarily be serging related, but I asked this question to Sylvain and Betsy the other day, and I said, if you could have one sewing superpower, what would it be?
Well, maybe to blink and all those unfinished projects would be done.
I think that's what everybody wants, right?
Really?
Yeah, UFOs to be done.
I have UBOs.
What are
Unbegun
UBOs?
objects. I have too many ideas.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yet I think they're like bunnies. 2 ideas have a third one.
Oh my gosh.
They multiply very quickly.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
anyway, that's good. Then, as we're saying, friends, you can't die, right? You got projects.
It's fun sitting next to Sylvain up there because as Pam was going, you could just see, you would just almost
brain
hear
going
like
poof.
a ding, like there's another idea
Oh,
that
yeah.
popped in.
Well, when he was sitting there like this, I was like, oh no. It's just the gears are
Yeah.
Well,
all
and you know what?
connecting.
That's what I love about this, is that I can get you started, and Sylvain will take it to another level.
Yeah,
Someone
he-
else
No,
will
but
take
you know
it
what?
in a
Without
different direction.
all the cool stuff you showed us today, the toolbox is empty.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
filled my toolbox today.
Right.
And I love tools.
Good.
So yeah, no, it's then the ideas just go from there. So
Right.
thank you.
Well, and sometimes you feel you're not sure if it's a direction you should even go in.
Mhm.
You know, there isn't
That's true.
necessarily enough knowledge there, or
The gear just
The-
meant and one more click.
Click.
I want to make a bag, right? I said, I want to make a bag. I have these bags of cat food, but they're like completely solid plastic. And that's what I'm going to make it with. I'm going to slice those open, use the material, make bags out of those on the
Okay,
serger.
so can I tell you the funniest upcycle project I ever made?
Yeah.
And being Earth Day today.
Yes.
So years ago, I have no idea how I even had come up with this, but I was going to make a raincoat out of shopping bags.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
So I took and the little girls store Justice.
Oh, I know
they
that
had-
store.
Yeah, they had the cutest bags, right, with all the hearts and bright colors and things on. So we had a bunch of little girls on our block, and I would go to the house that I knew them, and I would say, "Do you have any Justice bags?" Well, no. So they were like, "But we can go."
Yeah,
We
we'll
can-
get some.
we'll go get some. So I had several little girls bringing me these Justice bags over, and I took Justice bags we had used to collect blueberries, and different shopping bags, and I made like blocks out of these different shopping bags.
That's cool.
Fused them with an interfacing, and then cut them all apart and pieced them in the hoop, in the embroidery hoop. And then I wanted a sashing. So I wanted it to be of a plastic. So I went to my garage and I got a garbage bag, and I just fused it on the back side and cut it apart and used that as my sashing.
How cool.
So now I still have this raincoat that
That's
is
cool.
patchworked with bags
That
of
is
all
so
different
cool.
kinds, and it's
I
kind of
would
fun.
love to see that.
Is there a photo of this somewhere?
Yeah, actually, I have to take a photo, and they're going to post it on that podcast that I just finished.
Oh,
That's so
cool.
cool.
Yeah,
What was the
so-
name of the podcast?
I don't know. I'll
get
have
back-
to get it.
get back to me. Was it a
Meg, if you're
sewing
watching,
related?
I'm sorry.
Was it a sewing podcast?
Yeah, and it's sponsored by Bernina.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
We've that's actually why we own these microphones, because we want to start doing podcasts. Oh, can't give
So
away all
just-
my
Oh my
secrets.
goodness. One thing at a time. We just got this going.
You know what I was thinking when you were saying that? How cool would that be with some Lululemon bags that are already like, that plasticky
So
feel?
was it waterproof too? Did
Oh,
you have to
yeah.
spray it with anything?
No,
or
no, because it's plastic bags.
But after the needle punctures it, it was.
It's so and so, like
So and so.
SO and
Yeah, yeah,
SEW.
yeah.
So and
So
so.
and
So
so.
and so.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
I thought I knew it was a so and a so, but I didn't want to
Yeah.
say so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so and
the,
so.
the N is important in between
Prepositions,
there.
everything, or conjunctions in this case, yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's a really cool project. And again, back to the whole sustainability thing with sewing. Sewing has
really become like such an important thing again because people are into the sustainability idea, and it needs to be more important because fast fashion we've been talking about for a while, and fast fashion was like really big. I'm a millennial, like we shopped at big places like Forever 21 and Zara that just pumped out clothing. That's really hard on the
But
environment.
there's pressure on those companies now.
A lot of pressure on those companies to change their business practices, but even more so, like an even more like organic way to reuse clothes is like just like take something old and make it new again. And I think that is what a serger would be like absolutely key for.
So my mom used to take old sweaters, and they worked at a thrift store, and she would take them all home, the wool ones, and she'd felt them and put them in the washing machine and felt them. Then she would make mittens.
Yeah.
And make the mittens and then take them back to the thrift store, and they would get more money for the mittens than they would have gotten for the original sweater. So that whole sustainability and making
that is an upcycle right there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's like the show that we're doing with Janice that we're going to be filming here in a few months. It's called This Old Dress, kind of a play.
Tell them.
Because
she already does do upcycling.
Everything she wears is she's just kind of created it on her own.
Yeah.
And she's been wanting to get.
And it's never too late either to get top-notch equipment. My mother was 71 when I gave her a Bernina. And I was there for 2 weeks in Canada, so I gave her guide class. I did a couple of rounds, and it's an easy machine, right? So she took care.
Customer comes in the door and says, I think I don't think I'm going to live long enough to justify this machine. And to me, that's
wrong.
That's awful. You've got only so much longer to go. Enjoy what you have.
Yes, get the most mileage out of it you can.
And I think the other really cool thing too is that a lot of our customers, like I know like the typical person watching this is not like the 15-year-old girl watching TikTok videos on right now learning how to sew. But I watched the other day, there was a whole podcast on sewing for TikTokers, and there's a lot of younger kids on TikTok learning how to sew again and teaching each other how to sew, and that's a whole demographic that I know this industry is really struggling with. How do we embrace that? And so I think one of the ways to do that is like, why don't you be like the cool parent or the cool grandparent, get these super cool tools, and I guarantee you just don't know that your granddaughter wants to come over, or grandson.
And when my 2 sons were in middle school, I mean, and they grew up, of course, around sewing and everything. And when they would bring their friends over, they'd go, "Come on over, you've got to see my mom's cool machine."
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Mom was cool.
Like, so they were like, this is electronic, and it does all these cool things, and it does embroidery. And, they find such enjoyment. Kids of any kind.
I'm seeing a couple of things happening. I grew up in Canada. I did not do. I went to a boys' school, so we didn't have sewing. We didn't have like home ec per se. But coming to the U.S., I've heard so many times that home ec turned half the people off from sewing and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But now it's more organic, more grassroots. So people coming to sewing now, the young people coming to sewing, it wasn't rammed down their throat.
No, they're actually
it's because they want to do this.
Right.
So that is, I'm just waiting for that explosion.
And
it's here.
It's all ages too. So we had our nephews. My nephews came a couple weeks ago, and we took their drawings and digitized them. And I just got a text from my sister today, Lori, who said, "When are you sending the sweatshirt?" Because my nephew Ryan, who's 10, sorry, Ryan's 10, who's 10, draws these really wonderful cartoons and then illustrates them, and then somebody else writes the story. So he drew all of these cool cartoons of his characters. We digitized it, and she goes, he's told all of the people at his school, all of the kids at his school, that he's got his cartoons on a shirt. A sweatshirt. So you've got to send it soon because school's letting out soon. So we got to get that done.
Is that like line stitching?
Yeah.
If you want a good result, technical term, starch the heck out of it.
Yeah.
Actually, I use sizing, because it doesn't flake off and it's firmer, and you pre-wash it, because otherwise your cartoons might get a little floppy, but you size the heck out of it, and then it will just be like paper when you embroider.
Yeah, the gold top starch.
Yeah.
The gold top.
Yes.
Gold top starch, it's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Because if you can stabilize the fiber itself,
Yeah.
then that's for knits especially, that's the best.
See, we're not even talking serging just yet. We're
No, but how many times I've had to replace, fix like an arm size seam on a sweatshirt that pop on the seam or the cuff, and then you just, you once did this with a sewing machine. It was a cuff on a sweater, knit sweater that was so worn out. But with the, like the crochet on the serger, you could go even faster and rebuild that cuff.
That's so cool.
Yeah, because it was like an old sweater.
Yeah.
That was the style, like in the late 80s, right? The oversized. So yeah.
Well, like I told you earlier, there's a girl. I believe she's got to be a teenager. She looks so young, and her Instagram is Luminate Thrifts, and she cuts up she goes into the thrift store, gets vintage sweatpants, and then she patchworks them up, cuts them up. She sells them for like $120
Yeah,
a
she
piece
should.
on her.
That's
Yes.
great.
Yeah, and she's just serging, zoop, 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 patchwork stuff, puts a new elastic band on the top, and that is just so cool to me.
Yep.
Because it's taking something so basic, just a pair of sweatpants, it's zhuzhing it up a little bit, and then it's like, it's appealing to a young demographic.
Yep.
Right.
So TikTok,
That's somebody
thank
creating
you for
a
making
trend.
sewing really
that's a
cool again.
trendsetter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Love that.
Finally.
I also told Sylvain the other day, I was getting my nails done, and I look up and there's a commercial, like a 7-Up commercial, and it's like a girl in her room drinking a 7-Up and sewing. And I'm like, what brand of machine is she using?
Oh yeah, we're all hogs for when we see those.
Yeah, whenever you see a machine on like
Yeah.
a movie or something, you're like,
You
what
know
are they
you're a
doing?
junkie when. Yeah.
You want me to get to my first question?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there is a question.
There are questions. Okay, I have these out of order, so let me see. Okay, this is an interesting question. Is there a hard copy of instructions available for the 890?
Yes, it does have a pretty extensive instruction manual that is spiral bound.
Okay.
That comes with the machine, and it's very detailed on all of the different settings. But honestly, you'll probably never have to take it out of the box because it's
The
all
guided
right
mode
there.
is
The guided
there.
mode
Yeah.
is right there.
Now,
Yeah,
isn't
that's what I
there-
was gonna say.
There's a simulator for the 890, isn't there?
Yes, and the simulator that, if a customer wants to try the screen, they could just go to Bernina.com under Overlock and 890 and way down at the bottom
Yeah,
of the
you
page.
click on the support tab, it takes you to the bottom of the page.
Would
and-
I be
Yeah.
able to create stitches on the simulator and bring those settings in
No.
to my favorite?
Not at this point.
No.
But you know what would be really cool is if on our new website we had the links to those simulators so
Yep.
people could play with the machine.
Right.
That's a
And
really
really
cool
see
idea.
how easy using that simulator is, and
Oh, yeah.
using the machine through that simulator, but then being able to really see all of the advantages that touch screen has for them.
And there's also the big book of serging that
Yes.
you guys have, which is really
Yeah.
cool. What can someone expect to see in there?
So in the Big Book of Serging, it kind of takes you beyond the mastery class, and it shows you a lot of the things that we were talking about today, the use of different stitches and applying them in decorative ways or functional ways, and kind of taking things beyond that edge that
And
we
there's
talked
photography
about.
example of everything. So
Yes.
you actually get to see what you're.
It is
it's
actually a
not-
big book too.
It is a
Yeah,
big
it's a big
book.
book. And it's not just specific to the 890, but it covers the Burnett's, it covers the L8 machines and the L4 series machines too.
And the feet as well are in there.
Yes, yes.
So I think that's really cool because it's almost like a workbook, would you say, kind of?
You could work yourself through it, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's even tables of settings for some applications. I had to do a video for the Gathering Foot
Yeah.
for the
Yeah, that was
Overlock
great.
this month. And I says, it's this much in the book that is gathering. And then I just leaf the book through like this is everything else you can do with an Overlock surgery, right?
Right.
And because I like a physical example, I talked about my hands. This is called mute.
That's where the mute button is.
No, there's no button. It's on inside. Remember? But anyway, so I always tell people it will help you get the most of everything you paid for,
Yeah.
and then more because it will open up your possibilities. So.
Well, it's kind of like the start button. We kind of get you started, and then that takes you beyond.
Yes.
It takes you beyond. You read something, and now you've seen it. Then you read it, and that button goes. Oh, I need to make sure
your brain
that
goes poof.
Yeah, it goes poof.
I just got a really
No,
great
no.
cue card.
Oh, hold on. What?
Free. It's a national promotion.
Oh, okay.
Oh, national promotion.
Oh,
See, he always
extra
tries to
gravy.
lull me.
No, well, so you're gonna say it?
I wouldn't tell you.
So Miss Holly Brown in the background is telling us
She's
that
bringing in more deals.
the 850 and the 890 include the Big Book of Surgery for free this month.
Because it's National Overlocker Month.
National Overlocker.
It's Overlocker month.
Oh.
And we just have a few days left.
Just a few days left. Oh my
So,
gosh.
so Bernina's offering the Big Book of Surging, the $100
ambassador coupon.
Voucher.
Yeah.
90.
Oh.
It's a good deal.
And
Plus
special
the
pricing.
Stitch House
That book,
pricing that we have.
is usually street price around $100.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's a
and
lot of work.
way more than that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
There's other brands that have like workbooks, if you want to call it that, and they are very expensive. And I think that Big Book of Surging is one of the best tools I've seen for surging.
Yeah, and there's a big book of sewing, big books of
quilting.
accessories, quilting, yeah.
So
Big
one
Book of Feet.
One of the questions that I get all the time is, why only a 5-thread overlocker? What am I losing without having more? Like
Well, you're
some
really,
of the other brands.
yeah, and you're really not losing anything because the functionality of having more than 5 threads is that there aren't really many applications that are used because you're combining a cover stitch with an overlock stitch or a triple cover stitch with a 4-thread overlock stitch. So your seam, you still have the versatility in a 5-thread usability in all of those same stitches of 5/8, half, and 3/8 inch seam allowance widths.
Yeah,
great.
So, that just goes to the idea of there are other brands out there, but at the same time, there's no other brand that's Bernina.
Right.
And Bernina does their philosophy for how they are as a company and how they make things is so different than any other companies.
Right. Yeah,
And
the
I think
quality.
the quality, the control, the engineering, the fact that they
Well-
do make their own machines too.
Yes, and it's two things, right? It's family owned.
Yep.
And that means that this company lives or dies by its products.
Yep.
And Paul, our CEO, often says, right? He tells you when you're new as a dealer, the company management makes investments for 20 years down the road. They're
Yeah.
not into a trimester profit report, and so they take the long view. And the product and the brand, the reputation is everything.
Right.
So and actually, where everything else gets commoditized, we're walking the other way.
But again, that goes back to I feel like more like a trend we're seeing in the world, and it's that people don't want the fast, quick, inexpensive, cheap.
Cheap and disposable.
Disposable
Right.
is
I think
out.
that's a good word.
People really want something that's thoughtful, that they know comes from a great company like Bernina, that makes their products, that really invests in their own brand and their people at in their company, and it's all holistic. It all kind of plays into it.
Yeah, there's a whole creative space which is like a Zen space, right? It's we joke that we say it's cheaper than therapy, but it's not just that. It's like you walk into your sewing room and it's my playground.
Yeah.
And I used to say, I've said this week, my sewing machine, my 880, for instance, my 790, they're serious tools and serious toys.
Yeah.
And today, the serger joined the toy club.
Now it's a trio.
It's a trio at the Sylvain Bergeron Chateau. Chateau de Sylvain Bergeron.
I wish my house was very small. But yeah, no, it is now. I want to make those bags out of the leftover bags of
I want a Lululemon.
And the bags are cinched with Velcro, with the hook and loop tape.
Yes.
Actually, it's a Velcro brand because they say even on the bag. I will probably cut those out and use them in the bag.
Yeah.
See,
He's just creating.
My gears are turning now.
My brother is here, and Jonathan, don't you own a serger?
Yes.
And you love serging, don't you?
Absolutely.
You see, I told you, I wasn't making any of that
And he's not
up.
just saying yes because his sister said so.
I'm like, don't you like it?
I'm not going to say the brand that I learned on.
How many other technologies? Because I thought it was interesting when you talked about as you move up the line, it gets easier, and there's not a lot of technologies like that, even in sewing machines. But the 890 kind of feels that way. That even though I'm gaining all of these features, it just keeps getting easier, though.
But the challenge was stronger there, right, to simplify, right, compared to sewing machines. Sewing machines is more accessible. People know how those work. But there was more of a hill to climb if you wanted to lowering that bar.
Yeah.
And I think that, again, like that, it's always the opposite of what people think. They just think so much machine, never going to use that all.
Or they think the higher the machine, the more complicated it's going
But
to be.
in it, I think it is in a lot of instances, but not here.
Right.
You know, like we got a new car a year or two ago, and never in my life have I ever had to do this, but we had to sit at the dealership for an hour inside the car so we could tell us how to work the radio
infotainment
and
systems,
air conditioning. And it just felt like, my God.
I'm sorry, you need to
where's
park on the
knob?
highway now. We need to reboot the car.
And this you go up and it just makes it easier.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's brilliant. I tell you, the educators were blown out of the water. Like, we were like totally amazed. And that, in 24 years, it only happened a few times.
Oh, yeah. And
Usually it's the top of the line sewing machine or the first embroidery combo, you know, some big, this is a seminal event in Overlocker serger design. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, you do a lot with the serger here at the store, Brian, and helping people. What is like a question you get all the time about serging, or why would someone need a serger? Everybody always wants one, but why do you need one?
So I think they touched on it because it's a new tool to what you're already doing to enhance the projects you're making, right? And I think that the misconception or the misnomer is that if you don't make apparel, then you don't need a serger.
one, right.
And I think that's the big thing is when we go to introduce the Bernina serger or we go to demo it, people say, I don't do apparel, I don't do clothing, so I'm not really interested. And I love the demos you did today because it opens up the array of creativity that you can have and kind of the stuff that you're explaining today.
Yeah.
So
and whether you're a true quilter and a piecer, it's for you. If you make garments, it has a function for you. And
if you
the
like doing
creative
home deck
side,
stuff.
If you like doing home deck stuff, and I mean, to do stitches like these flat lock stitches that are on here, you couldn't get that on your sewing machine.
No,
No.
it'd be tricky.
It would be very tricky to do that. And
You'd
it's
get
done
puckers in
so-
the
Athletic wear.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to make athletic wear.
Sure,
It's so
and that's a
expensive.
nightmare, right?
Yeah.
Well, you can't do athletic wear with just a sewing machine. I mean, you would need a serger, but all those cool, fancy, like, you know, what makes Lululemon so cool is they've got all those stitches on it.
Right.
You know, athletic wear.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that a serger's a must-have tool in the arsenal.
I have a
think we
question
learned
for
that
Pam,
today.
actually.
Okay.
Let's let's go back, you know, as far back as you want to go. You know, and still be 29.
Okay.
Let's say 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when the first sergers really became known on the market, and now, how has your serging, your use of sergers changed?
Well, I think part of it is because the fabrics have changed some, and it opened up when more decorative threads became available. Because at the beginning, it was, first there were only 3 thread, it was only a 3-thread stitch. And that,
some without differential feed.
zero, no differential, there was no differential feed.
Yeah.
And then when you had only 3 threads, then it was really only 4 edge finishing.
Yes.
So it's really expanded with the use of decorative threads, with the width of the stitch, being able to have the combination of chain and cover stitching with the overlocks as well, and being able to use them independently of each other.
How did you get to become the serger guru? Like, I know your background and history, but like,
I don't know. I don't even feel like it. But
Well, everybody else does. So
What
that's
jumped you
super
in?
right.
What-
So
As I say, deal with it.
What kind of jumped you into it? Like, did you buy a serger first? Did someone give it to
Did
you?
you go to ag school too?
So I went to a technical school in Wisconsin, and it was a
I
program.
did think you don't sound too Texas.
No, I'm from Wisconsin, and I went through this program, clothing and textiles, and we had classes, and I remember the very first time I walked into a classroom during the orientation, and there was this funny little machine sitting on a table.
Yeah, it looks
and
funny,
it's
doesn't
like,
it?
Yeah.
What is that?
But that back then they had
And-
the 3 knobs, in the front.
Yeah. And who would ever use something like this? And I know a lot of people feel that same way right now.
Yeah.
Is that, what is this machine?
They need to come and do a sip and surge.
They
Yeah,
do.
they do.
And now the machines look so much more like sewing machines.
Right.
So
Oh,
that
yeah.
that fear has been taken out.
And
they do tasks that used to require a sewing machine.
Right, exactly. So once I finished there, then I went to the VDTA show. You might have been in womb when I was.
I'm sure I was in attendance.
She petted you. You didn't know it.
I think my grandfather was still a dealer back then.
Yeah, well, I was his rep way back then. And when I went there, then I was offered a position to just kind of demo the machines. And one of the classes we had was an equipment and demonstration class. So they sat a machine in front of you, and within a week you had to develop and find the key features of that product and then be able to present it. So that was huge in the success of
and BDTA. Crazy that show still, we got engaged at BDTA. Isn't that funny how life comes full circle?
Yeah.
It always does.
Yeah. And one of my instructors from college, I still correspond with her.
She must be proud of her puppy.
In that program, there were at least 5 of us that worked specifically at different sewing machine companies.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. She must be proud.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we've got the wrap-up sign here. Do you have any last questions or anything like
Wait,
that?
are we doing a thread wrap, like a 2 or 3 thread wrap?
Well, some people are very surprised at how easy it is to do a 2-thread roll tab. Yeah. All you do is push the button and it does it.
I was thinking about the converter, but most people don't know what the converter is. You don't want to get into too much detail, but like when you do a 2-thread, you just flick it.
I'll tell you how much sewing kind of ruins my shopping addiction sometimes, is that I was on this website that I love, and it was talking about this really cute like black flowy skirt, and it was like, and it is finished with an exquisite rolled hem, and I'm like looking at that thing like, I can make that in 5 minutes, and it was like $400. I didn't buy it.
Thank you, Bernina.
It would be exquisite.
Oh, it would be exquisite. Yes, it was beautiful. It was like a wrap black skirt, flowy, and it's like exquisite rolled hem.
But
I'm
you
like,
know
oh
what?
gosh.
A lot of people won't do garments because of fit. But that's something you can have as a class, actually.
Black
because
wrap skirt.
you can make a wrap fit because it's cut, the right way. And
Definitely. Well,
awesome.
I just have to say thank you so much for
You're
being
welcome.
here
Today
again.
was such a treat.
This is our second time having Pam. Like, I don't know what I did to get so lucky, but it's
great.
really nice to have
Today
Pam.
was a
And
treat.
Holly, thank you in the background for helping get her here. I know that one of the it was like you had to go get like good Tex-Mex last night. That was like one of your requirements or
No,
something.
it was margaritas, really, we were looking
Some good
for.
margaritas. You are in Dallas.
We're going to be honest here.
So I really appreciate
I've heard
you being
about
here.
those fabled margaritas, but
Okay.
We'll get some
Tonight's
tonight.
No, we
No,
will
no.
not, Sylvain. Saturday
Saturday night.
Oh, no.
I'm on Saturday all day. So.
We've done that with
Yeah.
Sylvain.
And it didn't end very
I was in bed for 3
a
days.
phone
I had to fly the next day.
Well, your phone was in the bushes, though. It
I
didn't
know.
make it till a week later.
No, I got it back the next day.
Well, I really appreciate you being here, Pam,
You're
and I look forward to doing more things with Pam, right,
Yes.
Brian?
Oh, absolutely. We talked about it, and I'd love to get it on video that, yes,
We're doing
Can we get a confirmation in one of these
And you can think
cameras
that
here?
the drives along in Texas, where I come from, they're not that long.
I was so anxious to want to do more stuff with Pam. I said, Pam, we'll bring the whole crew down to you.
Yes, I heard that. I heard
We'll
that.
set up in the room, and she goes, no, you don't have to do that. I'll come up.
We'll rent a helicopter.
Ooh, that'd be
Like a
fun.
helicopter
Is
ride?
that part of being a guru?
Yeah. Oh, girl, mail kit.
All right. Well, we will see you all tomorrow for another fun day. Tomorrow we're doing embroidery and OESD and software
and furniture.
And
Bernina
we're
furniture.
doing a lot of things tomorrow.
Yes.
So we'll see you guys tomorrow for our 4th day. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, my name's Andrea. I'm a textile designer under the label Jolie Jus, and I design patterns and fabric for the creative industry, and I love to sew. The new L850 is amazing. I love working with it because it's such a trustworthy partner. I love the design. It's really clean and modern and fits perfectly into my studio. The L850 is the ultimate overlock machine for me. I can totally rely on the machine to deliver perfect stitches every time. You really can feel the great Swiss quality coming through when you're working with it. It's just fantastic. The new air threader is absolutely amazing. With just one step, the 2 loopers are threaded, and it's so easy and super fun. Wow, what a breeze! Ready, steady, thread and sew. What I really love about this machine is the free arm. It makes sewing close textiles like little cuffs so much easier. As a pattern designer for clothing, it's important to have professional results. So with this machine, I can really easily adjust the MTC and the differential feed to gain perfect seams and wave-free hems every time. The large extension table, which comes standard with this machine, is super for handling larger projects so they don't wrinkle while you're sewing. When I'm sewing, I sometimes need to move the fabric with both hands to go around corners. So what's great about this machine is that I can use the knee lift to raise and lower the presser foot, so I can easily adjust the fabric with my hands. What I also really love is the needle stop function, so I can just use the back kick on the pedal to stop the needle and turn around the corner, and also the built-in needle threader, which makes threading in the needles so much easier. The presser foot can swing out to the left, so I have enough space to change the needles. Things usually have to go super fast, so it's great that this machine has a really high speed. But it's also good to be able to regulate the speed by using the footer and go slower sometimes when it's important that every stitch is perfect. To make sure I can see what I am doing, I really appreciate the bright LED light. So if you also enjoy sewing with knits, I'm sure you'll love the L850 as much as I do. Why don't you go over to your Bernina shop today and just try it? The L850 gives wings to my creativity.
Bernina, made to create.
So what is owning a sewing store like, huh? It changes every single day. Some days I'm a carpenter, a plumber, other days I'm a salesperson, marketing, I'm working on projects, so it changes every single day. Well, Jessica got me into the sewing world. However, I have to say that I did have a sewing machine prior to meeting her. I bought a sweet little Singer from Joann Fabric about 15 years ago and made some curtains. In 6th grade, we had home ec and I made a bag along with an awesome coffee cake. Stitch House to me is a place where I think we're creating like a really cool community here. I think it's bridging creativity from a lot of different people from different sectors of life, from different age groups. I think we've uniquely positioned ourselves, or I guess I should say, I think that we've created kind of a unique experience where whether you're a sewer that's been quilting and sewing for the last 40 years and you grew up doing it, or if you're brand new to it and you're in junior high school and you just want to figure out how to add something to what you already have. So I think it's just creating a cool experience. When you come to Stitch House, I think that regardless of your level of experience, you're going to have a really good time here. I think that we may be the only sewing store in the country, or at least in Texas, that serves alcohol on a regular basis, and we don't charge for that. So what can you expect to become the Stitch House? I think you can come to expect an interesting group of fun individuals that'll help bring out your creativity.
Hi, my name's Andrea. I'm a textile designer under the label Joli Jus, and I love to sew.
Bernina, made to create.
My name is Andrew Lamborn, and I am the technician here at Sew Dallas. Actually, I don't sew unless I'm stitching out a machine. This is a professional pursuit, but I really do enjoy working on the machines, even if I don't spend a lot of time embroidering or stitching on them. A friend of mine did it for a number of years, and he said, hey, this is a pretty cool thing, and it's very niche, but it's fun. I enjoy working on it, and Sew Dallas repairs all different kinds, so that's been a growing experience, I suppose you might say. The previous place that I worked for, we specialized only in Bernina, and here we do Genomes, we do handy quilters, we do Brother, we do all sorts of machines, and so that's really cool to learn how to work on those. Berninas. Berninas are, although Singer featherweights are also great, and I'm learning a lot of respect for the engineering in Genome and Brother as well. They've all got their place, and they do some things, they all do different things spectacularly. So yeah, it's opportunity, really. I mentioned before liking to expand my horizons from a technical level and being able to learn different aspects of repair and different procedures, and I just constantly get to stretch and grow here. So I like that.
Meet Steckborn, a charming small town in Switzerland situated between a turquoise lake and lush rolling green hills. It's the home of Bernina and the birthplace of the ultimate overlocker. The Swiss are known for precision. It's kind of our thing. And it takes time, hours upon hours, because making things perfectly, exactly precise to the nth degree, that's all us. So when it was time to develop a new line of cutting-edge overlockers, we challenged ourselves, pushed boundaries, pored over plans, and engineered a machine we absolutely love. Then came the testing and optimization. We tested and tested and tested and tested again. Then, because we're Swiss, we repeated the tests. After all, precision is in our DNA. Then came production. Our new Swiss-engineered, mega-tested overlocker